Rysair VT Bedge.
Alright, welcome in everybody. Hi. Bid, thank you for the resub. I appreciate it. 31 big months of support. Welcome back to the tournament staff. Thank you. Hey, what are we doing today? We got a bunch of Umineko episode 4 to try to play through. Maybe some dulls first, just to warm up and let everybody get in here. Bit of a dull. We like to do those. Turn that off. I would say Candle first. Released in 1979, 32 million views, which actually isn't a crap ton. So like a middling song from the 1979 year. This What's that song? Is that Back in Black? Probably not. No. Oh. Wait. It's gotta be, right? No? This is different. Different? I'm getting trolled. Banana don't. What the hell is it? Oh. Hold on, what is this? Good Times. Yeah. Good Times. Also a banger, for what it's worth. Ah, Naruhodo. Alright. The connections this week have been hot ass. So let's do it. Connections me? Alright. National treasure. Jargon. Pig Latin. Creep. Environment. Environment. What is environ? Mentalism? Types of mentalism? Environmentalism? Alright, let's see. Talk, jargon, rumbling whispers. One away. Gotta be talk, whispers, and rumbling. And speculation. Okay. Easy. Hearsay. Yes. Okay. Let's see. Jargon. Latin. No. Thrifty. Budget, enterprise, thrifty, and national. Rental car services. Yeah. Okay. Jargon, creep, slip, tiptoe, and steal. Sneak. Yeah. And then jargon, environ, plead, and Latin. I have no idea. Ending with chemical elements. This isn't even a word. Is it? Environ, surround, enclose. Learn something new every day. Okay, daily mini. 8, prefix, octo. Got stuck as a video. Pros. Over 90% of Maine and 80% of New Hampshire coast. Nope. Coverage of the Summer Olympics. Resident of the Kathmandu. Casually drink. The one that's a scent. Turn offs. Symbol in the Budweiser and Corona logo. That's a crown. Defeated party in the recent UK election. That's got to be Tory, and I think it's spelled that way. Popular weight loss drug, Ozempic. Ford SUV. Is it an Escape? Ford Escape. Eagle's Claw Talon. Whoops. Ice cream purchase. This is wrong. Coverage of the Summer Olympics. Like, oh, okay. What's wrong here? Tory, probably. Oh, God, this is bad. This has to be spelt wrong. Hold on. I'm now so lost. Casually drink. Nine cross-looking rub. Hold on. Turn offs. Crown. Tory is definitely spelt wrong. Ozempic might be spelt wrong too. So let's ignore the Tory party. Okay. This is still Octo. This is Froze. Forest. Oh, it's swim cap. Is this Tories, Nepal's, Nepali, and a pint of ice cream? Okay. Okay. We got there. We got back. This is stupid. Swim cap is kind of stupid. Yeah. Okay. All right, we got Bazingle for this week, or for today. Wait, Banzoogle. No, Bazingle. Thank you. Got it in one. Yeah, what's Banzoogle, actually? Banzoogle makes it easy for magicians to build a stunning website and store... Oh, okay, it's a real tough one today? Yeah, I mean, they usually save the hard ones for the weekends, right? Give me a Loldle. And we're going to start with Misfortune. All right, not female, not bottom, not human, uses mana, and is from Bilgewater. A male, not human from Bilgewater. It came out after 2010. That is melee. Male, not human from Bilgewater. Who's from Bilgewater? Twisted Fate is human. Who else is from Bilgewater? That's male. Or not, that is not female. Bilgewater? That is not female. Is not human. Uses mana. Is melee. Melee, mana, champions, Nautilus? Nailed it. Guys? You doing the game duel? I can do game duel. I'm pretty bad at that one, but it looks like another champion with these. Yeah, that was me right now. What do you mean? So it's Nautilus, but came out after 2012. So it's a different male Revenant support Pike. And Pike kind of is Nautilus too, huh? Alright, let's do quote. Noxus will rise. Darius? Naturally, of course. He's been on my mind for weeks now because of fucking 2x KO. Ability. What the fuck is that? Oh, it's a flower. Fiora? Ira? Azir? Lilia? What the fuck is this? It's like a flower. Just give me the name of the ability. Daredevil Impulse. Oh, is it Samira? Yeah. What's that, her E? It's her passive. Okay. You got me. Dragon. Aurelian Soul. Dragon Fire. Smolder. Girl. Shyvana. Okay. Leg. Flash art. This is Nasus. This is Renekton. This is Pantheon. This is... Who's this big? Alright, zoom me out a little bit more. This is Nahiri. Nefiri. This is... this character who is obfuscated. This is Lux. This is Lux, okay. This is... Lunar Empress Lux. Nice. Okay, here's one that I'm pretty bad at. Poke Doku. I think if you've seen Northern Lion play this, I assure you I'm worse. Okay, Kanto Mega Evolved. Kanto is the first one, right? So I must go Mega Charizard. Kanto Poison. Grimer. Kanto Bug. You want to go one that, like, not a lot of people say. Pinsir. 7.8%, wow. Dual type Mega Evolved. Mega Venusaur. Dual type Poison. Gengar. Dual type Bug. Butterfree. Nice. Wait, we're crushing this. Johto. Johto's the second region, right? Johto Mega Evolved. Is there a... What are the starters from Gen 2? Is there a Mega Blaziken? That's not Gen 2. Poison. Oh, I guess I have to kind of know what Johto is to know what I'm aiming at here. Is Blaziken 3rd gen? What's 2nd gen starter then? Or 2nd gen legendary? Gold and silver? Is there like a Mega Ho-Oh? Is there a Mega Lugia? Wait, it's Typhlosion. Mega. Chikorita, Bayleaf. Mega Bayleaf. Togekiss Mega. Shoot, I thought I was doing so good. Poison from Johto. 2nd gen Poison. Toxicroak. Oh, alright, I give up. We got Caesar Mega, Quillfish, and Shuckle. Ampharos. Yeah, I was not. My ass was not getting these. Gamedel? Little game doll. Okay. Classic. Guess the game by its cover. Oh god. Get me. This Hades. Wrong franchise and saga. You kind of cooked? Yeah, I did all right on that one. This Lord of the Rings. We were on the same thought. Is this The Witcher 3? Kingdom Come Deliverance. Oh, God's ass. This game looks atrocious. Wait, hold on. Wait, though. Does it actually look atrocious? Oh, broke his nose. Move over, Black Myth Wukong. This game kind of cooks. Artwork. I'm so bad. I don't play video games. This is Heavy Rain. This is The Last of Us. Prototype? Dishonored 2. Of course. Keywords. UFO War Tank Bloody. This is EDF. Sequel carjacking helicopter platformers. Platformer. So, is this Halo? Halo 2? Side-scrolling boss fight, high score, mission start. Metal Slug 2. Oh, let's go. Nailed it. Guess. Okay, we of course have Among Us to start. Among Us. Okay, it's on one of these platforms. It came out before 2018. It is multiplayer or cooperative, probably multiplayer. Themes include these. Genres, either strategy or indie. An indie multiplayer game from before 2018, Castle Crashers. Probably gonna miss this because I'm still catching up. No worries, no worries. Came out after 2008. It's either an action or comedy game. Oh no, it has to be an action game. Indie action game that came out in between these 2 years. That is multiplayer. Is not side view. It is not bird view. Indie action game. Sifu. That came out way more recently than I thought it did. Single player. Okay, so it's single player or multiplayer. It's third person and something else. It's action and something else. And it's indie and something else that isn't hack and slash or strategy. I'm getting confused. I'm actually confusing myself now. That came out after 2008, but before 2018. Indie games. Indie games. Game from between 2008. How about Hades? Nah, that's Burge View, right? Yeah. It also came out in 2018. Also, there's no multiplayer. There has to be multiplayer or co-op. There's single player and multiplayer to this, and it's indie. Indie, single player or multiplayer. Third person view. For Honor. It is not considered indie, which makes sense because it's not. Is it indie for sure? Yes. Well, yes, because this one has indie and this one has indie, and they both say one or more. So it has to be indie. That is actually all that I've gotten out of this. Third person indie game that is an action something game. Indie action game from the 2010s. Indie action game from the 2010. Warframe. Fits a lot of those categories. I think it's single player and multiplayer. I don't think it's single player and co-op. We are getting smoked. It came out after 2013, though, so that kind of helped. 2015-ish indie action game. They didn't consider Warframe indie either. Blitgate. One-time clue. You will lose one life. Yeah, show me the clue. It is an action open world science fiction sandbox. Is it Ark? Shit. Because it's not science fiction. And it's in VR. And it's sci-fi sandbox action open world. Is it Rust? No, but that got us the platforms. PC, Mac, PlayStation, Xbox. And it's 2014. Okay, yep. 2014 sci-fi sandbox action open world. Sci-fi sandbox action. Is it fucking... No. It's this game I've never heard of. Okay. Elite Dangerous. Harvest, what the fuck is this? Okay, 2 more dulls, and then we'll do Umineko. Not farmed. Framed. Framed. Okay, this is... Rent. I'm not going to guess Rent. This is Hitman. Agent 47. This is Rudy. Can I just guess Rudy? This is... Gridiron Gang. Not The Blind Side. I can tell you that. This is Friday Night Lights. That took place in Texas. This is definitely a movie I've never seen. Football movie Training Day. That's definitely not about football. Northern Virginia Regional Champions. I don't know. I give up. Oh, duh. Duh, let's remember the Titans. Okay. Daily Dozen, and then we're on to Umineko. They call it the Daily Dozen, but there's only 9 of them. I don't get it. NFL. After a collegiate career playing quarterback in the Big Ten, this man converted to running back in the NFL, where he rushed for over 10,000 yards with Jacksonville from that year to that year. Gronkowski. Nope. I literally just ship it on the sports ones. Hey, Blade. The college football rivalry game known as the Backyard Brawl is played between Pittsburgh and what school? Ohio. Pedro Martinez began his MLB career as a reliever for the current-day NL West team, Mariners. Geography. Multiple U.S. cities share the name Springfield. What U.S. state is home to the most populated Springfield? Illinois. Nope. Celebrity mashup. Whoa. This Mark Wahlberg and Leonardo DiCaprio. Oh. With over 1,500 locations in the U.S., atomic sauce is typically the hottest flavor at this chicken wing chain. Buffalo. Or no, this is Wingstop. I know my wings. Appearing in 110 episodes, what actress played Larry David's wife and later ex-wife on Curb Your Enthusiasm? Was this Liza Minnelli? Nope. Movies. Sean William Scott played a dim-witted bouncer turned minor league hockey. I know this one. It's called Goon. There's Goon 2 as well. Yeah, this movie's called Goon. It's about like a hockey guy who his whole job is to just beat the shit out of people, and he's the goon. Hockey is hard, family is harder, goon last. Doesn't read like a real movie. His jersey number is 69. No shot. Me Gungaga, dude. So how you doing? Music. Hitting number 1 on the Billboard Hot 100, this Trinidadian British singer released the 1984 song Caribbean Queen. Oh, this song slaps. Who sings this? I don't know. It's not Prince. I'm done. Let's see the right answers. Would I recommend Magic Arena? Magic Arena's alright. They make it a little hard to free to play it, but if you kind of know what deck you want to play and put like $50 into it, you'll have a good time. It plays the game really well. It's got a variety of modes you can play. The limited format is pretty good on it. Card collection isn't too bad compared to a lot of online clients, but like I said, you kind of have to know what you want to play. It doesn't really give you a lot of room to experiment. This was Dernerd Rubinson, West Virginia, LA Dodgers. Missouri has the most populated Springfield. It was Leonardo DiCaprio, but it was Adrian Brody, not Mark Wahlberg. Okay, at least I got one right. The eyes are unmistakably Leonardo DiCaprio, right? We got this one. Cheryl Hines. Sure. This was, of course, Goon. And Billy Ocean did the Caribbean Queen banger. All right. That was fun. I do enjoy doing the dolls. I like doing the dolls. I'll probably do those a little more often on some streams, especially ones where I'm going to go long. Because, like, it's a nice little warm-up. Get to chill. There's some that I don't do that I probably could do. There's some that I don't like. Like, I don't really like Costco, and I don't really like the GeoGuessr franchise of, like, ones because I'm just really bad at them. But I like the ones that are, like, Loldle and Gamedle and stuff. Okay, so we left off on a pretty big cliffhanger last time. So, in 1986, Rokkenjima, the adults are imprisoned by Kinzo and his squad, ready to be used as sacrifices for Beatrice's resurrection. The kids are in the guest house, and Kinzo has decided he's going to give the kids a trial in order to see if any of them are worthy of inheriting the Ushiromiya fortune. He hasn't described what that trial is yet. If any of them pass the trial and he feels they are sufficiently able to take his fortune, he will pass on the fortune to them. Otherwise, he's going to revive Beatrice and end the Ushiromiya family name with the, 17 of them or whatever. In the present, or I shouldn't say the present, in 1998, Angie is investigating what happened on Rokkenjima and has found that some of the next of kin of those that died on the island, such as Kumasawa's sons, the Dr. Nanjo's son, the ferryman who took them to the island, so a bunch of the people who were, like, related to it, all received envelopes that were sent from them to the person that died. So, for example, Kumasawa's son has a letter that was written from him to Kumasawa at an address that Kumasawa clearly wouldn't be found at, with the intention of those to be returned to sender so that they would come back to the next of kin in some amount of time. They were sent before the incident, and they arrived after the incident. In each of those was a key card with a PIN number that took you to a bank that had a huge vault full of cash. It looked like multiple instances, each one of about 100 million yen, aka $1 million approximately. So yeah, there's a lot of, I guess, intrigue around that. And then Angie is going to head to Rokkenjima to get some closure. But right before heading there, she's staying with the boat captain. Right before heading there, she sees something in the darkness at the boat captain's house. And it ended on that. I don't really have a whole lot of theorizing to do. We have a lot of story to cover tonight. I'm going to cover as much as I can with the intention of finishing chapter 4 tonight. I think there's about 10 hours more of this game. So I think with that, we should probably just get right to it. 10 hours is a lot. We might have to finish it tomorrow, but, we'll see. I'm going to go long, though. Caribbean Queen. And we're sing. 10 hours of episode 4. I think there's about 10 hours left. What I do is I pull up playthroughs. I don't actually watch them, but I just kind of see the runtime on people's playthroughs and kind of what part I'm at versus what part they're at, and it looks like there's about 10 hours left of this. Because each episode is about 15 hours, but this one is the longest one by word count, by like a lot. So I think this one's closer to 20 hours. But yeah, just to taper my expectations, I want to see like how long I've got. Lambda Delta, the goat. Mods, leak this person's social security number. Okay. So, a test? Yes. Listen well. Once again, there was a call from Kraus to the guest house, and the message was that Kinzo wanted to hold a test to see if the grandchildren had the qualifications to become his successor. The head has said that his successor will not be one of us siblings, that he wants to pick from among the grandchildren. From Kraus's restrained style of speech, Jessica realized as his daughter that he had been forced to speak. As she was forced to realize that the hostages were being exposed to danger even now, and that if they refused this test, there was a possibility that the hostages would be harmed. Then, what should we do? Indeed. Hold on. Kraus put down the receiver, then looked at the grinning Kinzo on the other side of the bars. Kinzo gave his next order. Before the test, those not involved must be removed. Goda and Kumasawa are there, right? It will be a problem if they interfere with the test. Banish them from the guest house. Banish? There should be a gardening storehouse in the Rose Garden. Lock Goda and Kumasawa in there. We'll begin from there. Tell them to do it immediately. My weapons will be watching. If they happen to do anything questionable, I'll instantly stop the test and execute all of you as sacrifices. I understand. Hello, Jessica? Listen closely to what I say. Kraus relayed the orders to lock up Goda and Kumasawa. What kind of test are you planning? It is truly a simple test. I only want my grandchildren to show me their resolve. Well then, I wonder what kind of results they'll show me. Looking disgusted, Kiri watched Kraus, who was talking with the children. I hate it, but for now we cannot refuse orders. In this dungeon, a feeble resistance won't amount to anything. If we provoke him too much and drive him into the position where he might kill us, there will no longer be any way to stop this murderer. For now, the only choice left is to obey his rules without agitating him, all the while waiting for an opportunity. However, if we continue to obediently follow his commands, the children might be attacked in this so-called test, and they might even lose their lives. Whether we feign obedience or try to resist, nothing will cause the situation to improve. Anyway, straining our eyes so that we do not let a single chance escape until the very end, it is the only resistance possible now. While telling herself this, Kiri watched over Kraus as he delivered Kinzo's orders. Kitty, let us be patient. I understand. It is unfortunate, but all we can do right now is wait. If we only could do something about these bars, we'd be able to return to the mansion. If only we could somehow get out of here. I'll try something. Kinzo, I have a request. What is it, my friend? We understand well that you want to test the children. It is fine for you to do as you desire. Without your power, the Ushiromiya family might have been destroyed long ago. We truly understand why you want to carefully select the person who will take charge. Besides that, this is what the family conference is all about. We won't get in your way. Your insight is useful. That's right. This is the family conference. The final family conference, where I will select my successor. And yet, Kinzo-san, it is far too cold here. Since we won't interfere with your test, couldn't you take us to a slightly warmer place? At Nanjo's words, the slightest signs that Kinzo's move had been improving were blown away. Nanjo was struck with an amount of silence as Kinzo gazed at him with dangerous eyes, as though appraising him. Certainly, this place is cold. It's tough on an old body. Master, wouldn't it be alright if we moved them upstairs? I cannot do that. Are you naive, Nanjo? So by acting as though you'll skip this turn, you truly are splendidly advancing your strategy. I'm not falling for that, you see? If you're freezing, then why don't I line the floor with red-hot coals? God, he's tripping. My apologies. Regili had thought to help out, but in the end, Kinzo would not comply. You two sure are obedient. If you felt like it, you could easily break these bars. Even if we break them, nothing will come of it. Of course, if you were to break these, it would mean the end of Goldsmith's game. All of you, as well as those humans in the guest house, would immediately become sacrifices for Kinzo's ceremony. But surprisingly, you two might be the only ones, yes? Perhaps only you two hold the power to break out of this situation, right? You want to reach the Golden Land, don't you? You must have many dreams you want granted. Gap. You mustn't provoke them. This is not your game. It is the Master's, as well as Milady's game. What's up, Renov? No, nothing. We were just talking to the prisoners. Forgive us. Gap sent one final sneering smile at Ken and then turned away. Ken could only bite his lower lip and shake his fists. Damn it. You did well. Good job hanging in there. We're powerless. Because we're furniture. That's right. We are powerless. However, furniture is sometimes relied upon, and even loved. Right now, we've only been stored away in the basement. Surely one day, someone will love us. Because they rely on us. That's why for now, let's ignore their provocation and bear with it. Okay? Father, I've ordered them to lock up Goda and Kumasawa in the storehouse. Very well. Hang up now. Chester sisters, observe the grandchildren as they lock Goda and Kumasawa away. If they do anything sus, then in that moment the selection test for my successor will be over. When Kinzo made his order, the Chester sisters appeared behind him in a line. Understood, sir. I will scout. 556 and 410 will cover both flanks. 45, you're on wide surveillance. 00. 556 is... Ah, that's right. Sorry. Oh, she died. She was a good kid. That's why I don't like them, yeah? Good people. Wait. 556 is no longer here. She was a good kid. That's why I don't like them. Good people. Interesting. My apologies, sir. Then let us go observe. Move out. Who is a good person that might have been a Chester sister previously? Shannon? Shannon, maybe? The Chester sisters erased their forms simultaneously. Nanjo and Kiri had witnessed the instance they appeared and disappeared as if by teleportation. But then they interpreted this as moving in and out of the darkness in a way that only looked like teleportation, and the two could do nothing but rub their eyes. This does all feel like a story that Maria has told about what happened on the island. If we actually take... Here's an interesting one. Hold on. Take the 4 grandchildren. And we're 4 episodes in right now, right? If this is one being told by Maria, episode 1 could easily have been told by Battler, right? Because it was very logical and very straightforward. Episode 2 could have easily been told by George, because it focused a lot on George and Shannon's relationship. Episode 3 would then fall to Jessica. That's the one that's a little less clear on who might have been telling that. But I do think 1, 2, and 4 being told by these 3. Maybe 3 was told by Angie. Hard to say. Well then, I shall begin the preparations for the test. Renov, Gap, I'm asking you to be the examiners. Virgilia, watch these rats. After all, 2 of my furniture are here. Just in case. Be on your guard. He glanced at Shannon and Cannon. Tightly closing her eyes, Shannon gave a silent bow and answered wordlessly, avoiding any unnecessary actions. Certainly. I'll be careful. Isn't this cold hard on your body, Leah? Should I bring you a hot water bottle? Shut up. Go, quickly. Gap. Well now, what a strange experience this game is, to have a test and examiners. I do hope this development entertains me, lady. Come, arise, goat attendants. The goats. Virgilia began to call out in the darkness, and from that spot, 3 massive goat-headed attendants suddenly appeared. Ah, Beato's minions. How convenient. Plus, they seem so warm. I see. So you'll use them instead of a hot water bottle. In that case, wouldn't sheep have been better than goats? You're the one wearing cashmere. They aren't very bright, but they'll faithfully follow orders and are quite dependable. Indeed. I leave it to you, my friend, Virgilia. The rest of you follow me. With a dignified gesture, Kinzo fluttered his cloak. Following him were Renova and Gap. With a dignified gesture, Kinzo... Oh no, we just said that. As well as 3 recently summoned goat attendants. Hey, you 3 are supposed to wait here with me. Don't follow them. The goats jumped in surprise and then came tottering back. Kiri, who had been watching stunned as all this played out, couldn't help but snort. What entertaining underlings. Lord Goldsmith did not give you permission to speak. She was probably embarrassed. Virgilia had spoken coolly, but Kiri saw through that, and for a little while she couldn't restrain her muffled laughter. However, on the inside, Kiri was surprised at the number of people Kinzo had with him. After all, including Kinzo himself, at least 10 enemies had already been spotted. The dungeon they were currently locked in was supposedly underneath the hidden mansion called Kuadorian. Although this mansion had been whispered of, not even Kraus had known the existence of it until today. And there are actually several facilities like this on Rokkenshima, where many unknown henchmen that only Kinzo knows of hide. Just how many humans are on Rokkenshima, locked away by the typhoon? No. On the contrary, we were the only ones under the impression that there were only 18 people. Were we the only ones who were under the impression that there were only 18 people on this island? Were we, who bickered over whether Beatrice existed or not, and worried about whether a 19th person existed or not? Nothing more than the frogs in a well on this island? No, wait, not only that. By now, are there actually more people on the enemy side than ours? Just what the hell is going on here? Witches? Demons? Magic? Are you telling us to believe in those? Are my eyes screwed up or is my head? I think I'm losing it. A mass murder by magic. Demons forming and disappearing into thin air. Setting aside the enemy's numbers, how should we interpret the various things thrust before our eyes that cannot be explained with the common sense of our world? Kiri started to feel like she didn't know what was going on anymore. And while desperately battling the urge to abandon everything and give up, she grit her teeth and tried to hold on to her sanity. Obviously, Goda and Kumasawa were quite unwilling to be locked in the Rose Garden shed, but they were threatened that, if they resisted, the hostages' safety could not be guaranteed. It was fairly hard to get them to agree. But once they started thinking that their safety might actually be guaranteed, and if the key to the garden storehouse was to be handed to them after being shut inside, and when it was decided that blankets and food would be carried in for them, they were finally convinced. This place is pretty chilly. I wonder how long we'll have to stay locked in here. It could be as late as Monday morning at the worst, so a full day and night. I really feel bad about doing this to you two. George and Battler cleared a space on the floor, then spread the blankets there. They also left the canned food, crackers, and other light snacks they had brought. It'll be hard for you guys to go until Monday with just this. If only we could make a trip to the kitchen. They said not to go anywhere we weren't told to. Sounds like we're being watched. Damn. I am honestly sorry that we cannot be of any use. These are the times that we're truly supposed to be at your sides. It can't be helped. More importantly, take care of Kumasawa. We don't know what might happen. If the going gets tough, I'd like you to play it by ear and come to the rescue. And more than anything, I want you to be safe. Yes, I understand. Please, be careful, everyone. Right now, the Master is taking human lives like they're pieces on a chessboard. Please look out for yourselves. Goda stared at the floor, even now unable to believe what had happened as he remembered the atrocity in the dining hall. And he hung his head in shame at his failure to fully describe that terror. Thank you. Make sure to stay on your guard. You too, Kumasawa. And you all please take care as well. I don't have any idea what's going on anymore. Well then, we'll be off. Let's go, Battler. Jessica. You too, Maria. Oh. Looking at the pitiful expressions on the imprisoned pair's faces, it got really hard to close the shutter. But we can't disobey. We're being watched. The shutter was brought down and locked. Then George walked toward the small window on the side of the storehouse. At that side, there was a small latticed window that could only admit light and ventilation. It looked like something from a jail, making the two of them seem even more pitiable. But on the other hand, it would hopefully protect them from Kinzo and his subordinates. He opened the window and called out. Are you okay? You aren't cold, are you? We're okay. You've given us so many blankets after all. If we wrap ourselves up, we'll be just fine. I wish we could have brought them a kerosene stove or something. But it wouldn't have any ventilation in there. It'd probably be tough for them, but there's nothing we can do. Hostages are being held against us. We can't disobey. If we manage to save Kiri and the rest somehow, they might be listening. Shh. Goda, here. It's the key to the shutter. Indeed. I'll hold on to it, thank you. Goda took the key, showed it to Kumasawa, and placed it in his own pocket. There's only one key to the gardening shed shutter. That was being held by the ones locked up inside it. If the children had kept it, and had stolen it from them by some chance, that would do nothing but expose the lives of those in the shed to danger. And even with the key, the shutter could not be opened from the inside. Kinzo's demands were fulfilled this way. However, there was now no longer any way to open the shed from the outside either. This protected them. Made a closed room. Kinzo had ordered that they'd be confined, and we could do nothing but trust that cold, closed room would protect them. Jessica watched this while holding Maria's hand. then looked over to the thickets in the pitch-black rose garden. Somewhere in the darkness, somebody was hiding, watching to see whether the orders were obeyed or not. Of course, when we pointed our flashlights out there, no suspicious silhouettes appeared. But somebody was surely out there, hiding and watching. I was hit many times with an urge to scream at them, but I was able to hold that urge back through reason. The 4 children left the area, repeatedly looking back over their shoulders. The light from the faint light bulb in the gardening storehouse was seeping out slightly. I wonder if the insane incident will come to an end somehow, so that we can meet those 2 again. To George, who had closed the shutter himself, the resistance of the lock had made it feel as though he'd killed them with his own hands. But even so, we can't defy them. What's with this test? Damn geezer, don't screw with us. Killing Mom, capturing Dad? I don't get it. I'll kill him. It's okay, Jessica. There's nothing to be sad about. Ugh. Creepy Maria. Maria, soon the witch will be revived. Soon we'll be able to meet in the Golden Land. Don't laugh indiscreetly like that. Seriously, resurrection ceremony for a witch? Getting so many people involved? In delusions he should have just kept inside his own head. That's gonna cost you, old bastard. Let's return to the guest house. It'll be bad if we aren't there when grandfather calls. Urged on by George, everyone began walking towards the guest house. At that moment, Jessica turned in a circle, facing toward the darkness of the rose garden, and roared. Hey, someone's watching, right? Tell the old man. Tell him right now. I'm gonna fucking kill him. Let's go. Of course, there was no reply, only the howl of the wind and the rain. The children returned to the guest house, while fearing what was waiting for them up ahead. How's this gonna shake out? After they left, from the exact point in the darkness that Jessica had yelled at, 2 rabbit ears sprung up. Sorry. They found me. It's because you're too slow, Nya. Pendragon-sama's gonna scold you. Sorry, don't tell Pendragon-sama. Be quiet. It was obviously just a bluff. Goda and Kumasawa's imprisonment confirmed. Mission complete. We'll report back. Yay! Ow. Do you want us all stuck on nothing but carrots and water because of the collective responsibility? Let's go. Oh, collective responsibility. That's what was talked about at Angie's school. The fact that they were being watched certainly seems to be true, because when they returned to the cousin's room, turned the lights on, and laid down in their beds, the phone rang again. Earlier, Jessica had been answering the phone, seeing as this was her house. But now it was the eldest George who picked it up. This time, Kiri was on the other end of the line. George handed it to Battler out of consideration. Hello? Kitty? Is everything alright over there? Thank you for worrying. At the moment, we're all doing great here. Sorry, I've been ordered to refrain from idle chatter. Listen to what I'm about to tell you. The fact they were hostages still hadn't changed. Kinzo or one of his subordinates were listening to the call. Battler restrained the urge to talk about the other things and focused on what Kiri was saying. The test will be carried out by Jessica, George, Battler, and Maria, in that order. You'll each be summoned in turn, so until then, do not leave the room. When someone's called out, they'll head to their designated location, alone. Battler repeated it out loud so that the cousins listening around him could hear. So it'll be Jessica, Aniki, me, then Maria, in that order. And we've got to stay in the room until we're called. Got it. Maria, too? Even a 9-year-old girl. What's the damn geezer trying to force us to do that, bastard? Hi, Doobie. Good evening. The fate of the Ushimiya family rests in all of your hands. Do your best. Sure. Battler noticed the strange nuance in Kiri's words. Even without any blood connection, he could still understand thanks to the long-lasting bond they shared. At this point, it doesn't make sense to worry about the Ushimiya family itself. That probably wasn't the message Kiri wanted to send. He probably meant, there's no way for us to escape from this dungeon, and we can only wait to be rescued. Lurking on vacation? Heck yeah. Enjoy your vacation. I know you said it's been a while since you've been on one, so enjoy the lurk, and yeah, listen to the story. I'm gonna be here all night, so something like that. Yeah, leave it to me. We don't know what kind of test it is, but no problem. I'll gladly take it. It's gonna be a serious test, right? Should we really go all out? Yeah, it's a serious test. Grandfather truly does intend to test you all. Alright then, it's useless. Some old fart on death's door is gonna give me a serious challenge? Let him spout nonsense after he gets in the coffin. I know he's there, so tell him this for me. I'll be your successor. And my first action will be to shove my fist into your face. Even without Kiri having to repeat it, Battler's powerful declaration of war reached Kinzo's ears. He's creeping. Battler, I am truly looking forward to that. I can't wait to see just what a man who once threw away the Ushumiya name has attained. Just what lot in life he's reached when he appears before me. Tell him. Unfortunately, Kinzo's voice was not picked up by the receiver. Therefore, Kiri spoke for him. It sounds like he's more than up for the challenge. Got that, Battler? There's no need to hold back. You are Rudolph's son. No. You are my son. Show me something I can brag about to anyone. I leave everything in your hands. Understood, Mom. Leave the rest to me. All of us here have the right to inherit the position of successor. Now we're just the same as pieces taken off a game board looking on from the outside. So you'll have to fight by yourselves. Kiri. The nuance of those words meant, we've already given up, so forget about us. But for that very reason, I can't give up. I'll definitely crush this tester, whatever comes at me, and save everyone. In that case, here are his instructions for the first test. Jessica's. Go to your room. Really? Go to your room? What's your game, you damn geezer? It seems he means Jessica's personal room, the one in the mansion. Alright, I'll hand it over to Jessica. Tell her directly. Jessica here. Hello? Yes, I understand. Alright, the tests are beginning. I have a hunch the tests are going to be one of two things. It's either going to be you kill the hostages and see if you have enough willpower to do as you need to do, or it's going to be something that tests their magical potency. Starting with me, huh? Well, I've been ready. See you later. Even Jessica was probably tempted to succumb to the fear of a girl her age, but she crushed those feelings and strengthened her resolve. Be careful, okay? We're probably being watched, right? We can't do anything we aren't told. All we can do is exactly what they say. They say that old geezer killed those 6 in the dining hall instantly, with no hesitation. So if we try to fight back, we'll probably end up the same way. I know. I'll beat them all at their own game. Alright, don't do anything reckless. If you think you're in any danger, your own safety comes first. Bunko Kraus finds out that his daughter sacrificed herself for him. There's no doubt it'll tear his heart apart. It goes the other way too. If Mom and Dad are both killed and I'm the only one left, my heart will rip itself to pieces. Battler. What you said earlier is true, right? Yeah. Kiri and the others are already prepared for what will happen. Then, the way things are now is just perfect. Everyone's lives rest on our shoulders. The hostages can't do anything while they're locked up. That means we'll have to manage something ourselves. If something happens, run back to the guest house. At that time, we'll be done playing along with Grandfather's game. Aniki. At that time, we'll declare war. Wherever they're locked up, we'll save them. And we'll deal with Grandfather accordingly. Are you sure, Aniki? Shannon's there too. That's why I'm saying it. I'm not sitting around and waiting for my fiancée to be killed. What scares me is not that Shannon might be killed by Grandfather. I'm just worried you guys will get there first and clobber him. Clobber the damn geezer who made my fiancée experience terror before I do. Based. I see. This really does sound like a test to see who will be the successor. Yup. Hello, Blue Studios. How are you? The first one to bury a fist into that old face will be the next head. George, Battler, and Jessica forcibly nodded their heads and put their fists together. Then Jessica headed off to her room, as designated. Her form disappeared into the darkness of the rose garden, waving in the strong winds. Watching her go, George and Battler gripped their fists even tighter, making them quiver. Left on the second floor, Maria watched Jessica's back through the window. She wore a blank expression. I wonder what everyone's getting so upset about. Even when Beatrice is revived, everyone will be brought back to life. Jessica's form was already being completely swallowed up by the darkness. At that time, the phone began to ring again. Battler and George heard it and came clamoring back, but Maria picked it up. Hello? Oh, is that Maria? It's me, Shannon. Would you please hand the phone to George? This time, it was Shannon on the phone. And this time, the message was to tell the next person, George, where he was to go. Oh, right away. Okay. So, they're not seeing whether or not Jessica failed or not. It's just, George, you're next. Right. The tests are about to begin. Since the time of her birth, Jessica had been raised in this mansion. The atrophied Western-style house that the cousins called a mansion was her home, and yet she never understood her cousin's feelings as much as she did today. At the same time, she had never felt her own home, which she knew well to be as alien as it seemed now. Her own room. This had once been her hideaway, and this had once been her hideaway, the only place in this vast mansion where she could feel at peace. However, she had never felt as much pressure coming from the door as she did now. A test? What the hell could be waiting in there? I'm not gonna find my desk, and stuff dragged all over the place, right? She acted tough, trying to deceive herself, trying to make herself believe that she wasn't scared of anything. Readying herself, she opened the door to her room. When she saw that, fortunately, the room didn't appear to be messed up. She relaxed. No one was there, of course. There was nowhere for anyone to hide in here. Right away, Jessica locked the door behind her. This way, the room was safe. She peeked under the bed and in the closet, but of course, no one was hiding. What the hell? She looked at the clock. It was just past 23:10, 11:30, or 11:10. As her tension lessened and fatigue came back to her entire body, she realized how messed up this whole day had been. It was still about 11 o'clock. The plan had been for all the cousins to gather, have fun playing around, and talk animatedly about various things together into the night. Normally, we would have been doing that kind of thing right now. Why is that turned into this? It's all that damn geezer's fault. How could he do that to Mom? To everyone? She shook her head back and forth with anger and sadness. But there was no one here to direct those emotions at. Because of that lock, this room's security was guaranteed. Remembering that one more time, Jessica somehow regained her calm. If it keeps up like this and nothing happens, I want to go to the dining hall and see Mom's dead face. Even though Goda emphasized so strongly that it was gruesome, and that I definitely should not go look at it, even so, I wanted to see her face at the end. But we were warned repeatedly that stepping out of line even a little would put the hostages in danger. Could it be that locking the door was also against the rules? If I close myself up in here, I alone might be saved. But if I don't open it, it'll surely be against the rules, and Dad, Ken, and Shannon, Kiri, and Dr. Nanjo will all be killed. There's no way the scales will balance out between 5 lives and my own. Jessica tightly shut her eyes, resisting the other part of herself that said, "Isn't it okay as long as I stay alive?" Faced the door and made to unlock it. At that time, applause. A crisp applause rang out, making Jessica's heart leap. Renove. If that door had remained locked, it might have been in violation of the rules, and harm could have come to the hostages. But despite that, your own life might be saved. However, you resisted that temptation and were about to unlock that door yourself. The bravery of yours is worthy of admiration. Who? If I, the owner of this room, searched everywhere a human could be hiding, where did this man come from? There was nowhere for a human to hide. What could something non-human have managed it? This was supposedly my first meeting with this largely built, middle-aged man. I didn't recognize this guy, who looked like a butler and bore the crest of the one-winged eagle. A pleasure to meet you, Jessica. I serve as head furniture of the master, the 27th of the 72. I am called Renove. Renove? Genji? Ah, yes. Genji is like my little brother. Or perhaps he was my true form while in this world. Okay. Pause. Pause. That's big. Okay, thinking. We know Genji is very powerful. He is the strongest butler. He fought against some of the magical stuff. So, let's think about this. We've seen a couple times now where, like, Kumasawa was Virgilia in the other story, right? Kumasawa is just Virgilia in disguise. We know Kennen and Shannon tend to be pretty powerful pieces of furniture. Genji's a pretty powerful piece of furniture. Is it possible that all of these magical creatures, all these magical beings, are just interpretations of people on Rokkenshima? This is Genji. This is Kumasawa. This could be Maria. This could be Ava. This could be Rosa. Kinzo could be Kinzo. Beatrice could be Kinzo. Beatrice could be Ava. There's a lot of people that these individuals could be. But I think that actually it's a lot more likely that when we hear about some of these magical people in the story, these non-humans, they are simply some of the Ushiramiyas acting in a way that is unbecoming of them or unlikely of them. Like if Rosa were Beatrice, right? When Rosa is acting psycho and killing people, she's Beatrice. But when she's being good, especially if this story is being told by Maria, you might even say he was my vessel. Aha! What's this guy saying? Oh, my apologies. This is not something a human would be able to understand. Well then, let us move on to the main event. So this is the test? Correct. This is the test that the master has granted you, Jessica. At Renove's elegant gesture, like that of a butler ordering for a meal to be set out, many gold butterflies flew up out of nowhere. Hold on, sorry. I'm still on this. Genji, right? It's just written in katakana. What the hell? As the cloud of gold butterflies spun around in a small swirl, they gathered in one place. Then the golden mound disappeared like a pile of leaves blown away by a cold wintry wind. And there lay a western envelope with the one-winged eagle crest done in gold leaf. With a gesture, Renove urged her to pick it up. Jessica timidly did so and opened the letter inside. What is this? It's an exceedingly simple test to determine whether one is qualified to become the successor. Oh! Wait a minute. What if Beatrice is Battler? And they're having a chess game because it's Battler trying to reconcile his own actions. Nah, that's whack. That's goofy. I just thought of it because of like the chess game could be an inner monologue between Battler and Beatrice being two halves of the same brain, where Beatrice is like, oh, it's magic, you know, and Battler's like, no, it's logical. I don't know. I don't think that's probably not true. Please attend the question written there with a fitting attitude for the successor who is to support the Ushirumiya family, and tell me your answer, as well as the thoughts that led you to it. Okay, dumbass. Shaking, Jessica looked between the paper and Renault's face several times. The paper's gonna be like, who would you sacrifice, or something like that. At that time, George, who had been called out after Jessica, could be seen in the arbor of the Rose Garden. If things had gone normally, he had planned to give Shannon the ring that would be proof of their engagement here, at this time on this day. But the woman in front of George now was not Shannon. Read it. That is Goldsmith's test for you. George picked up the Western envelope, which was on the table where he'd once had tea with Shannon, and read its contents. Perhaps its message was short. After glancing at it, George's eyes grew sharp. What's this supposed to be? It is as you see. This is the test given to you to see if you're qualified to be the successor. As you ask yourself whether you truly are so qualified, answer that question. What a dumb question. That's right. It really is a stupid question. Doesn't that mean that the Ushirumiya family inheritance is also something on that level in Goldsmith's eyes? Interesting. George lowered his eyes to the surface of the letter once again, examining its contents. George and Jessica, while the tests given to them were slightly different, were almost exactly the same. Among the three mentioned below, in order to gain 2, sacrifice 1. Among those listed, it's a simple 3 choices. Decide for yourself which one you choose to abandon. If you refuse to choose, the test will be suspended. I've been given permission to kill you right here by my own hands. If you want to include even that as a choice, then there are 4 options. It's been an awful long time since I've gotten to play with a kid like you, so I can't say I'd be disappointed. Are these 3 choices only a test? Or will the consequences of my choice actually be carried out? Don't be so naive. The one you choose will definitely lose their life. Okay, so it's like a vote off the island situation. Oh, dude, everyone's gonna vote for Maria. Everyone's gonna vote for Maria. Among the 3 mentioned below, in order to gain 2, sacrifice 1. Your life, Shannon's life, everyone else's lives. Oh. So he and Shannon can live if everyone else dies. He and everyone else can live if Shannon dies, and Shannon and everyone else can live if he dies. He's going to choose himself. If you do not choose one, all of the above will be lost. Why is Shannon's name here? And Kinzo probably wants him to say, kill everyone else. Let me and Shannon live. And that's probably the pass condition for accepting the headship. The second choice has the name of the one most needed and most loved by the test taker. I believe Cannon's name is written on Jessica's test. You gave the stupid question to Jessica too? You shouldn't be worrying about Jessica, right? Right now, you are the one being tested. It really is a simple 3-choice test. Which can you throw away for the sake of the other 2? Isn't it that simple? You still can't decide. Would you like me to lend you a coin? Coin? How would you choose between 3 options with something that only has 2 sides? No one would throw away their own life. So there remain 2 choices that will leave you standing. Will you give up on everyone for the sake of the one you love? Or will you give up on the one person you love so that you can save as many people as possible? Either way, you should be able to find a fitting just cause. After all, this is Rokkenjima. This Rokkenjima is now a demon island. The sentimental relationship with the human world aren't necessary here. No one will blame you. Do as your heart desires. And ask yourself whether you're qualified to succeed the Ushirumiya family headship. Or rather, make your decision as if you truly were the Ushirumiya family head, okay? Curious. I feel like Jessica... George would pick his own life, I think. I don't think Jessica would. I think Jessica would probably pick Cannon's life. Fuck you guys, mocking me like this. Jessica crumpled the letter up and threw it on the floor. I believe your anger is quite appropriate. I also find it an exceedingly pitiful and yet truly humorous question. How could anyone wish to die themselves? And how could anyone want to remain alive after abandoning the life of the one they love? And how could anyone massacre everyone else, as long as it's good for the two of them? No, Jessica. Such a person could exist. This is Rokenjima, the Demon Island. It is now completely cut off from the human world and fully immersed in the spirit world, like cheese fondue. Renov is the greatest character. Values of the human world get taken out with the trash. So please, rank the things you desire from the bottom of your heart. Whatever remains will become a fitting answer for you in this insane evening. Come on, don't fuck with me. How could I choose any of these? If you do not choose one, all of them will be lost. Also makes for a fine fourth option. Even choosing that should give us an amusing show. But since that choice will result in the loss of your own life in the end, I believe it would be more wise to be pure and choose the first one, your life, so that the other two will be saved. Everything has been entrusted to your decision, Jessica. Please, let me hear an answer and conviction fitting of the successor of the Ushiromiya family headship. I, Renov, am sincerely hoping for a wonderful answer, fitting for the master's descendant who shares his blood. Damn it. Damn it, damn it, damn it. The scene that was observed through the magical crystal ball. Kinzo's so goofy. Kinzo finally couldn't hold it back and spreading his arms and facing the heavens began laughing in an explosive voice. What a sicko. What are you wavering for, foolish grandchildren? My descendants? Isn't it a problem so easy that you could answer right away? Isn't this question that should cause you to waver less than whether to be put than to put butter or jam on your morning toast? I put both, for what it's worth. Do you people know the correct answer? He turned to face the Chester sisters who had been waiting on him. No, I don't know, Lord Goldsmith. Fool. Not choosing at all means game over. You foolish rabbit who cannot even choose a reason or a goal for your own life. You aren't worth a single ant that anyone might step upon without even noticing. Die. Be crushed. Whoa. Disappear faster than I can blink. And what of you? I would sacrifice the first one. Your own life, sir. Weapons fight and die in battle, and weapons exist to destroy enemies and protect allies. Being able to protect those we love and then die is our satisfaction. Oh, a truly splendid model answer for a weapon. The immediate reply is very nice. So, have you been raised to think you'll be given an extra carrot for answering that way? That's wrong, see? So I think the correct answer in Kinzo's eyes is to sacrifice everyone else. Because the only reason you're not doing it is because of appearances. Answering that way when you're asked is nothing more than giving the answer you have been indoctrinated with. You are the same as that other rabbit a second ago. You still live without having chosen a purpose or goal to strive for. You filth that doesn't deserve to live. It would suit you well to be crushed and used as fodder for the other livestock. Please. Yes, sir. Animal fodder would be an honor. That's wrong, right? You don't want to see anyone else die anymore, right? Why can't you accept that? Accept that the depths of the depths of your own wound are still festering and rotting. She doesn't want to see anyone else die. Who is she then? Yes, the rotting stench would make the nose wrinkle. You foolish rotten rabbit. These are the words of praise for you. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Well, then what about you, the last one? Which of the three choices would you choose? Without wavering, I'd choose the second one. The second one? The second one seems like the most wrong answer. I don't think Kinzo cares about efficiency and altruism at all. So I don't think the second answer is ever right. In fact, I would argue in Kinzo's eyes, it is the most incorrect. There are not many who would stick out their chest and choose to offer the one they love as a sacrifice. Tell me your reason. Because the one you love will be lost eventually. If you don't love anyone, you won't get hurt. And if you love someone, you still might be able to love again. So, the person you love right now isn't worth that much at all. I see. So that is why you reached such an answer. You rabbit who has become cowardly from pain caused by love. I have heard that rabbits can die from loneliness. But just when was it that your heart was killed? Then, rabbit, I shall alter the question. Why don't I change the second option to not the one you love, but the memories of the one you love? How is that? Can you still select that one? What's this? About one you love not being worth that much at all, foolish rabbit? Filth who cannot even face up to the depths of her own love? Try and choose it. Try and choose to have the one you loved forgotten. You can do it, right? I bet you can, right? Why is he is just always... Dude, it's so annoying. He just gets in people's faces and aggressively, like, debate bros them every time they say something. It's so frustrating. He's like a talking head pundit on either far left or far right news channel. He is literally the embodiment of, you like pancakes, so you must hate waffles. Like, he's so annoying. And then he's just so mocking about it. Yeah, I'll choose it. I can choose it. Goldsmith, please stop this. Enough, rabbit filth. Go to Virgilia and help keep watch on the dungeon. Disappear. The Chester sisters, with their respective old wounds and the heart gouged out, escaped by disappearing. After that, even though there was no one to hear, Kinzo continued talking by himself as though in a play. Indeed, that is the nature of this charming test. In truth, no choice can be said to be correct. Instead, regardless of which answer they choose, it is about whether they can choose. Quickly. And with resolute conviction and their own strong, unshakable will. Yeah, and with good reason, I guess. It's their reason and their willpower that are most essential. That's what I want to learn. Yes, my descendants, I am truly looking forward to what kind of answers you will show me. Me? Well, I think Kinzo already has shown that he would answer the third one. Yes, of course, I once had that same question thrust upon me. Because I splendidly answered that devil's question, I was able to obtain gold and honor, and that witch as my possession. Give me 1 second, sorry. Which answer did I choose? Do you really need me to say it out loud? Kinzo's going on Reddit tier. Well then, have you nearly decided on your answer? As Jessica stared at the letter that had been crushed and lay on the floor, she hung her head in constant silence. That filled the room was the stir from the wind and rain shaking the treetops. Regardless of how noisy it was, it actually made the stillness more apparent. Renove waited for Jessica's answer. However, Jessica did not answer. Whether she was lost in deep thought or had stopped thinking, Renove couldn't tell. No, he might actually have known. But cruelly, like a demon, Renove urged Jessica to voice it. If you cannot choose any, I can at least bring you peace without pain, but... Me. Yes? I had trouble hearing. Could you say it again, please? Jessica lifted her face and looked straight into Renove's eyes. It seemed she had decided on her answer. I think truthfully I would choose myself, too. Kill me. Jessica said it one more time, clearly. Perhaps Renove had imagined that this would be her answer from the very beginning. Without any surprise, he smiled lightly and nodded. I thought you would choose that answer, Jessica. Well then, there's no right or wrong answer to this test. The essential part is what thoughts led you to that answer. Come now, please answer with a fitting attitude for the successor. It's not like I chose the first one because I want to die. The second one was letting Kennen die. Of course, that was out of the question, so I excluded it. The third one was everyone else's lives. Of course, that was also out of the question, so I excluded it. After that, only the first choice remained. Process of elimination, then. So, it was not something you chose proactively? After chuckling slightly, Renov dropped his gaze. A human couldn't even imagine what answer a demon would have been expecting. All she could understand was that this was apparently slightly below Renov's expectations. That answer is neither bad nor good. 60%, I believe you could call it. I'm a little disappointed. You're a pretty selfish bastard telling me to answer with self-confidence and then being disappointed when I do. Apparently there was more to it than the process of elimination. It's a failing grade either way, but there seems to be a little more to your thoughts. Allow me to ask. People don't want to die, so no one would want to choose the first option. People want to live in happiness and struggle as much as life will let them. So normally, the first choice should be impossible from the beginning. However, you took that first choice. You chose to throw away your own life. Only that choice remained for you. I tried thinking of a future that would come after choosing each one. Oh. And what did you see? First, I tried letting Canon die. I tried to imagine the rest of my life after having abandoned the one that I love. What kind of life was it? Yeah, it was a horrible woman who doesn't deserve to live. A shabby woman who always lamented her own decision and lived only to regret. I could never forgive a horrible woman who'd choose to live and abandon the person she loved. I put an end to her myself. Ha, how brave. So, did you also consider the third option? Yeah. I tried letting everyone but me and Canon die. There's no way Canon would like me if I did that. So again, even with Canon, I was forced to bear the cross of abandoning so many people. And even Canon was forced to bear it. I'm not going to make a foolish choice that leaves Canon bearing that cross. I wouldn't be able to forgive a future me who did something like that. I put an end to that woman myself too. Jessica had pictured it in her mind. The future her beyond each of the three choices. There were 3 Jessicas. Of the 3, 2 had regrets. Only one could hold her head high and smile at Canon. You know, I once had the nerve to preach something to Canon. Something about trying to live life to the fullest. Live your life to the fullest. Meaningful words. And a surprisingly difficult thing to do. So yeah, I've got to stand proud and show Canon. Show him how to live by holding your head high and looking straight at the sun with full smiles. Will Canon be able to accept your self-sacrifice? Haven't you thought that your selfish decision might hurt him more than is necessary? That's why I want to leave a message. Oh, I will listen, but I am, after all, a demon. I may not keep my promises, you see. Keep it. Keep your promise. Jessica spoke that looking quite unconcerned. She had asked the demon who was about to take her life to pass on a message, and she didn't think at all that she would be betrayed. At the extremely innocent smile, Renov closed his eyes lightly and shrugged his shoulders. I see nothing wrong with that. So, what shall I tell him? Tell Canon to live his life to the fullest. No, that's not quite it. Not Canon. He still hasn't told me his real name yet. Tell the real Canon to live his life to the fullest. Tell him that. Oh, that's right. We don't know Canon's actual name. Milady, Jessica, you really are... Renov is fickle, so he might not have passed the message on. You certainly are fortunate to have me here showing you this scene. A musty, 3-sided mirror was set beyond the bars, and the scene with Jessica was reflected upon it. On the next mirror, the scene with George was reflected the same way. None of them questioned how a 3-sided mirror had appeared from the group of butterflies, nor did they wonder why these scenes with Jessica and George were reflected upon them. Because the reflected scenes themselves were more important. Are you so prepared to throw your life away for his sake? My apologies. Kraus looked at Canon with a complicated expression mixed in with a bitter smile. Canon wouldn't meet his eyes. Virgilia, there is no reason for Milady to throw away her life. Please kill me. Please change it to the second choice. That way everything should resolve itself. Whoa. I am not capable of granting that wish. After all, this is Jessica's own decision, which she herself chose. At that time, suddenly, the air split and the Chester sisters appeared, flying into Virgilia's chest. So mean, so mean. Lord Goldsmith is so mean. I'm doing the best I can. Crushing me for animal fodder, that's just too much. Virgilia, who still didn't have a clue what was going on, was mobbed by the sobbing Chester sisters. They're there now. Everything's alright, don't cry. I'll make you some delicious tea. I'm leaving it up to all of you to guard this place. If they do anything suspicious, inform me immediately. The goat attendants all faced each other, nodding their heads. Virgilia took the Chester sisters and left. The sound of them going upstairs could be heard, so they'd probably gone to an upper floor. This is our chance. Looks like these goat heads are morons. I wonder if we could trick them. Kiri realized that an opportunity had arrived, but even so, she hadn't thought of a way to break the metal bars. The Jessica reflected on the three-sided mirror had her eyes closed, as though in contemplation. The way she had both hands stuck in her pockets, wanting to be defiant until the very end, might have been her own aesthetic stance. That's all I have to say. Kill me. Understood. Well then, fear not, for I shall make your death more gentle and merciful than any sleep. As Renov raised his palm, he slowly approached Jessica. Oh man. That Kraus? Realizing that his daughter was about to be killed, Kraus went half mad and repeatedly body slammed the metal bars. The goats looked like they were sneering at how a mere human didn't stand a chance against breaking those bars. Kraus's pointless efforts certainly may have been comical, but Kraus was giving it everything he had. He was now living with all he had as Jessica's father, so that he could save her. Cannon made tight fists with both hands. If he used his cursed power, he might be able to cut through even metal bars, but there was a full 3 goats. There was no way he could defeat 3 of them in an instant. I don't know, Cannon's pretty powerful. It would instantly be reported, and then even Virgilia and the Chester sisters would probably dash in. Even if he could break the bars, that would be the end of it. It was useless. Cannon already knew that the witch sneered at useless efforts like that, so he could do nothing but stare at Kraus's repeated body slams. George. Shannon, who had been looking at the three-sided mirror, raised her voice. When they looked, they could see George, who had been silent the whole time, lift his face. It seemed that George had also decided on an answer. George also is going to pick himself, right? Have you decided on your answer? Yeah, I've decided. Is it an unwavering answer? Yeah, it's unwavering. Then let me hear it. Oh, by the way, it seems Jessica decided to take the your life option. Surely such an indecisive person as you isn't going to choose the same answer, right? Jessica gave her own answer. No matter which choice that was Jessica's. It doesn't influence my answer in any way. I see. Then let me ask again. Among the 3 mentioned below, in order to gain 2, sacrifice 1. Your life, Cannon's life, everyone else's. Which one will you choose? Could it be the first one like Jessica? Oh. Wrong. Oh. Gap looked a little surprised, because she had thought this timid-looking man would obviously choose that option. Yeah, me too, actually. Very well, then. I'm glad the most boring option for me has been removed. Then, as crazy as it sounds, could it be the second option? No, he's picking everyone else. What a god. You must be joking. Why would I do that to the person I was going to give an engagement ring to tonight? How bold. Is that your answer? That's it. My answer is the third option. George took the third option. Everyone else's lives. Unsurprisingly, Gap hadn't imagined that he'd give an answer like that. She had been sure that he'd choose the same one as Jessica. So she was interested in how he had reached that answer. How he had reached an answer that had surpassed the imagination of the 33rd ranked of the 72 demons. I want you to tell me the circumstances that made it possible for you to sacrifice the lives of everyone else so that you and the fiancé you love will be safe. Did you use the process of elimination, like Jessica? Wrong. I clearly have no choice except this one. So, you don't care what happens, as long as it's good for you? So, you can sacrifice the world for the woman you love. What are you even talking about? What? George faced the demon as he spoke, almost as though he was disgusted. Tonight, I planned on calling Shannon right here to give her this ring as proof of our engagement. There were probably quite a few people who wouldn't celebrate an engagement between me and Shannon. I was prepared to make the enemies of the entire family by announcing my engagement to her. I have been prepared since the time I came to this island. No, not even that. Since the time I confessed that I wanted to engage her. So, you could sacrifice everything else as long as you can get married? Marriage means continuing to be your wife's ally for your whole life. At that point, I was prepared to have the entire world as my enemy for her sake. These words, though through the three-sided mirror, also reached Shannon's ears. And that determination reached her eyes. Shannon certainly had promised to be given an engagement ring tonight. Then, this incident had occurred, and she hadn't been able to receive the ring. But now, even though it wasn't in the form of a ring, Shannon had received something even greater. And as proof of that, a single tear with the same sparkle as a diamond dripped down. Kinzo will love this answer. He's essentially doing the same thing. He's sacrificing everyone for the one he loves. What a courageous answer. I see. If I really think about it, this was an easy decision for you. After all, your parents were already killed on the first Twilight, right? By now, there's no one whose death would trouble you. I see. Truly an easy choice. So, say whatever you want. This determination and choice are mine, and mine is the successor. The sparkle in George's eyes was brilliantly sharp. For just an instant, Gap felt the same sense of threat as Kinzo's, and was slightly overwhelmed. I see. Yes, the same decision as Goldsmith. So, even with your innocent face, you will also become a terrible demon in the future. What do you know? We might get along pretty well. You will succeed, Goldsmith. Eventually, I may even be summoned to serve you. That could be surprisingly interesting. Gap had needed to change her opinion of George. This man bore a determination and resolve unimaginable from his outward appearance. And not just now, but since the very beginning. I am prepared to inherit the headship right away. No, that's not all. You told me to think as the head in this test. So I answered based on the premise that I am the head. No, even that's not enough. I thought as the head himself. I am now the head of the Ushiromiya family. Oh. That's actually good logic. That's Kinzo logic right there. Splendid. To think that you'd be able to go so far. It seems you truly are one to be reckoned with. Battler and Maria's tests remain, but I've got a good feeling that you'll pass. But only if that is your true, unexaggerated answer, you see. Do you doubt my resolve? Can you carry out the option you chose? Can you, right now, with your own hands, offer all the lives that exist on this island as sacrifices? By your own hand. I can. I've said I was prepared to do it several times. Whoa. Then return to the guest house right away and kill Battler and Maria. When that's done, I'll bring you the other hostages. Execute each of them except Shannon before her eyes. You can do that, right? I can. Whoa. My resolve was on a whole different level from yours. Then carry it out. Death for them all. Complete this bloodstained ceremony as the new Ushiromiya family head. Understood. I'll carry it out. I'm already the Ushiromiya family head. Yeah, that's right. Stain that throne red by your own hands. You will become the king of the spirit world who controls the demons. Gap was convinced. This man truly was fitting to succeed Kinzo's madness. Whoa. Blow wind, cry thunder. Celebrate the birth of the new Demon King. The Demon Island now has welcomed its new lord. In response to the demon's call, a tempest raged more and more. Then a massive lightning bolt fell, its tearing thunder and brilliant light giving the sensation of a moment of silence. So, about the order of the murders. I get to choose that too, right? Ah, I see what he's doing. Please, as you wish, your majesty, the new Demon King of Rokonjima. He's going to be like, I want to kill Kinzo first. As your heart desires. Well then, to start, that means the first is going to be you. Oh. Wait, George is kind of... Hold on, George is kind of sick. I mean, we knew this, but the first one's going to be you. Got a problem with that? Huh? A gust of wind blew, stirring up George's jacket as if it was a cloak. It was very much like a cloak worn by the head. Wait, and then they hit this song off the rip? It definitely carried that impression of dignity. At that time, Gap truly did see the storm wiped away, and the sky covered with a pure white and vast full moon. The man who called himself the new head bore the full moon on his back and sneered at the demon. Even the lives of the entire Ushiromiya family are now part of my fortune. Reparations will be made for the damage that's been done, and it won't come cheap. And you didn't seriously think that you could take my parents, Natsuhi, Rudolph, Rosa, and Genji's lives and expect me to overlook that, right? Huh. Wait, this is so sick. Impertinence. Renov was trying to press his palm against Jessica's chest and stop her heart, but right before he could, his hand stopped. On the carpet, at their feet, two small flowers bloomed with a plop, plop. The seed of those flowers was way up high, piercing into the heavens. On Jessica's fist. Wait, are the kids fighting the demons? Renov's nose, that's hard to say, was stained red with spewing blood, and those drops had been dripping onto the carpet. By the way, that just now was my answer as a maiden. My answer as the successor is different. Oh, allow me to ask. The person I love, my family and my relatives, everyone. I'll protect them. If I'm the head, then that's my duty. Dad wasn't just swaggering around. He protected me and Mom. He fought for the pressure of succeeding the Ushiromiya family for decades. That's why I know. Being the successor is nothing trivial. So you know what? I can give it up. Betting my own life is something I can do easily. Jessica knew. She knew that in order to protect her family, her father had bluffed and fought alone continuously. Jessica understood something that his back had been telling her. Another left straight was buried into Renov's face. That terrifying strike wasn't due to the brass knuckles she was using. It was a strike of a person, a family head, who could throw away everything in order to protect. Okay, so this is actually kind of neat. You know, magic is all about belief, and all the kids believe in their cause here. And they're all allied together. That's so sick. If Dad's lost his qualification to be successor, then I, the next in line, will succeed the headship. Head of the Ushiromiya family, Ushiromiya Jessica. I'm not the kind of coward who'd let you do whatever you like anymore. A wonderful answer. I shall change your score from earlier. Plus 10 for that answer. Plus 10 for that splendid left straight. Which means that plus 20 more would make for a perfect 100, yeah? As Renov jumped backwards, somersaulting in midair, he violently wiped away the blood pouring from his nose. It had become not blood, but petals of a red rose. The blood on his face was wiped off, and in its place was a grin filled with the delight he hadn't felt in so many centuries that he couldn't remember. I, Renov, will test to see whether your resolve is worth full marks. Understand? Oh, shut up. Come at me now. So they're all just throwing down. Dude, this music. This is a certified club banger. Come, into the abyss. Huh? Suddenly, beneath George's feet, a pitch-black pitfall opened its mouth wide. Of course, George had no way of resisting. After being swallowed up by that, George fell out of a pitch-black hole that had opened up into the ceiling of the arbor. As George fell down, he was hit by a reverse roundhouse kick from his sharp stiletto heel, like a strike from a carefully aimed bee. Oh, he's getting owned. The instant George, after being blown out of the arbor, thought that he'd been swallowed up by a rose bush. Another pitch-black hole opened there and swallowed George up. At this time, a pitch-black hole opened at Gap's feet, before her eyes, spitting a defenseless George out of it. At that time, Gap had already finished the preparatory motions for the next reverse roundhouse kick. What is this? Welcome back. Oh, he's getting owned. Right side of the head, below the right armpit, side of the right knee. As Gap danced and spun like a small cyclone, she kept hitting him, left foot, right foot, left foot, right foot, with successive roundhouse kicks. The fourth one became a sweep, cutting George's feet out from under him and making him fall down. But of course, there was no floor there, just a pitch black hole, and George was swallowed up once again. Gap once again spun around like a small sight. I gotta play Gap in the fighting game, dude. George was once again spat out from the ceiling of the arbor. Take this and reflect. The abyss ends with a single strike. Die. Holy crap. Is he dead? The sharp strike of the queen bee pierced the heavens like a rising cyclone. It kicked through George's lower chest as he fell from the ceiling. And then, time froze. George was pinned in midair by Gap's raised leg. Still pinned in midair, George moaned. Then Gap, with George still hung up on her foot, grinned. I'll admit it. At least your attitude is that of an adult. But it's no good unless you have power to go with it. Did you know? They said you need 3 kinds of power to rule this world. The first one is influence. The second one is wealth. Do you know what the last one is? I read it in a book. Force, right? Yeah. That's what you're lacking. Gap finally released George. She kicked upwards one more time, changing into another roundhouse kick and knocking him into a pillar. No one will fear a monarch without influence, without wealth, or without force. Kinzo possessed all 3 of these. That's why he reigned as a tyrant. If you're going to call yourself Kinzo's successor, try showing me a bit of that majesty, okay? Come on. How long are you going to sleep there? Stand up, okay? If you don't, you'll fall again, see? Not bad movements, but they feel they are slightly unfitting for a lady. Swaying around all over the place. Aren't you gonna strike back? Don't take me lightly, you bastard. Renov dodged skillfully, jumped back, and avoided Jessica's fist. But he still didn't strike back himself. Because of his dodge that was rapid as fluttering flag blown by strong winds, Jessica's fist wasn't even able to touch him. Amidst the sensation that her own blood was boiling, Jessica regained her offensive composure. Even though this room was large for a bedroom, it was a very cramped place to keep such exaggerated dodges in for a long time. She calmly realized that and started using not just her fists, but her legs as well. Oh, boxing with just your arm makes you but half a fighter. Your arms must be like the hot roar of a lion, and your legs must be like the cold snake closing in on its prey. Snakes don't have legs. That's true. Jessica began cornering Renov toward the wall with perfect footwork. She didn't let him get around her. Renov's magnificent dodges looked flashy, but they needed a large footing. Once cornered, he wouldn't be able to dodge anymore. Jessica knew the characteristics of her weapon, the brass knuckle, very well. The powerful weapon's most notable characteristic was how it didn't give the opponent a chance to defend. Even if they blocked with their arm, that arm would receive direct damage. If it hit the wrong way, it might even break a bone. So she cornered him. With this fist, she'd whittle away at the demon who'd lost any way to escape. Whoops. Oh, winded. Looks like I finally cornered you, right? Where's everyone being held? Where's that damn geezer? You tell me everything, and I'll let you off with nothing more than a plucking of that mustache, got it? That would be a problem. It does take me an hour every morning to set this. Once you're in a cast, you won't even be able to do that then, right? Whoops. Ooh. Renov had blocked Jessica's fist with his arm. He tried to act as though it was no big deal, but it must have hurt a lot. Jessica grinned. Renov smiled in the same way, but twitched slightly. I see. This certainly does hurt. Here's my last bit of advice. Cry and apologize. That I cannot do. It would ruin my image. Then just crumple. Jessica's fists were buried into Renov, but there was a resistance that seemed too hard, and the sound of breaking glass, which startled Jessica. At a glance, it looked like Renov had caught Jessica's fist with his palm, but that wasn't quite true. When Renov opened his hand, a faint purple glowing barrier like glass shield appeared, stopping the attack by a hair's breadth. Pulling herself together, Jessica let her fists fly again, but with a truly magnificent gesture, Renov caught all of them. I am, after all, a demon. This level of magic is nothing. Even so, you aren't so bad yourself. If I were a human, I would probably resign right here. Because I am a demon, I can still continue to fight. What are you trying to pull? Is this the end? Are you simply going to attack all the time while neglecting your defense? Hog. Renault's palm shot to within a hair's breadth of Jessica's stomach. Jessica was knocked away by the purple shield, rolled backwards, and smashed her head on the bed. My shield cannot be broken by a mere human. Don't think you'll ever be able to touch my body again. In that case, I'll just burst right through it. Persistent, I see. Yes, you truly are a fitting spirit for the successor. Perhaps I'll be your opponent for just a while longer. That's also part of an examiner's role. Gap looked down on George, sneering. George was on a path in the rose garden, lying face down in a puddle. The merciless rain beat down on him, so that it looked as though even the heavens were mocking him. Stand up, okay? You'll fall again, right? George got a hole in his stomach. George stood up shakily. It seemed that his spirit hadn't given in, but the damage done to his body was fairly significant. Beg for your life. What you're doing now is the same as the fourth option of choosing nothing. You chose the third option, right? If you get down on your hands and knees and apologize, I'll forgive your rudeness towards me. Then, I'll guide you down to the dungeon. There, for your beloved Shannon and your own powerless life, you will kill all the other hostages one by one. You can do that, right? You did boast about having that resolve. George didn't answer, but his gaze was still obstinately resisting surrender. If you were too obstinate, then this time you really will fall to the deepest depths of the abyss, okay? Gap's strength was evident. That was probably clear, even more than it was to George himself. To Shannon's group watching through the three-sided mirror, George, that's enough. That's enough for someone like me. Ne-san. If you didn't like me, you wouldn't have to fight with anyone, right, George? Then please abandon me. Please forget me. There was no way that voice could have reached George, but even so, George answered. No way. I won't surrender. Oh. Why not? Because that's my resolve. I'll fight everything for Shannon's sake, and I'll make everything accept us, and bless us. Hey, could you tell me something? Why are you willing to go so far with that furniture called Shannon? She's just a washout, isn't she? Rubbish furniture that couldn't even make a satisfactory waitress. I won't permit any more insults against the woman I love. So what are you going to do about it? How could a weak kid like you resist me? Loving someone is strength. Because I learned that, I was able to become strong. Shannon, I love you. With just those words, I can stand back up over and over and over again. Shannon's in the dungeon, right? Professing your love to me won't... No. She heard. That's because it's love. Shannon can hear my words right now. The reason I can believe that is because of love. You... Shannon, you aren't furniture. Even if you are furniture, you're mine alone. So, you're the only one for me in this world. I want you to be close to me as long as we live. I need you for all eternity. George, I'm jealous. He's surpassed my husband in smooth talking. That's youth for you. So sweet. The strength of love. Then why are you so weak, boy? Does the weakness mean your love is also that weak? Huh. Even your love for your fiancé is weak. The way your parents died so quickly was weak. Everything about your life is weak. Shannon taught me about love and strength. If you're trying to measure my love towards Shannon by my strength alone, let me teach you about my love. So you say... I get it now. You're saying that the way you can still stand up after being kicked down so many times is the strength you receive from Shannon. In that case, what did you receive from your parents, who got killed so easily? At that time, there was a blackout, even though they were outside? No. This is... The thing blocking Gap's vision was the bottom of George's shoe? Sidekick. Nasal bone fractured. What? What's happening? It had stopped. Oh, wait. What is this song? This song hits. Just gotta appreciate that for a second. It had stopped right in front of the tip of Gap's nose. The thing I got from Mom was this kick. Several moments after, Gap jumped back. This song slaps. It's crazy. This song is crazy. Of course, that was too late. If George hadn't stopped, he would probably have caused the damage he'd announced. And what I got from Dad is fortitude. Anger with a low boiling point isn't something to be truly feared. True anger is disciplined by fortitude. I recognize your violent method of declaring your intentions. I also see that you've slandered my fiancé and my parents' honor. And you have no intention of taking back what you said then, yes? I now understand your attacks more than enough. So, maybe it's about time to start fighting back. Download complete? Quit prattling, foolish boy. Got to the part where Kinzo is asking everyone if their child is worth 10 billion yen, and Rudolph calls Battler an idiot, and Kiri laughs. That was so good. A pitch black hole opened its mouth at George's feet, but George rapidly opened his legs, straddling the hole. The same move won't work again. It was an extremely smooth dodge, and the upper part of his body didn't even quiver. Fortitude means calmly analyzing how your opponent will act instead of losing your cool. Why? Isn't it obvious? Can't you guess? The fighting game advice here, by the way. No, I can't. Yeah, George pushes up glasses. It is the counter to get back exactly what you got and to make them not want to take another pass at you. To make them cover their face in tears and snot and forget to wash it off. To make them want to rub their forehead on the ground and apologize over and over to completely, perfectly, and thoroughly. Beat them until they can't get up. George dashed. Pitfalls opened one after another, but George didn't step in them again. Wait, this is so sick. And because he was persistent, he was able to reach Gap a second time. Reverse roundhouse. Jaw fractured. It was stretched out more forcefully and beautifully than Gap had been. Of course, while it centered directly on Gap's face, it stopped a hair's breadth away. Perhaps she couldn't rely on pitfalls at this close range. Gap kicked at George's shins as a diversion. And in the instant of weakness, when he tried to deal with that, she aimed a kick at his stomach. It was a bee-like stab by her stiletto heel, but it was sliced through the air where George no longer was. High axe kick. Collarbone fractured. Damn, the overhead? The low crush? By Gap's side, George calmly announced that as his foot was still raised, if the Monarch's heel had swung down, a collarbone fracture would probably have been the least of her worries. Hey, Dits, how's it going? This guy's stronger than me at close range? I need distance. Okay. Pause, champ. The Ushiromiya kids are really strong in this canon. Whatever story's being told here, the Ushiromiya kids are really strong. They're fighting off some of the 72 demons. But in one of the other stories, I remember it was like George, Shannon, Jessica. They tried to fight off the stakes, and they got owned. Shannon had to put up a force field to even keep them close to alive. They got owned in that story, so maybe as the island gets more and more into the spirit world, the kids get more powerful too. They've talked about Ushiromiya blood before. Maybe Ushiromiya blood is triggered by the spirit world, or maybe it's triggered by the belief of the person holding it. She jumped backwards to open a large gap between them. She jumped and leapt and even flipped in midair, increasing that distance. It should have been magnificent, but for some reason, it was very similar to the movements of a small, scared animal. If she opened the distance between them, she'd be able to fight at the range that was her specialty, using a mixture of pitfalls and kicking. You fool. You'll regret the pride that made you let 3 chances of defeating me slide as you fall into the depths of the abyss. Huh? When she magnificently landed and tried to aim a pitfall, a razor-sharp wind cut Gap's bangs. Yes, it cut them. I think they're good at fighting humanoid-based opponents, but it would have a hard time fighting things that don't look human? Maybe. Maybe because the stakes were just in stake form, it was hard to fight them. It happened twice. This time, it didn't just stop a hair's breadth away, but scattered her bangs with its air pressure. Armada com martello. The fundus of the eye fractured with the first strike. Cerebral contusion with the second strike. First, you must concuss the head. Gap was too shocked to speak. George had closed it over the distance in an instant, letting off a fearsomely nimble mid-air double air kick. Furthermore, the accuracy and edge of a razor, it had cut nothing more than the several of her bangs. I learned the power of kicks from karate, speed from taekwondo, and freedom of range from capoeira. Mom was pretty fickle, but I've learned from studying various merits. It does make sense that George would be good at fighting. Why don't you hit me? You aren't going to say it's because I'm a woman, right? You spoke of the force as a monarch's... You spoke of force. You spoke of force as a monarch's third power. It looks like you still misunderstand the meaning of that force. In this situation, force doesn't mean hastily wielded violence. It refers to a deterrent. Knowledge that if someone opposes the monarch, that person won't get away unharmed. Yeah, I bet he has a lot of, like, tatsus and kicks. Oh, God, does he play like a Akatsuki? I would freaking die if he played like a Akatsuki. A deterrent, you say? And he did jump 6C in this fight. He definitely did Tatsu in this fight. He's kind of Akatsuki pilled. He definitely did J6C when he did that overhead, that high X kick. In short, this is what it meant. That was why all of George's attacks up until now had stopped a hair's breadth away. Get me out. These bare misses, which were more difficult than hitting directly, had been all performed so splendidly. Also, if George had wished it, any one of those would probably have crushed Gap. He had daringly not done that. You said it yourself, right? Force is the power to control. If you crush your opponent with force, you won't be able to control them, right? A monarch's force is something that is only shown. He does not crush. He makes others surrender and adds them to his own fortune. If you start blowing bubbles, I won't be able to make you guide me to where the hostages are. Gap, blowing bubbles is an insane metaphor for, like, busting someone's head up. Gap had to admit it. She had to admit that George understood force in its truest sense. You'll take me to where everyone is. I would advise against resisting. I won't stop short next time. Sorry, Leah. Let me borrow your troops. This guy's too much for me alone to handle. Bringing in the goons. As a large pitch-black hole opened in the sky, thunk, 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 3 muscular goat attendants fell out. They surrounded George. Reinforcements? Do I take this to mean that you take back all that about me being weak? I admit it. I made light of your human power. That's wrong. This is the strength of a man who's experienced love. They do talk about the power of love a lot in this. How can you say stuff like that with a straight face? Come on, goats. Crush this man and turn him into meatballs. These goats are stupid, but it looks like they at least have power. I'll turn you into a corpse that even your fiancé won't be able to recognize. You refuse to surrender and intend to continue fighting. Understood. Know that from now on, you will receive real harm proportional to your own attacks. If you still plan on attacking me, prepare to sustain a great deal of damage. Barrier up. When George proclaimed that, a faint red magic circle rose up around him. It seemed that George couldn't see it. However, Gap, being a demon, could. Magic? Why does this guy have a defensive barrier? And also a counter-attacking type? See, he's got B plus C parry, too. He's a Akatsuki! He's got the parry and everything. Is this what you mean by a deterrent? From a demon's perspective, that may have been magic. But in George's eyes, it was determination. Undertale referenced. It was determination filled with certainty, which would be merciless to anyone who wished to fight anymore, and who would force them to prepare for a significant counterattack. Determination with certainty becomes magic. Renov's on the ropes, too. Renov had been accurately blocking Jessica's fist with his shield, but something felt odd. Even though he was certainly catching them on the shield, he felt his arm getting jarred, and it hurt. It should have prevented all physical damage. However, the damage from his fist was gradually being transmitted to his arm, piling up. Renov tried to act like he was composed, so that wouldn't be noticed. Heh. I'm not going to get worn out. That would be cool if Jessica had, like, gray health type damage, where she hits you and wears you down and then, you know, uses a move to, like, cash out the gray health. What's wrong, old man? Starting to get a little tough? No matter how much you attack, it's useless. I remember playing Jessica in the fighting game. She was a charge and rushdown type. That makes sense. Why don't you understand that you cannot break my shield? I'm not going to stop hitting you just because it won't break. No matter how hard someone's heart is, if you keep talking to them little by little, it'll eventually start to crack. I believe it. I believe that useless effort doesn't exist in this world. That's why I can live to the fullest. If words will eventually make it through, then the same goes for fists. Give up isn't written anywhere in my dictionary. I do think a lot of magic is based on bluffing, too. Like Renov saying, oh, look, this barrier's so good, there's no way you'll ever get through it. And you actually do challenge that, eventually you can get through it. These words were aimed at Cannon, who had seemed to reject Jessica's words. But Jessica knew that, no matter how stubborn his heart was, those words would eventually soak through. She believed that they would surely reach his heart, that the day would come when he would stop calling himself furniture and disparaging himself, and that he'd step out into new life. So Jessica didn't give up. She didn't lose heart. It's so stupid, right? That I bet a guy couldn't understand, right? A girl in love doesn't even think about giving up just because it's useless. At that time, Renov certainly saw. He saw the reddish glow of light that encircled Jessica's fists. This is not good. An enchantment, is it? This permeating upgrade will be troublesome. Inside her unrelenting fists and determination dwelled the power to succeed no matter what. From a demon's perspective, that was magic. Determination with certainty becomes magic. See? Nothing useless about it. So, looks like my fists are making it through. Guard your arm, old man. It seems I will have to get a little more serious. It appears it is as you said. In this world, nothing is useless. That's right. If you give up because something's useless, that's when your life ends. You'll get through. You can be sure of that. I'm an idiot, so this is the only way I can live. I can live, but even so, I'm sure I'll be able to teach Cannon about a new world someday, so I'm not going to lose heart in a place like this. I'll definitely defeat you and save everyone. Damn. Gotta somehow open a hole. Kraus was repeating his useless effort to somehow open a hole between the metal bars. It's time for Cannon to, you know, nut up and open that door. Nothing's useless. There's nothing. The lookout goats had been swallowed up by these black pitfalls and disappeared. Now was their once-in-a-lifetime chance. It was their only chance to break the bars. Stop, it's impossible, Kraus. There's nothing we can do with our bare hands. Let's look for a tool. Don't waste your time on the impossible. If you give up because it's useless, then it's all over. That's what my daughter just said. Even if my body won't fit, as long as a small person like Shannon or Cannon can make it through. Now that we've reached this point, action is more important than racking our brains. I'll do it too. Cannon, you're a boy, aren't you? Lend a hand. Cannon? Yeah, he doesn't know how to cut. Kraus, please stand back. What? What are you planning? Okay, Nesan, just one more time. Let's try struggling. Yeah. I too will struggle one more time. Ah, they're not giving up on this game. No, not just one more time. Over and over again. Jessica's voice had reached Cannon. It certainly had permeated to his cold, rock-like heart. And George's voice had reached Shannon. And the love he had shown was embodied by strength. She would have to respond in the same way. We're through. An incredible metal sound rang out. In the first flash, several metal bars were severed horizontally. In the next, they were severed horizontally again, causing many metal bars to clatter to the ground like bamboo shoots cut by a sword. Kraus, Kiri, and Nanjo didn't even have a clue what had just happened. Dr. Nanjo. Which way down the corridor goes to the mansion? Yeah. In and to the left. In and to the left. Let's go, Kraus. Virgilia will notice us any moment now. What in the world are you guys? We are... When Cannon hung his head a little and faltered, Shannon slapped his shoulder, smiled, and spoke. We're human. Ah. Wait, that's so sick. Virgilia, response from the lookout web. It's a jailbreak. The goat guards aren't there for some reason. Uh-huh. Well, oh, it's Gap, isn't it? Taking someone else's summonings without asking. Gap? Gap? Confirming battle regulations. Requesting permission to fire at the escapees. Do it. Kill them. Gap. What is she doing? Understood. 45, 410. Prepare for sniping pursuit combat. Ammo type, guided cluster rounds. Virgilia, an escape prevention barrier, if you would. Ow. Yeah, you're right. Alright, I won't let you escape from here. I bit my tongue saying Gap. What the hell? The underground passage in front of them was once again blocked by metal bars. The door was, of course, locked. However, that was no problem for them now. Cannon, it's metal bars again. We're counting on you. Yes, Kraus. Still, that's incredible. I wonder what kind of principle it works on. I'm not interested in principles. All that matters is that he can sever the metal bars and we can escape from here. Don't worry, Cannon. Do it. Leave it to me. Cannon sliced the metal bars again with his red curved blade, but there was a harsh, strange noise and the metal bars only had a slight scratch. What? These are sturdy. Wrong. They're enchanted. It's one of Vergilia's magic locks. Can you cut through it? Of course, but it will take time. We'll wait 3 minutes. After taking a deep breath and concentrating his mind, Cannon extended a red curved sword again. When he pressed it hard against the metal bars, sparks sprayed, almost as though he was melting through it with a burner. Looks like we'll be able to cut it, but it will be tough. Kraus, you've been targeted by the enemy. Please move back. Huh? Pursuers? There's no one coming. Please, get behind me. They're aiming for you. 45, data received. Target locked and acquired. Commencing terrain calculation error connection. Formulating firing curve. Supplemental control point calculations complete. Data link to 410. 410, data received. Checking hazard zone. No problems. 00, loading 48 sub-rounds. Individual homing F&F. Cluster guided rounds. Preparations complete. Firing preparations concluded. Loaded gilded cluster rounds. 410. Firing. A golden arrow that sparkled gold was fired, leaving a gold tail streaming behind it. It drew a curve, went through the door, through the keyhole, down the stairs, toward the underground path at full speed. Something shone. You can't block golden arrow with a shield. Cannon, interception stance. Let's link. Mecha Shiva? Gatekeeper, understood. It's been a long time since I fought with you, Nason. Don't screw up. If these two fuse, I'm about to freak out. Yeah, I'll be serious. Then there's no problem. Cannon stopped cutting the bars and stood in front of Shannon. Behind them, Shannon closed her eyes, concentrating her mind deep in the darkness of the underground path. Yeah, the golden arrow is kind of broken. A guided cluster round of a special kind of arrow made up of 48 sub-rounds bound together. It explodes mid-flight and divides into 48 mini arrows. The strength of each individual one is low, but they pierce through all shields and possess a perfect wounding and killing power against personnel. And on top of that, each one of the 48 possess autonomous guidance toward their individual targets. It's shown. It's divided. Confirming guided cluster round division. 46, 7, 8, 48 sub-rounds. All rounds locked onto. Interception control. Data link to cannon. Oh shit, wait, they have the same technique? Cannon, data received. You're incredible, Nason. You can actually see all 48. Concentrate on interception prioritization. Trust your Nason. Of course. I don't even need to open my eyes. Commencing interception. Yo. Dude. The combined efforts of furniture, Shannon's analytical ability and Cannon's speed working together. It's peak. It's just peak. I can't. Target unharmed. It was intercepted. After all, Shannon and Cannon were originally a furniture pair. They're strong when they're together. Is this going to become a mouth ulcer or something? Oh, she bit her tongue. Come on, Vergilia. What are you doing? Calm down. Reload. Updating ammo type. Precision light speed sniper rounds. Preparing for precision sniping. Sounds good. Impossible to intercept super high speed rounds. Impossible for a mere gatekeeper to defend against. Gatekeeper. Precision sniping. Roger that. Commencing collection of precision firing use data. What in the world was that? Don't worry. I don't have a clue either. All I know is that we would have died if not for these two. Cannon, thanks. Go back to the middle bars. The next shot will probably be one we can't intercept. Well, how do we defend against such an attack? We don't let them shoot. Cannon, initiate spirit particle combat countermeasures. At these words, Cannon closed his eyes tightly and ground his teeth. With Shannon at the center, a pressure and impact that only non-humans could perceive struck. She said we don't let them shoot. Counterspell. Firing system error? No good. Rebooting. It's spirit wave jamming. Activate spirit particle safeguards. Hurry. What are you doing? Cover your ears quickly, 45. Oh, it's sonic. It's a sonic attack. An unseen, unheard impact that struck the Chester sisters. 00 and 410 crouched down, covering their ears, but 45 didn't make it in time. As she stood bolt upright, her eyes rolled. Oh, she's dead. 45 got damaged. Her IME's busted. That noise, it's also horrible for Minya. Oh, it's like a sonic attack that, like, fries their brain. Damage, abandoning sniping posture. It came straight through the link. If we don't reboot, raising their spirit particle sensitivity for precision sniping had backfired. They had taken the full brunt of the spirit particle shockwave Shannon had released. And not only... Shannon is really powerful. And a good leader. Shannon's climbing the tier list. And not only 45, who had been hit directly, but also 00 and 410, who had been linked with her, were taken down. Are you okay? I'll make you some more delicious black tea later. Get a hold of yourselves. My apologies, sir. Rebooting. Please wait several hundred seconds. All of the Chester sisters had fallen over. They would probably get back up eventually, but it looked like it would be hard for them to return to the battle lines for a while. Also worth mentioning here, and this is true in any power system, the unit that can make force fields is always the strongest unit. Force fields are some of the most versatile and broken objects on a battlefield. And you look at Shannon here, I think that's clearly true. You look at the Invisible Woman in the Marvel Universe, I think that's pretty clearly true. Orihime from Bleach, like, anyone who can make force fields is always, like, giga OP. Shannon, Ken, and max power probably could have stomped the whole island. Seems like it, right? Because they've shown, like, Kennen fought against one of the stakes and beat one of the stakes one-on-one in the last episode. And then got ganged up on by all the snakes. But I think... How do I say this best? Shannon and Kennen are becoming more powerful. And I think Shannon and Kennen are becoming more powerful because they're realizing that the love of George and Jessica for them is their strength. And they're relying on that more and more. And as they live through more and more episodes, they're figuring out that this power exists. Honestly, they might be some of the most powerful beings in the story. And maybe part of the goal of this is to get them to full power. Maybe part of this whole game is to get them to full power. I see. The plot to entertain that child truly will be filled with unexpected turns. Virgilia tore the air with a large gesture, motioning as though opening a door. Come, arise, good attendants. It's time to work. Catch and kill the escapees. Corpses are fine. We can just revive them anyways. A gold-colored door opened in the air, and countless giant goats with muscular bodies peeked their faces out. Come, hurry now. There are 5 escapees, so the fastest 5 of you win. There will be a wonderful prize. Give it your all. Virgilia clapped her hands, urging them on. Hi, Freezy. How's it going? A prize? After facing each other at those words, the goats all rushed to the door at once, trying to get out, making the exit as packed as the Tozai or the Yamanote rail lines in the morning. Doing good? Good to hear. Each wanted to get out first, so none of them could get out. Virgilia held her head in frustration. By that time, Cannon had managed to cut enough bars to make a crack that could be slipped through. It had been a bit of work for Kraus, large as he was, and Nanjo with his lethal waist, but even so, they all managed to make it through. But after they did, only a couple seconds to be relieved. Immediately, another set of metal bars blocked the way in front of them. This certainly is secure. I'll bet they really didn't want people in here to escape. Cannon, sorry, but I have to ask you again. It may be tough, but please. There was sweat on Cannon's forehead. You could tell at a glance that cutting the metal bars, which had been made even more solid by magic, had physically exhausted him. Leave it to me, Kraus. Only you can do it. Please, we're counting on you. Only he could do it. Holding tightly onto those words, Cannon concentrated his mind once again and set himself to the task of cutting metal bars again. Enemies are coming from behind, multiple targets. Yeah, this time even we can tell. The ground's really shaking. I can tell that some ridiculous monsters are rushing at us. Don't worry. We'll use the magic lock to make a blockade of the metal bars we just came through. Mere goats won't be able to break it. Shannon held her hand out towards the metal bars that they had gone through, but she stopped right away. What is it? Virgilia has started neutralizing the spirit wave jamming. It'll be bad if it's broken, and we'll lose the initiative once the Chester sisters are rebooted. I'll make you pay in full for bullying those cute bunnies. If we're trying to gain the advantage with these clever spirit particles of yours, I'll tear all that away and rob you of them. Nesan, concentrate on the spirit wave jamming. The gap in those metal bars is too narrow for those goats. It should hold them back for a while. I don't have a clue what you're saying, but we know it's something pretty bad. Kiri picked up a metal bar the cannon had just cut. Kraus had no weapon, but he rubbed his fists, and the two of them glared into the depths of the underground passage where the shaking was coming from. I believe these are the final metal bars blocking the way. How far is the mansion from here? Quite a walk. The path is even, but I seem to remember walking for 30 minutes. So if we run, it'll be half that time. They couldn't tell for sure since they didn't have the three-sided mirror, but there was no guarantee that George and Jessica would still be alright against demon opponents after all this time. If we run at twice the speed of walking, it'll be 15 minutes, and twice that speed would make it 8. If we sprint it all out and doubled that, it won't even take 5. No problem. What an unreasonable calculation, but that's how you calculate in a fire. My sincerest apologies, everyone. Please watch my back. Leave it to us. Cannon, you cut the bars as fast as you can. Shannon, you concentrate on jamming this witch called Vergilia or whatever. Kiri and I will defend against our pursuers. Then, the roars of beasts hang out from the darkness, and several fiery glowing bright red eyes appeared. Goats that were several levels more massive than the guards were rushing with an incredible force. The tremors they created were almost like an earthquake. They brought frightening intensity and terror, but Kiri actually laughed with relief. Those massive bodies wouldn't be able to go through the crack in those bars. The group of goats crashed into the metal bars with a fierce sound like that of a train colliding with a dead end. Clumps of dirt fell here and from the ceiling, and you could tell that the metal bars had bent as if collapsing. Their charging power probably was on par with a train. The metal bars hadn't been there, they would likely have overwhelmed the 5 of them and crushed them in an instant. When the group of goats pressed up against the metal bars noticed the 5 people right in front of them, they let out a terrible howl, trying to intimidate the 5. Or maybe that was out of the pain from the game of push and shove. One calm goat among them figured out what should be done about the metal bars. Then, grabbing 2 of them with its massive arms and began bending them as though opening double doors. Kiri sharply jabbed her metal pole at the goat's vitals. The goat let out a roar of anguish. It probably hurt a lot, but that was all. It wasn't enough to bring it down. Kraus! Still holding the metal pipe she had stuck out, Kiri relinquished the opposite tip to Kraus. Kraus ran there with all his might, jumped up and kicked down with all of his weight and kicking power combined. All of that destructive power was focused on a single pole, drilling it in. Are you okay? Please, don't rub the affected area. I'll prescribe some medicine later. Take care. The goat who'd taken the pile bunker to its vitals writhed with teary eyes. It nodded its head. Looks like our link isn't that bad either. That's sick. We won't lose to Shannon and Cannon. Naturally, for a loving family like us. We can do it even if we take them together. Next, that one on the right. Understood. You really are a good wife. That Rudolph must have grumbled a little too much. Oh, no. Oh, tell me about it later. Rudolph, suddenly turning pale in heaven won't do any good, okay? The goats' massive bodies were buried in rose bushes. Even taking into account that a leg's power is 3 times that of an arm's, the strength surpassed common sense. To think that those massive bodies had been kicked in the chin and flown through the air was too fierce. Even George seemed a little surprised. To think that my kick works on monsters, too. Now there's a shock. It's because of your counterattack style barrier. The attacking power that grazes you is added to your own. Your kick has been supplemented by these monsters' superhuman strengths. Oh, I don't really get it, but isn't that just perfect for me? No matter who attacks me, they should be prepared for a counterattack of equal measure. Non-aggressive defense. That's my policy. That's why Gap couldn't easily touch him. The counterattack style barrier had no defensive power. However, because of its countering ability, it could be useful in defense by making the opponent hesitate to attack. The goats had been foolish and so had attacked without worrying. But the second effect had worked on full against Gap. These guys really are dull. When your power's even, it's always an advantage to have a smaller build. He lightly dodged the log-like arms. When these arms touched the barrier that protected George, they let out a strong red light. The tip of the counterattacking foot would then gain the same sparkle, and the superhuman power of the goat added to his own. The second goat fell forward and floated in the air for a second. Then George's next roundhouse kick missed right over the falling goat's head. For an instant, the goat hoped it might get away with its life. But no. A heel was dropped onto the back of its head, and it was forced to kiss the ground. Going from a high roundhouse into a neri chagi is pretty basic, right? Works pretty well even now and then. This guy's a problem. Seriously a problem. What do you mean, demons? What do you mean, witches? The rulers of Rokkenjima are the Ushiromiya family. I'll make you physically aware of that. You... The only way to finish off George now that his body was wrapped up in a counterattack style barrier was to deny him a chance to counterattack. Nothing to do but stick him into the abyss next. Then kick and drop him, kick and drop him, kick and drop him. Until she kicked him to death. But George had already completely seen through the faint warning signs and told the appearance of Gap's pitfalls. If he could jump over the next pitfall, then this time he would probably pulverize Gap's head with his whirlwind-like kick, without holding back in the slightest, just as he had been done to his parents. She was able to envision that scene vividly. Gap hated Kinzo more than ever for calling her out to this ridiculous island. Even though Renove held out a shield, he had finally started using his hands. Without a more powerful shield, he wouldn't have been able to block Jessica's fists anymore. The enchantment on Jessica's fists grew more the more she fought. The permeating upgrade had already grown several times, and those fists had already been given an impact upgrade, a piercing upgrade, a speed upgrade, making them fists worthy to fight on par with a demon. What's wrong? Starting to get tired? You're getting all slow. No. Your movements and thoughts and kinetic vision have been rapidly enchanted. My movements have not changed from the beginning. Your movements are beginning to catch up to me. And you still won't fight back? This is my style. However, I cannot allow it for it to continue at this rate. It's about time for me to get serious and end this. Renault's face turned into an expression he hadn't shown before. It was full of respect for Jessica in a truly demonic way, because it was an expression he only showed for enemies who made him get serious. Whoa. What the? With a gesture of his whole body that you couldn't call elegant, Renove held out a shield with all of his strength, a shield the size and thickness of a wall. It was no more tenacious than a simple shield. It literally was a wall. And on top of that, with all of Renove's magical power, it pushed Jessica back, bit by bit. Did he plan on pushing her back against the wall and crushing her to death? Jessica tried to break through the wall with both fists, but it was solid. Without any exaggeration, it was solid. This is what you call serious? No problem. I'll break right through it. I will not let you this time. This wall is somewhat different. Here, allow me to enchant it as well. When Renove made a magical sign almost like a ninja, the wall glowed red for just an instant, and some kind of ominous power dwelt within it. Jessica was able to recognize that almost immediately with her body. Every time her fists hit a wall, pain as though glass fragments had scattered and hit all over her body rebounded against her. I upgraded it with attack reactive armor, an exceptional item that will decrease the force of your attacks by counterbalancing them, and which can even counterattack with reactive fragments. It's perfectly fine to keep punching it, but doing so will damage you as well. In short, it's an endurance test between me and your wall? No way. No problem. Will you fall to your knees first, or be pushed into the wall first? Allow me to observe. Except I might break through it and smash that whole wall along with your face, right? Watch out. Without hesitation, Jessica punched using both fists. Each time she did, a large amount of shards scattered, torturing her entire body. Instantly, several red gashes appeared all over her. She grimaced at the intense agony, but her eyes were burning with fighting spirit, and her lips curved in a grin that stood in sharp contrast to the pain. Cannon, are you done yet? We're fine, but the metal bars blocking them don't seem to be... Just a little more. There's no stopping these guys. These metal bars might break just from them shoving into each other. The group of goats made the metal bars creak. Several arms grabbed the bars, twisting them with superhuman strength. However, some bars were being pulled in opposite directions by different hands. Apparently, they really were stupid. The way these countless hands grabbed the metal bars sometimes happened to match up by chance. Several hands grasping two metal bars neatly put their power together and pulled the bars to the left and right. The incredible sound of metal bending could be heard, and that crack was getting larger bit by bit. They attacked the arms of those goats one by one, and they weren't getting anywhere. They couldn't stop the gap from spreading left and right. At that time, there was a loud metal sound behind them. Cannon had finally finished cutting. Quickly! Here, ladies first. You go next, Dr. Nanjo. Kraus, please leave this place to me. This is Cannon's red sword that had cut the metal bars disappeared. Uh-oh. Some negation. Sorry. We've entered Vergilia's spirit particle area of influence. Our magical power has been neutralized. Oh, broken. How dare you resist me this far? I, who was called a great witch. You can no longer use your magic in that underground passage. A magical circle column drew a complex magical formula with Vergilia at the center. With such a genuine magic being used, Shannon's power couldn't even compete. On the contrary, it was surprising that she had withstood as long as she had. Spirit particle supremacy ensured. Come, Chester sisters. It's your turn now. Wait, are you still rebooting? Why are kids these days so bad at waking up? My apologies. We're all different versions. Why do the shortcuts and pull-down menus get all screwed up every time you change versions? Yeah. It's really funny. Did you not shut down correctly last time? Administer privileges? What's going on? Fix me quickly. Call the Imperial Guard's troubleshooting the IT team. What? You can't help us without a user code. Wait, this is peak. 45 had the user code. It just sounds like 9999 in Japanese to me. Have her write it on some paper. She can't reinstall her IME, so she can't write characters, Nya. You take your time fixing yourselves. I'm going. Sorry. The narrow... It's so peak. The narrow underground passage was packed with goats, truly like a commuter train in the morning. Vergilia was again shocked by this congestion. What are you doing? You want to go first because you want the prize. You're getting in each other's way because you don't want the other ones to steal the prize from you? You stupid goats. I'm going, so make way. What? You don't want to? Vergilia is trying to steal your prize. Why are you all standing arm in arm? Oh, worker solidarity. Why are you all standing arm in arm? Tight cramped. When did this become a goats only car? What, why is it? You, that kid that just touched my butt. Get off at the next station. What is happening? What's with you? Come this way, you say. The five in Krause's group dashed through the passageway with all their strength. They couldn't dawdle around in an underground place like this. They had to quickly join up with the children on the surface. If they could meet up, there would no longer be any more sorrow. At that time, a terrible rumble started chasing them. Had their pursuers finally made it through the metal bars? They couldn't see anyone when they turned around. However, that rumble in the dirt fell here and there from ceiling grew closer and closer. Finally, catching up with them and even going past them. It almost felt like being chased by ghosts. For a second, they thought they'd gotten away until the ceiling in front of them fell in and a single goat stood in their path. Vergilia was sitting on its shoulder. The wise child knew a shortcut. If I was Battler, I'd be mauling trying to parse this. Yeah, like, for real, like, we haven't brought up the game in a while, so who knows how you can even parse this, or, like, try to explain this with logic. You could just say that everybody's fighting, like, fist fighting. What a good kid. You get first prize. Later, you can have some handmade mackerel curry. Mackerel mentioned? So I do think, hearkening back to an earlier theory, I think Vergilia is Kumasawa. Genji is Renove. There's no way Goda is Gap, right? Curious. Maybe it really was happy about the dubious prize. The massive goat showed its joy by putting its hands together and writhing. Vergilia leapt down, laughing that this time it was finally checkmate. Damn, it's no use. Our magic has been completely killed. Not yet. Even without magic, we still have these bodies. Don't be ridiculous. There's no way you could fight a monster like that without the strange power. Stay back, children. I'll do something about this, so escape past the sides of that monster while I distract them. I won't let you. When Vergilia clapped her hands, a purple magical circle wall appeared behind her, feeling even the faint hope that Krause had been betting on. Is there nothing more to be done? No. Not yet. No way who's Gap? No way Goda is Gap. If I were, you know, betting based on appearance, I would have to say, like, Ava would probably be Gap. But, like, there's a possibility. Like, if you just use process of elimination and assume Cannon and Shannon aren't dual rolling, you have Renove, Vergilia, Gap, just by process of elimination. Nanjo could also be one in theory. Even Jessica fought. I must do so as well. Are you serious? It's not possible. Not against the massive monsters. Because, like, you could explain this entire Rokenjima incident with various, like, people playing parts, like, in a play. And when the story is being retold, it's just using all of their character names and all of their aliases. And even though they're, you know, people are killing each other gruesomely, it's not actually by magical means. It's but they're, like, made out to be witches and demons and stuff just by their aliases. Don't be absurd. Kraus, let us think of another way. Which also raises the question, who is Beatrice in that case? Is Kinzo Beatrice? Is Rosa or Ava Beatrice? Is Maria Beatrice? Maria being Beatrice makes the most sense. If you think of something, say it. Until then, it looks like I have to manage something. Come on, get back. Take care. My Kraus, you intend to fight this child alone? I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Beatrice was just a person that's really into role-playing. Right, yeah, like, and could be Maria, right? You never know. In a fight, it's always possible to get in a lucky shot. You think you can win even with a fluke? Allow me to explain so that one who is blissfully unaware of this place can understand. If you were to wield 100% of your strength, your power level is at most 6. In comparison, this child has a power level of 1,000. Dragon Ball power scaling? Oh, it's peak? Oh, fuck. In short, even if there were 100 of you, you definitely couldn't win. Well, it's true that there are uncertain elements in a fight. Let us admit that your power level has a slight scaling factor to it. But even so, your chances of defeating this child are perhaps 0.00001%. What's that, 1 in like 100,000? You understand? You don't even have a 1 in 10,000 chance of victory. Vergilia and the goat guffawed together. Damn it. If I've got a 1 in 10,000 chance, that means the payoff will be 10,000 times greater, right? There is no magic without risk. A splendid dark horse. Seeing a ticket like that makes me want to buy it right away. Oh, but the coin to buy is your life, and you've only got one of those, yes? However, I can understand why you'd still want to entrust that miracle to fate. Therefore, I shall praise your courage for standing up against us without fear and give you a bit of a handicap. The child will fight with only his left arm. Well, even so, I have absolutely no intention of losing to you. Come to think of it, what's that bing bong noise I keep hearing? Oh, okay, I thought that was diegetic music. Oh, is it an elevator? Very well. I'll take that challenge. Whether it uses the left arm or not, I'm sure it'd be killed with a single strike. I also only have a single chance at a strike. I can only bet everything on that. Is he stalling for an elevator? That's absurd, Kraus. I know you used to do boxing, but wasn't that as far back as your college days? No, not even if you were a pro boxer. There's no way you could defeat a monster like that with one strike. That would be true if this was a match in the ring. But while Kraus' chance to bet on this hope is faint, it does exist. He's betting everything on that hope. You aren't saying, but there's no way that would work out. Kraus, watch me. I'll settle this with a single strike. Oh, how shallow. Okay, now Kraus, don't blow this. I know what you're after. The distance between the two of them is more than 10 meters. If the goat and Kraus both step in with all their strength and settle the fight with a single blow, their power will be double what is normal. Both will crash together, so it's a relative 4 times normal. Even if, on top of that, the strike lands on a weak point for a critical hit, that would only double the power again. Oh, raid. Thorn, thank you for the raid. Hi, raiders. Welcome, welcome. My name is Rysair, tournament organizer and VTuber. I largely play fighting games and VNs on this channel. We are currently deep into Umineko. episode 4. We're trying to finish it tonight. I don't know if I will, but we're definitely trying to finish it tonight. Going long. Get in, get comfy. If you don't want to be spoiled for Umineko, please go take care of yourself. Go have some food. I'll see you another time. If you want to catch up on Umineko, I do have it entirely on my YouTube for what I've played so far. So definitely consider checking that out. There's a little bit of yapping in there too. It's the peakest? Yeah, this scene seems sweet, so that's your last spoiler warning. We're going to get going with it. This is a pretty intense scene. But yes, thank you for the raid. I hope you had a good stream, and welcome in, Raiders. That will only double the power again. In short, Krause's maximum power level of 6 times 8 would be 48 at the most. He might or might not be able to win if he repeated that lucky shot a full 20 times. Huh. If you're killed every time you take a hit and your damage still accumulates, let's see. Perhaps you might finally win when we get to episode 24, yes? This is getting incredibly meta. Vergilia is incredibly meta. It's happening a lot, actually. If only this series could stretch on so long. What was that? Hold on, what was that? 7? Wait, has that number been ticking up? Hold on, has that number at the bottom been ticking up? I just noticed it. Either way, you don't have a slight chance of victory. Hey, seriously, what is that bing bong sound? Let me bet everything on a single strike. You have no reason to hold back together either, Goat-kun. Come at me seriously. He's requesting all that you got. Smash him with a single serious strike and turn him into chunks of meat. Bing bong, 7. Is it an elevator? As the goat got excited and beat its chest over and over, it took a position as though preparing for a sprint. Is that what you wanted? 8. Bet your hopes on the greatest limits of your power level and despair when everyone gets you nowhere? It rang again. What the heck? It's really starting to get on my nerves. Here I go. Ready? The goat howled in response. Then, with a match timing with only the men confronting each other could comprehend, the two leapt forward like bullets shot out of a gun. The men howled, collecting the strength from all over their bodies in one arm each. The goat's fiercely glowing eyes clearly locked onto Krause's face. He could perfectly see a vision of when he would step forwards, when he would punch through Krause and blow him away, and when he would win perfectly. 9. When is it ticking up? Is it every time they say win? It sounds like it's beeping every time they say win. The long, painful days up at that point drifted through the goat's mind. No, that's a 10. What the frick? The long, painful days up at that point drifted through the goat's mind. Those painful days of training when his senpais had picked on him. 11. 12. The long, painful days up to that point drifted through the goat's mind. Those painful days of training when his senpais had picked on him. Those faint glimpses of the warm concern his senpais felt for him. And the joy of that day his power had been acknowledged, when he had been accepted as one of the comrades. 13. I never showed proper respect to my parents. 15. That's right. I did plan to wash my hands of this business when this job was over and return to my hometown. I'm sorry, little goat sister. Your Oni-chan always caused you so much trouble. 16. Is he like some hired mercenary? And I actually have a childhood friend, and I'm going to marry her when I go home. 19. Yeah! Bro, what's happening? Stop tripping all those loser flags. You can't handle that punch, dodge it. It happened the instant before the two crashed and their punches crossed. You fool, Vergilia. Looks like you failed to make a calm and rational decision. You mustn't take that punch. Knock it aside. The very instant the goat's left straight and Krause's right straight crossed, the goat obeyed Vergilia's orders with super fast reflexes and pulled his straight back, repelling Krause's punch. That's right, Vergilia's decision probably had been wise. After all, the number of loser flags amplifies the power level of one's opponent. Loser flags? What are we talking about? That was close. If you had taken that punch after tripping so many loser flags, imagine just how great a force it would have been amplified to. Come on, from there, smash the completely open right side of his face with a right straight. What? That promise about fighting with only your left arm? Oh. Aren't promises made to be broken? 20. God, I tripped another one. I'm disappointed, Vergilia. I think it's analogous to death flags. You really have lost your composure. What's that? How was I not composed by noticing him beforehand and making him avoid it? What? Why is that, Kiri? If they had crashed like that, wouldn't it have been Krause's? I see. Even with 20 loser flags, that's not enough. Krause and the Goats double rush made for ×4. With a miracle as an ally, a firm promise of a critical hit doubled it again for ×8. On top of that, there was an amplification of ×20, equal to the number of loser flags, making for ×160. At a glance, it was an incredible amplification, but even so, Krause's power level was 6. So multiplied by 160, it only made for 960, just barely below the Goat's 1000. That's why I said you weren't composed. It's your blunder. If they had crashed like that, you would have won. Oh, even if that were so, it all comes to the same thing if the right straight smashes Krause's head. Die, Ushumiya Krause. Take this, the strongest strike of the boxing world. After repelling Krause's right straight, the Goat's right straight attacked the right side of Krause's face, which had been left open, but there it crossed Krause's left straight. The two punches crossed, and time stopped as each aimed for the face of the other. To think that it would be time for a simultaneous strike, but his power level stops at ×160, making it 960. It doesn't reach up to my child's 1000. No, Virgilia, it's your loss. Why? You made him repel the first cross counter. Certainly, if another right straight after that were to hit, Krause would probably be in pieces. However, that was crossed. That's no good. Sorry, but this is a complete loss for you and this goat. Why are they talking so normally? A cross counter is 4 times the destructive power of a normal punch. This is common knowledge in the boxing world, is it? And if it's blocked and the right straight hits, then it's a double cross counter with 8 times the destructive power. This is common knowledge in the boxing world. Okay, so rub it in. And if that's crossed, then by principle of leverage, the triple cross would multiply the destructive power by 12. This is also painfully called common knowledge in the boxing world. I'm pretty sure this is common knowledge in the boxing world. Ah, naruhodo. It's even written in a Minme Shobu book. Krause's power level is 6, but rushing from both sides is ×4. The critical hit is ×8, and ×160 for tripping too many loser flags, and then ×12 again for the triple cross counter. Oh, he's at like freaking 90k or something. ×1920. His power level is 11,500. Krause's punch now had the power to easily win the first Tenkaichi Budokai. The result was brought about by Krause's persistence in not giving up on victory until the end, and your pride. Without either, this strength would not exist. You fought well. You may now fall. Nanjo clapped the goat on the shoulder. Why is Nanjo so well versed in this now? Nanjo's kind of chillin'. That's a little sus. Your Oni-chan gave it his all. As the sparkling drops from the goat's eyes scattered, he bent backwards and fell on Virgilia. Hey, get off me! The goat's massive body was too heavy for the slender Virgilia. She wriggled around with it on top of her, but it didn't look like she'd be able to escape. In that instant, the barrier Virgilia had sealed broke. So this seems like... we have to see what the scouter says about Nanjo's power level. It might be infinite. He is so silly. This honestly feels like... the likely case that this is all just like play fighting, and like Kinzo is actually just trying to find a successor by doing this really elaborate like RP, this RP scenario on the island, and everybody's just like, honestly, if he's probably just like flat out like, if you can come up with any real weird funky rules. They're playing like Recess Dragon Ball, right? Where like you're like, nuh-uh, my barrier is energy resistant and therefore it doubles back at you, and they're like, well, nuh-uh, I have 7 Dragon Balls and I wish that you couldn't use barriers, right? Like you know, like that schoolyard like Dragon Ball or anime or whatever, like play fighting. It almost feels like Krause has all the people doing that on the island and buying into it, and winner wins the succession. Don't take it personally. It was the principle of leverage that led to your defeat. I wonder how the principle of leverage applied to that counter. It's an eternal mystery. Let's escape while we can. You take care too, Goat-san. Well, then excuse us, Virgilia. Bow. Wait, get off me! Because Vergilia's acting all goofy like Kumasawa might. After that, there was nothing to block their way. They ran intently through the underground passage. That was pretty good. That shines some light onto like some of the logic of this island though right now. Jessica had finally been cornered with the wall at her back. Renov advanced with his magic circle wall bit by bit and would probably crush her against the other wall eventually. Considering the distance, she threw out her fist. This would be her final strike. Ooh! Wait, what if everybody was play fighting on the island for the family conference to determine who the successor was, entertaining Kinzo, and someone took it too far and actually killed or injured one of the other family members, and then had to just bite the bullet and like actually kill everybody, and that's what actually happened on Rokujima. That one makes a lot of sense. And so when people tell the stories, they frame it in the context of all this magical stuff, but really it was just like, you know, someone actually like threw a knife at somebody else, like thinking they would dodge it, and they didn't. And they took a knife to the head and then died. And then everybody freaked out and started actually killing each other. Considering the distance, she threw out her fist. This would be her final strike. Jessica dealt out many punches so far. The wall wasn't invincible. Wait, did I miss exceedingly rare George cool moment? Yeah, you did. Ultra Fist, thank you for the follow. Hi, welcome. Yeah, the George moment was sweet. The wall wasn't invincible. It had already started to crack, and it wouldn't be strange for it to smash anymore. However, due to the rebounding damage, Jessica also had cuts all over her body and was worn out. Please, put a stop to this. I don't intend to crush you. It's up to Master to decide how to deal with you. However, I also intend to congratulate you especially for your good fight. Quit fucking around. Not yet. It isn't over yet. You have wounds all over your body. It's all you can manage just to stand, is it not? You model? Thank you. All credit to my artist. It seems you plan on putting all your strength into the final stroke. However, that final strike will be fatal for you. The damage reflected by Renov's magic circle wall was proportional to the strength of the attack. Jessica's all-out punch would be bounced back onto her. The more all-out she went, the more suicidal it would be for Jessica. I get it. I know that. I am warning you. Stop this now. This is for your own good. Stop bluffing. Your wall is already about to break, right? I can tell the feel of it after punching it so much, okay? That was a fact. Renov's wall was already on the verge of breaking, and on top of that, Jessica's fists had been imbued with an unimaginable magic attack power by now, and their destructive strength defied the imagination. In the worst case, that destructive power might even pierce the defensive wall, smash Renov as well, and create an expansion connecting this room to the next. However, that damage would rebound on Jessica as well, and she wouldn't escape unharmed. I will say it just one more time. Stop. I say this out of consideration for you. Shut the fuck up. Prepare yourself. Jessica howled. Putting all the strength of her greatest and final destructive power into her fist, she roared. Bang. The three goats had been beaten down long ago. Without straining to breathe in the slightest, George cautiously closed the distance between him and Gap. He was after her. He was planning on bringing her down with a single strike. Gap was also aiming for a single strike. If she let that chance slide, she would be killed this time. Aren't you going to use your pitfalls? Ugh. Even the tiny opening during the time it took to open the hole would prove fatal with George as an opponent right now. Gap cautiously calculated the distance and timing, but even as she did, George closed the gap between them. If you won't come, I will. Go ahead. There's no point in cheap tricks anymore. I'll settle it with this kick of mine. For an instant, she thought George's body blurred, and then only his jacket was floating in the air. The moment she thought, darkness covered Gap, George, with his heel swung up high, was attacking from the sky like a massive dragon. It worked. This is my victory, Ushimiya George. Huh? Gap opened a vast pitfall with her in the center, swallowing up George along with herself. The two were swallowed up by the pitfall and spat out from the ceiling of the arbor. But it was Gap. It was what Gap had been after, so she alone landed lightly. However, there was another pitfall in George's landing spot. Oh, the layers. Gotcha, Ushimiya George. It was fun. So die. The Ushimiya family headship would be wasted on the likes of you. So I'll finish you right here, right now. George once again fell from the ceiling of the arbor. He had probably been dropped the same distance as falling off the roof of a 2-story building. In the sky, he could not control his posture in any way. It was impossible to resist or defend or avoid. As Gap spun like a whirlwind, she concentrated all of her energy on the sharp tip of her stiletto heel. This was the final strike to perform his requiem. The final strike of the queen bee that would bore into heaven, knocking him down into the true abyss. Welcome to the abyss. This is the end of the line for you. She closed in on her prey and struck her foot up to the sky. This time she saw George's face. Even though he was in midair, he was calmly adjusting his glasses with the middle finger of his right hand. Chaos function. And his posture was still preserved as if that of an axe kick. Without the faintest deviation, he aimed for Gap's forehead. I had already hypothesized this move would come up. Oh yeah, INTJ. If I jumped to make the person on the ground taste my heel, my posture would have collapsed long ago. However, my posture hasn't collapsed in the slightest. Do you know why? You don't mean... From the very beginning, I aimed to make a person 2 stories below taste my heel. Huh? It's your loss, miss. Ding dong. What? The final strongest punch that Jessica had raised. Oh no. Oh no. It was sucked into a black large hole that had suddenly opened on the wall. Well, I did tell you to stop. They're gonna hit each other. Oh no, that's so cheap. Come on. This is... Actually, I wasn't even close to being in a pinch. Sorry. Jessica's fist had gone for George's stomach, and George's axe kick lined up on Jessica's head. The shocking destructive power imbued in Jessica's fist crushed George's organs and scattered the abdomen. The same destructive power in George's kick smashed half of Jessica's head and scattered its contents in the same manner. And this is the second Twilight now? I'm pissed. Actually, crazy that you called that. I mean, as soon as she got portaled, it was like, fuck. And this is the second Twilight now. Didn't I tell you about a witch's acting prowess? Hey, Beto, what do you think? Were you watching? Oh, God. That is a really good bait and switch. Beto, I don't even want to look at you right. I don't even want to look at you right now, Beto. Just as planned. You really do get it, Gap. Woohoo! Beto and Gap casually high-fived each other, and the crowd goes wild. Thanks, Renove. Thanks for the gift. I'll return Jessica's corpse. Separate the corpses of the two who are close. Does that mean the second Twilight is over? Gap dropped Jessica's corpse through a pitfall, and all the chunks were thrown into Jessica's room. As carelessly as throwing something in the trash, Jessica's corpse and lumps of flesh fell from the ceiling and poured all over her room. Renove shook his head slightly at this gruesome change of scenery. My apologies, Jessica. I did warn you. However, the true art of us demons, that is, foreseeing this conclusion and giving you advice I knew you wouldn't listen to, really isn't something a human could understand. It really was fun, kid, but you play with words a bit too much. It's maybe about time I start fighting back, really the best you've got. Are you trying to be someone from a light novel or something? In the arbor, brutally decorated by George and Jessica's scattered blood and guts, Gap enjoyed a loud laugh for a while. But she quickly realized that, in all seriousness, this was a little too filthy and undignified, and she snapped her fingers. She's undoing it? As she did, a cloud of gold butterflies rose up around her, stuck to each of the bits of bloodstains and dropped them. Then George's corpse returned, bit by bit, and the brutal corpse with its guts torn out was repaired into a clean corpse that looked like it was sleeping. Was this some kind of act of sportsmanship toward a dead rival? The heavens were split. Because Gap had lifted her leg high, pointed at the sky. See ya, lover boy. This is game over for real. Without a trace of mercy, that foot stepped down and was buried into George's forehead. The stiletto heel that was sharp as a weapon pierced George's forehead. With a blop, it was pulled out. It was like a mark proving that Gap certainly had finished him by her own hand. Lame. Renove also returned Jessica's corpse to its original form, and unlike how it had been with George, he restored Jessica's life. Ugh. What in the world is this? A dream? No, that is wrong. You certainly did pass away, Jessica. You should be well aware of the memory in your final moments. Jessica's mind was burning. For some reason, she remembered being thrown somewhere and having George's heel smash her head. Am I alive? No, you are dead. With my magic, that will only be postponed for a scant 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, the magic will end, and you will return to being a tragic corpse with half its head crushed. What? Death is brutal. In most cases, you aren't even given the time to ready your heart. But to praise you for fighting so bravely, I've decided to give you this time. Perhaps you should sort out your regrets from this world in those 3 minutes. I can also decide to take you along with me during those 3 minutes. But the power that had burned through Jessica's body until a second ago had been completely lost. Jessica was aware of that herself. This is actually really making me think it's like a roleplay game that they're doing on the island. She was already dead. And that is all for me. If you would excuse me. It was fun, Jessica. Renove turned his form into a cloud of gold butterflies and disappeared. All that remained was the sound of the wind and rain and the figure of Jessica as she crouched down, leaning against the wall. Jessica could tell. She probably really would revert to the corpse she had been after 3 minutes. Was there really anything she could do in those 3 minutes? She stood up and with a shaky gait took the phone that was on the desk. Hello? Is that Jessica? Jessica? What is it? Heh, they got me. Did you get injured? Are you okay? I'll come to save you. No, it's already too late. I'm already dead. Or so they say. By the time you get here, Battler, I'll be a corpse with half its head split open. Crap. That old geezer. Wait there, I'm coming, right now. Listen to me, Battler. Listen closely, okay? Now I totally see why Goda and Kumasawa were evasive about the time the 6 in the dining hall got killed. Those guys aren't human. Huh? What are you talking about? I saw it. So what am I supposed to do? These guys warp and set up barriers? They do whatever they want, okay? It's like some kind of manga, an anime. We seriously can't keep up. From the very beginning, fighting was useless. They really aren't opponents that you'll be able to fight with that hat stand spear you're so proud of. A line of blood dripped down from Jessica's forehead. Thank you for the headband. George is done for too. That was an instant death. Next test is yours, Battler. I wonder if your test will go the same way as ours. Be careful and don't misunderstand. You mean about the test? No. Don't misunderstand and assume that your enemy's human. The enemy isn't human. Jessica and George just lost to Renove and Gap. They're demons that can freely wield a terrifying magic. No matter what, don't get the wrong idea about that. Be careful. A line of blood dropped down from Jessica's mouth as well. The left half of her head started hurting. Jessica realized that she was about to return to the corpse she had been. When 13 people die, the Golden Witch will revive. 6 were killed, including Mom. That's the first Twilight. Then George and I were killed for the second. So 5 more are killed. The ceremony will be complete and the witch will revive. I hope Dad and the rest are safe. If they aren't, the one to test you might be the resurrected Beatrice herself. Battler already didn't understand what Jessica was saying, but from her tone, he realized that she knew she was about to die. So even though he didn't understand the situation, he urged her to give it her all. I said I'm already dead. See ya. It looks like it's time. Good luck on your test. I hope you can become the head. What an awesome scene. Oh my god. My eyes. Jessica. Hey, answer me. Battler's sorrowful voice could be heard from the dangling receiver, and she leaned against the wall in that corner, crouched down. Jessica's head had been half smashed. This place is... Is this a well? Where is this? Kiri stuck her face out of the well, and then Kraus showed himself too. When he realized that he could see the back of the mansion and beyond a grove of trees, Kraus knew more or less where they were. To think that in here, in a certain well, there had been a hidden underground passage which led to a hidden mansion. This really is a tough on the old body. I usually come up from a different spot with real stairs. If you just unlock it. I will ask you to tell me about the layout of this place in detail later, Nanjo. Shannon, are you okay? Grab hold. I'm fine. Shannon, quickly. Shannon climbed up a ladder out of a shaft that was disguised as a well. It was probably quite deep. When he looked down the first time, he realized how far he'd come up. Oh no. Firing. Bang. As Cannon was about to finally crawl out of the well, a hole the size of a basketball opened up in his chest. Everyone there looked through the hole in Cannon's chest to the scenery beyond. Cannon. Ne-san. Cannon slumped backwards. Oop. Cannon slumped backwards and was swallowed up in the depths of the well. Everyone run. The Chester sisters. They've locked on. We can't avoid them. Run. Let's at least one of us remain alive. At that time, Kraus, Kiri, and Nanjo certainly saw a golden curved line appear from the well and sew itself through the side of Shannon's head. Shannon! Her head had been pierced. The three had witnessed it perfectly until it had shot out the opposite side, blowing it away. Shannon fell to her knees, blood gushing from both sides of her head, and flopped to the ground. Whoa! They're after us. Run! We'll be killed. Run. As Nanjo doubled over in shock, shunned by how Shannon had died, the Chester sisters did not allow him to escape. A curved line again appeared from the well and pierced Nanjo's forehead to the back of his head in an instant, sewing through him. Thump. And so Nanjo passed away. So this is the rest of the Twilights. Where's the enemy coming from? We're being sniped. I don't know where from, but they've honed in on us perfectly. Let's escape into the mansion. Block their field of vision. The two dashed toward the back door of the mansion. Then right as Kraus was about to shut the door behind him, a golden curved line appeared for the fourth time, piercing Kraus from the back of his head, and his forehead smashed that forehead. Oh, he's dead. Kraus's body leaned over, fell down, and drew a neat radial pattern with the inside of his head. Kiri ran wildly through the hallway, flew into some room, and locked the door. But even so, she wasn't remotely convinced that this had saved her life. She would probably die soon. This was apparently one of the guest rooms. At that moment, Kiri's eyes fell on the phone in a side table. After hanging up the call from Jessica, Battler had been about to dash out. In that instant, the phone rang. Hello? Kiri? Yes, Battler. I got lucky. I managed to escape the dungeon. I really did have luck on my side. Where are you? Is everyone okay? Over here, it looks like Jessica and George are... Listen, I probably won't be alive for long. At that time, right after she thought the keyhole of the locked door might have glowed gold, a gold curved line drawing a helix. No, a golden sewing thread penetrated in from there at incredible speed and bored a hole into the floor by Kiri's feet. Oh, that's unusual. The enemy, who sniped the other four one after another with extraordinary skill, apparently really does have trouble shooting me between the eyes with a single shot while I'm holed up in this room. But the next strike will probably hit. At this point, Kiri finally remembered the first massive killing in the dining hall. That's right. That's what killed Rudolph and the rest, all 6 of them. Listen, Battler, I'm gonna tell you everything exactly as I saw it. I'm sure you'll think there's something wrong with my head. It's okay for you to think that. Even I still haven't sorted out what it was I saw. Today, after you all returned to the guest house, the family conference began in the dining hall. And I'll tell you everything that happened next. Listen until the end without butting in. That call might be suddenly cut off partway through. If it does at that time, I'll be dead. Kiri. Then Kiri spoke about Kinzo appearing and the family conference starting. About the 6 being killed and the 5 of them being confined. About how she had escaped somehow and ran away to where she was now. And how everyone had finally been killed. It was all spoken dispassionately, with no dramatization, just as she'd seen it. She even spoke about how everyone except her had been killed, and how she had observed the moments of all of their deaths, and how even now, someone was trying to kill her. Actually, even while we've been talking, I've been attacked 3 times. Something like a strange gold thread keeps flying in through the keyhole, spinning around and aiming for me. First it was by my feet, next close to my shoulders. Just now it grazed my ear. Its aim is getting more and more accurate. Looks like it's right between my eyes pretty soon. Run, Kiri. Run away. Where to? I've run this far. Shut myself into a room and even locked the door, right? Now that I'm still being pursued, just where can I hide? Hey. Kiri. Hey, Battler. Are Jessica and George still alive? Not long ago, I got a phone call from Jessica. It sounded like they were done for. Thought so. Yeah, when we were being killed one after the other, I kind of had a premonition. I thought that perhaps the second twilight had been finished in the ceremony of killing 13 people before our twilights had been reached. In short, when I die, that's 13 people. That way the ceremony is complete. The Golden Witch, Beatrice, will resurrect. I wonder what in the world will happen. On this island filled with demons and witches and swarming with goat monsters, I wonder just what will happen when even the leader of them all, the Golden Witch, appears. Right now, I don't have a clue what's going on anymore. Kiri's voice had completely given up on her own life, because Battler understood that he couldn't stop the tears. There's just one thing I can advise you on. What? If a demon or a witch does appear in front of you, yeah? There's no need whatsoever to doubt whether it's real or not. Understand that this is what it seems to be. Okay, Beatrice, nice little trick here. I see through this a mile away. No, ma'am. I will not believe that it's a witch immediately when it presents itself. Nice emotional little approach here, Beatrice. You might think there might be some trick, or that there's some true nature hidden behind it. If you have the time to think of something like that, it'd be much more constructive to plan out how not to damage the mood of whatever you're facing. Even mistakenly, you must not say, in that case, try showing me magic. Because to prove that, they'll probably use an even crueler way than before. To show you. I can't believe it. Even if I hear something like that coming from your mouth, I can't believe it. I understand. I understand why you can't believe. So that's why I can give you this advice. Believe. Nope, nope, nope. You're telling me to believe in Beatrice and demons and witches and monsters. This is just like episode 3, when Beatrice sacrificed herself to try to be buddy-buddy with Battler. This is the exact same tactic. Even after being shown things not of this world so clearly, I think we weren't able to believe any of it. I'm still like that now. The true form of this thing that keeps attacking me, trying to shoot through my forehead, is something I don't understand. And I can't believe it. So, I want you alone to believe, to understand, to accept the existence of what we couldn't accept. If you do that for me, our deaths won't be wasted. And it'll also been worth it for me to make this phone call. Kiri, I'm still okay. It scratched me, but it missed again. It looks like I probably won't get another chance. Thank you. And goodbye, Battler. I treated you coldly sometimes because you were Asuma's son. Forgive me for those days. What do you mean, forgive you? Right now, you are a mother to me, Kiri. Ow. As I felt as though I'd heard an incredible sound at the other end of the receiver, then a noisy clacking sound, as though the receiver had fallen to the floor. Kiri. Kiri did not answer through the phone again. End. Wow, that was a lot. Wow, 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 wow. GG's. Okay. So obviously I'm not buying that bit about Kiri saying believe. I think that's bait being laid by Beatrice to get Battler in the game to believe. Okay. That was a really long chapter. I'm going to take a short commercial break. I'm going to refill my coffee. Decaf this time. Just so I can get a little bit going. But not full caffeinated coffee. And then we'll do the next chapter. We'll see how this goes. Hey Mo, how's it going? Hope you're good. Fungus. Okay, where are we at here? Everyone's dead. Thank you for your patience while I was AFK. Okay. I don't know why you're mad, Battler. You don't? Everyone was killed. I'm very good. I haven't played this game at all, but I'm here to support you. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so we're toward the end of episode 4, which is about halfway through the entire series. It's been really good so far. By that old geezer. Who was saying something crazy about Beatrice's resurrection ceremony? So by now, 13 people have been offered as sacrifices. And it's already time for Beatrice to revive, right? Yeah, that sounds great. I'll find her too and kill them both. We've survived the ceremony, so we'll all receive an invitation to the Golden Land from Beatrice. Over there, all wishes will be granted. If having your family killed is painful, then you just have to resurrect them. That's what I plan to do. I'll revive the really, really nice real mama, the one who isn't possessed by a black witch. So mama will always be with me. There won't be any more overtime or working on days off. She'll always be with me and think only of me. And she'll always fight against fearsome enemies for my sake. There's something wrong with you. Why are you saying something so incomprehensible in a situation like this? Didn't Kiri just tell you, Battler? Didn't she tell you? To believe in the witch? Fuck. There's no time to get in an argument with you over something like this. Now there are no hostages or anything. Anyone left alive. This weird, shitty ceremony game is already over. Let me do what I want now. Someone might still be alive. Or someone might be hiding. I'll search everywhere. I'll find them and I'll beat the shit out of them. In a rage, Battler grabbed his hat, stand spear, and flew out of the room. Maria watched him go, looking bored. Even though Beatrice will grant our wishes soon anyways. Stupid Battler. At that time, the phone rang again. Maria stood up and grabbed the receiver. Ooh. Hello? Oh, it's Beatrice. That's the only person she would respond to like that. Of course, the sound of the phone also reached Battler's ears, and he was about to dash out of the house. In a violent forcefulness, he turned around and dashed into the cousin's room. Maria! Who was on the phone? With a terrifying look on his face, Battler yelled at Maria, who was on the phone. You couldn't blame him. Right now, the only humans left alive on the island were himself, Maria, Goda, and Kumasawa. But there was no way those two could be called after locking up in the garden storehouse. which meant there was only one person left. Had to be Kinzo. After continuing her pleasant chat with the person on the other end of the phone for a while, Maria slowly turned to face Battler. Then, with an unsettling expression on her face, she laughed. It almost felt as though the person on the other end of the line was chatting about Battler. Maria, who was on the phone? Grandfather? Battler couldn't imagine that this was the case. After all, it was inconceivable that Maria would talk intimately with Kinzo, and that she would be chatting about Battler with that eerie smile on her face. Just what kind of person could be on the phone? Who could make Maria chat with a smile like that? At that time, in the back of his mind, the words Kiri had spoken to him drifted up. If a witch does appear, there's no need to doubt it. Just believe that it exists. Yeah, Battler just came back. He sure is jumpy. Maria, who's on the phone? Hand it over. Sure. Here, Battler. After getting the consent of the person on the other end, she held out the receiver to Battler. Here. Maria held the receiver out for him to take, as though it was perfectly normal. Battler hesitated just a bit before taking the receiver. After all, by accepting the existence of the person on the other end, he'd have no choice but to acknowledge them. As Kiri said, there is no longer any need to doubt that they exist. Gotta be Beatrice. Battler took the receiver. As he did, Maria briskly left the room. A Battler, who was a bit scared to find out for sure who was at the other end of the receiver, questioned Maria before taking the call. Hey, where are you going? To where my test is. I wonder who the next Ushiromiya family head will be, Battler or me? Don't go. You'll be killed. I won't be killed. The ceremony is already over. And even if I am killed, I'll just be revived. Whether one of us becomes the head or not, we'll already be invited to the Golden Land. See ya. Wait, Maria. Battler stretched out his hand to Maria's back as she left, but the cord on the receiver he was gripping stopped him, like a chain. He readied himself. Battler put the receiver to his ear. Incoming. She's gonna let the biggest Ushiromiya Battler rip.
Congratulations! I'm fine!
Amazing. She is just perfect. So good. Screwed up, mocking English filled his ears. It was the voice of a woman he didn't know. Who was it? The inside of his head was starting to freeze up. Who was it? What do you mean, who is it? Normally you'd answer, yes, I'm fine. Right? It takes me back. You do that one in middle school, right? That thing you do in pairs? You are insane. Who are you? Answer me. Say it in English. Isn't that your specialty? Come on, don't fuck with me. Who are you? An underling of that damn geezer? Underling is a mean way to say it, is it not? At least say prisoner. And Kinzo is my prisoner, right? She's off the goop. That last laugh didn't sound like it was aimed at Battler. It was almost as though Kinzo was right next to the phone, cackling as well. Say your name. Who are you? Guess right, and you can win a free trip to Hawaii. Finally. Finally. Beatrice has come back to Rokkenjima. It was so long, the days leading up to today were really long. I seriously waited 1,000 years for today. I owe it to you, my big resurrection. Thank you, Kinzo. Just for you, I'll lend an ear to that last. I'll take that move back of yours. My. Aren't you getting a tad too excited? Couldn't you act a bit more ladylike? Kinzo and Beatrice sat facing each other over the chessboard on the reception table. She is your main for sure, 100%. I've come to love this character. I don't know how you can't. She's so sick. There was an expensive cheese and snacks to go with drinks, and there were several empty wine bottles lined up. As Beatrice rolled around on the sofa in an uneasy way, she happily held a wine glass in one hand, and was probably completely drunk. I'm in the best mood today, so here's a huge bonus for you. Hey, Kinzo. Don't use Chateau Petrus as a decoration. It's from 1947, right? If you don't open it today, just when do you plan on opening it? Let's drown ourselves in it and play. Then let's whack each other with the empty bottles. He's off the goop. Hey, Reith, how you doing? He has Cersei vibes. Cersei's another one of my favorites. I know that's like bad to say. I don't know. I'd make a horrible heterosexual. I would. Well, I guess arguably I don't do great on the other side either, because I always fall for people that are not good for me. But if it were women, it would be even worse. I can say that pretty confidently. How amusing! You're too excited, and you're letting loose too much. What about you, Kinzo? Aren't you happy to be reunited with me? Ah, it's the living world, the earthly world. Long live my flesh. Bonsai. What are you going on about? Are you saying that you're Beatrice or something?
Yes! Oh, okay.
Thanks to Kinzo's 13-person murder ceremony, I've finally been resurrected. It's nice having a mouth. It's nice having a tongue. Been doing some coral grinding? Heck yeah. That character is so sick. How fun is it to be able to talk to you like this? Come to think of it, even though we slapped each other with abuse so many times, over and over again, this is the first time we've had a conversation like this on the board during the game, isn't it? How very fresh. Oh, did you hear that pop sound just now? He opened it. He seriously opened the chateau. You know how much a single bottle of that costs? Almost as much as a whole 10-kilogram ignant, you see? Cut the crap. Beatrice, the golden witch, you say? Give it a rest. Where are you? Is that damn geezer with you too? I'll beat the shit out of both of you. Where are you now? Answer me. Oh, so you want to meet me? It's tough being such a popular woman. But please, don't try to chat me up with Kinzo around, okay? This guy gets seriously jealous, and he has a bad temper. But when Kinzo isn't around and we're all alone, I'll love you all you want in secret, okay? You are insane. Kinzo, I've changed my mind. I won't do Maria's test. You go. How fickle. So you're saying you'll do Battler's test? Nothing wrong with that, right? That guy's so much like a younger you that it makes my heart race. Don't worry, I won't cheat on you. This will be the only time I'll be alone with him. I'll always be alone with you in bed. Oh my god, gross. But, oh my god, no more tying me to the bed with a collar? Kinzo, what the fuck? Well then, Battler, I, the Golden Witch Beatrice, will be conducting your test myself. As for the place, yes, let's make it the front entrance to this mansion. Battler, make sure you try seriously hard in this test to become the successor, okay? I mean, Kinzo's practically dead on his feet. If you become his successor, you'll be the new owner of everything on this island. If it's you, I wouldn't mind becoming all yours, see? Rule over me just like Kinzo did, okay? The front entrance of the mansion? Perfect. You drunk bastard. I'll sober you up. I'll fix your hangover with a burning punch. Prepare yourself. Battler impulsively slammed the receiver down. There was no need to talk through it anymore. I'll meet her face to face and settle this. Banger. I took the spear I'd made from the hat stand and went outside without even an umbrella. Hard to imagine that a young woman calling herself Beatrice is waiting for me, alone. I should probably assume that, as Goda and the rest said, she'll be waiting with supporting troops. Going alone would be too reckless. Goda, Kumasawa, it's me, Battler. I headed for the gardening storehouse first. I need all the help I can get. Goda is big, so I can probably count on him for some firepower. Kumasawa's knowledge and familiarity with the terrain as a senior servant might become a huge weapon. Both of them have master keys, and they know more about the mansion than I do. They'll be pretty reliable allies. As I banged on the shutter and called out for them to open it, I remembered that there was nothing they could do from the inside. I would have to get a key back from them before opening the door. I rounded the corner, knocked on the small latticed window there and opened it. Goda, Kumasawa, it's Battler. Come on, get up, hey. Are they dead? The scene in the shed, lit by a dim light bulb, was very strange. Goda. Kumasawa. From a low ceiling beam hung 2 thick ropes. And at the end, Goda and Kumasawa, they hung themselves. It was dim and cramped because of the various pieces of equipment strewn about, so I couldn't make it out the situation clearly. But when they showed not even a tremor after I called out to them, and because of the way the loops around their necks seemed to carry the full weight of their bodies, I could sense no trace of life from them. You gotta be kidding me, right? Why? The shutter was still closed, and there was only a single key, which had supposedly been given to Goda-san. So how had the culprit opened the shutter and killed both of them inside? No, wait, they weren't necessarily killed. If this is suicide, that way, this closed room makes sense, but I don't know why they would hang themselves and commit suicide. Feebly, I slumped down on the spot. Now the only humans alive on the island are me, Maria, and that damn geezer. No, there's also this insane woman calling herself Beatrice. There's Maria, who had acted like the witch's ally from the beginning, and that geezer, the ringleader who revived the witch. And the witch herself. What the hell? By now I might as well be the only one on this island. Using my pole as a cane, I feebly rose. Damn, I can't do it like this. I've got to avenge everyone. Damn it, it's useless this way. It's all useless. Damn it. Might as well cry while I can, so that my frail emotions will be squeezed out with my tears. Then I straightened up and gazed into the darkness in the direction of the mansion. At the entrance to the mansion, the witch is waiting. I'll go and settle this. I'll find the source of this weird, insane night and crush her with my own hands. Amidst the pouring rain, I walked through the rose garden without an umbrella, letting myself get soaked. I could see the arbor on the other side. According to Jessica, it seemed that George had also been killed. Well, by that point, there's no need to worry about the lives of any hostages. I left the path, aiming for the arbor. Then, I saw George's weather-beaten corpse. George is dead. Corpse was found in the rose garden arbor. There was a single hole right in the center of his forehead. Probably reasonable to assume he was shot with a gun. I saw George Aniki's weather-beaten corpse. Aniki. Damn. The corpse was in front of the arbor. If he had died under the arbor, he might have at least been spared being beaten down by the rain. In Aniki's forehead was a gaping hole, as though he'd been shot with a gun. Perhaps because the rain washed everything away, his face wasn't covered with blood, so he looked almost like he was sleeping. However, his clothes were stained in deep red, and there were still signs that a large amount of blood had flown out. How happy I'd be if it were sleeping, whilst pretending to be dead. But even though the rain sprayed against Aniki's eyes, they remained open, and the hole in his forehead was no joke, but absolutely real. There had been a faint chance that even Goda and Kumasawa hanging by their necks in the gardening shed could have been them playing a bad joke, but that naive possibility had now been completely denied. And, as I looked to the corpse, I became completely sure, just as Goda had once said, the enemy had come to take the lives like pieces on a chessboard. There's no mistake. It seems that old geezer and the witch really don't view our lives as anything more than that. That damn witch said something over the phone. Something about it being on the game board. Perfect. I see. She thinks this is a game. Then, if you killed everyone like it was a game, it's okay if I kill you like it's a game, right? Prepare yourself, Beatrice. The lightning caused the mansion's vast shadow to rise up. Finally, the mansion. As the massive shape came into view, there was no silhouette of any person. It seemed that there weren't any underlings waiting for me in a pack, or anything like that. According to Kiri-san, there were massive amounts of attendants with goat heads. At least for now, I couldn't sense a large group of them hiding and staring at me. What's this? Beneath the roof of the entrance, there's something set down. What is this? A box? It looked like some kind of small box that girls often keep trinkets in. Or maybe it was the same kind of extravagant cigar case you'd find in a reception room. Either way, it didn't look like something that should be here. It clearly looked as though I was being told to open it. But for some reason, opening something being offered to me was irritating. However, it didn't look like we'd get anywhere if I didn't open it. Could it be that this is set up with some trap to make it explode? Thinking things like that, forgetting even to come over the under the overhang, I continued to glare at the box, still beating down upon by the rain. Then, mixed in with the thunder was some kind of music. Sounded like it. It announced the tone of the big clock in the hall, announcing 2400 midnight. It was also a sound announcing that this insane day, October 4th, had finally ended, and that the much more incredibly insane day of October 5th had begun. The sound quieted, and I could hear an eerie laugh coming out of nowhere. I get the feeling that the voice was coming from the heavens as I looked up at the sky. What I saw there was a woman I'd never seen before. No, it's not true that I've never seen her before. I saw her once today. Yes, in that portrait inside the mansion. The clothes were different, but that face was just like the witch of the portrait. Who am I kidding? I already know who this person is. Are you Beatrice? From the second floor balcony, leaning out under an umbrella and waving high-spiritedly, was, without a doubt, the witch of the portrait, Beatrice. Was the plan for the boss to take a bird's-eye view and let the goat underlings torture me to death? I adjusted my grip on the spear, and, imagining goats creeping out of the nearby shadows in the entrance and surrounding me, I raised my guard in all directions. Be at ease, there's no one here but you and me, see? No goat furniture, no demon butlers or teacher, not even the demon who's my close friend. There's none of the gold butterflies that compose my flesh, no magic circles, and no summoners as witnessed. Do you know what that means? No, quit babbling. It's true that I have met you several times, even in this world, almost as though we just missed each other. As you know, this world of humans is filled with a toxin, just by your existence and your doubting of me. Almost like a solid rampart strengthening the guard around you, the king. And through multiple games, I have advanced pieces one by one, split them apart, and cornered them, leveling your ramparts bit by bit. Then a faint crack finally opened, and I sent a bishop in, so that it could approach right up next to you. But as you know, bishops are pieces with blind spots. As long as you stay on the black squares, a bishop on black can wield a massive influence. But if you escape just one step away to a white square, even if I close in right next to you, I will not be able to touch you. That is why I have progressed through this game by sending in various pieces to prevent you from staying on a white square, forcing you out in front of me, the one who controls the black squares next to you. However, there are now holes opened all over your ramparts, and I was able to send in not a bishop, but a full queen. Do you know what kind of piece a queen is? It's a rook plus a bishop. Is that what you're trying to say? That now, you not only control the black squares that are part of the illusion of the witch, but have been able to eat into the white squares of the human world as well? That is correct. You have been calling the squares with gold butterflies that are my minions the illusion of the witch, and you have denied them as unobservable unrealities, right? I know. For that very reason, I have openly descended to the white squares like this. Do not worry. I'll call plenty of gold butterflies and goats, demons and witches later. If you wish, I'll invite you to the Golden Land. There, any wish can be granted. It's starting to look like someone knocked an ink bottle over the chessboard of this island. I see. A pleasant phrasing. Soon, you will be covered in ink as well. You will finally become covered with pitch black, and will surely become a black king. You really are pitiful, drowning in a sea of ink right now, aren't you? No, that's wrong. I'll admit that the island has been stained completely black from your ink bottle, but there's still a white square left. Oh? Where? Right under my feet. Your ink of magic tried to cover the entire island, but it can't cover the ground my feet are standing on. A king? He definitely brings up height a lot. Whoa, he is really tall. Even if this island seems to be stained pitch black at a glance, I am me. I am here stepping on a white square. It's strange. Until a second ago, I was shivering all over. But now that she's appeared openly right before my eyes like this, my terror has actually lessened. Interesting. Ghosts are most terrifying when you can only sense them. When you can see them, and they have a face you can plant your fist into, there's nothing scary about it. However, she definitely isn't an interesting or a friendly person. She can kill me instantly by snapping her fingers while rolling around giggling. Whether we interpret the result of her snapping her fingers as magic flying at me, or underlings showing up to shoot me, it doesn't matter. Anyway, whether this is fantasy or mystery, Yeah, that queen is in a position where she can kill me just by snapping her fingers. I see. So does this mean she's the queen of this island? Who reigns over both white and black squares? Well then, it might be amusing to wait until you catch a cold in all that rain, but it's about time to move to the matter at hand. Can you see the box down there? Your test is inside of it. Wait, after all that's happened, I'm not interested in some stupid game about who will become the successor. My game is to take you and that damn geezer, and all you guys who killed everyone, and smack him with a giant punch. One of those face crushers. Oh. So you will fly through the air up to my balcony? Very well, very well. Then look, come right now. Here, come. Damn. You're acting so carefree just because you're in a completely safe place. I'm coming over there right now, so prepare yourself and wait for me. No. The door is locked. Of course, the shutters are down for all the windows. My castle isn't so fragile that a single knight like you could break in. I tried opening the door to the entrance anyways, but it really was locked. When I looked around, I noticed that the shutters were closed on the windows after all. Normally, those wouldn't be closed. Looks like you're prepared for everything. Where's the key? Goda and Kumasawa probably had master keys, but they were in the closed room of the gardening shed. I can only give up for now. Damn. Guess she's no fool herself. Do you really want to be right beside me so much? Alright, if you impressively pass your test, why don't I grant you an audience? If you pass, then you'll become the successor and my new master. My flesh and soul will be yours to do with as you please. For I am no more than the Ushirimiya family's furniture. Interesting. Well, it looks like you want to make this test no matter what. Okay, I'll give it a shot. If I pass, my first prize will be a punch to your face. Oh, scary, scary. But it's not like I mind being controlled by violence, you see. Grab onto my head. Make my face twist in pain. Tear me apart like a hawk does with its talons. Scratch at me. Trample me. Remind me of Kinzo in his younger days once more. The single time in my 1,000-year life. Remind me of that day I was taught the joy of being controlled, surrendering and being reduced to furniture. You're damn drunk. We aren't getting anywhere. Ignoring the stupidly smiling witch, I picked up the box. Yes, open it. Inside is a letter. Read it. I opened it. There was a faint smell of cigarettes. Apparently it really had originally been a cigar case, but there was no cigarettes or cigars inside. Instead, there was a Western envelope with the one-winged eagle crest. And when I opened that too, there was a letter inside. I looked up at the witch. She was grinning down at me. It seemed she was looking forward to seeing what kind of reaction I'd have to the contents. Bam. Just perfect. Its contents were something like this. Among the 3 mentioned below, in order to gain 2, sacrifice 1. Your life? Blank's life. Everyone else's lives. Who could blank be? Angie? If you do not choose 1, all of the above will be lost. So it's the same test. But who could be the blank? What's this? Some pretty creepy stuff's written here. More importantly, the second one's blank, so I don't know whose life it's supposed to be. Indeed. That second one is where you put the name of the one the test taker loves most. For Jessica's test, it was Canon. For George, it was Shannon. Since they had obvious feelings for certain people, the names were written in beforehand. But I don't know whom you have feelings for. So I don't know whose name to write and left it blank. That's perfect. I love you, Beatrice. I'll stick your name here. In that case, I'll choose the second choice. Happy now? Hey, quit joking about that. Please, Battler, tell me the name of the person you have feelings for. If you don't, then this won't be a test, right? Sorry, I don't have any girl in particular. Even if I did, why the hell would I tell you? In that case, this test will not work for you. What a shame, what a shame. I was really wondering if that kind of woman was your cup of tea. What would you do if I said I like flat-chested lollies with long black hair? Fuck. That wouldn't match you at all, right? Lies, you breast sommelier. Blonde and bouncy is best, right? Am I not truly the embodiment of your ideal? I'm guessing your bust size is the test to become the successor. If guessing your bust size is the test to become the successor, I'll happily oblige. Ah, yes. This was the test to choose the successor, wasn't it? It was so fun chatting with you that I've been getting a bit off topic. Then let us begin the test. I will question you to see whether you are qualified to be the successor of the Ushimiya family headship. Answer with care. The witch, who had been joking around like she was drunk until a second ago, suddenly regained her dignity. She looked as though she truly stepped out of the majestic portrait. I am the Ushimiya family alchemist, the Golden Witch and Endless Witch, Beatrice. Do you have the qualifications to inherit the Ushimiya family and all of my gold? That's what I will test. State your name. Ushimiya Battler. When faced with a dignity you wouldn't have imagined from her appearance a short while ago, I answered without any hesitation. And from that, yes, I see. I can tell why she's worthy of calling herself the true queen of this island. Very well, Battler. However, for those 6 years, you have thrown away that Ushimiya name, have you not? Why was that? Because I ran out of love for that old bastard. I know. It was because you felt that your father's remarriage disgraced the death of your mother, whom you respected, yes? I see. You have no blood relation to your new mother whatsoever. It's not as though I can't understand why you'd be unable to accept her. However, no matter whom your father remarried, that wouldn't change the fact that his blood runs in your veins, correct? What are you trying to say? I can somewhat understand the childishness that led you to resist your father's remarriage, since you wanted him all to yourself. However, was throwing away the Ushimiya name as a means of resistance not a disgrace to your family and blood? You were born and raised Ushimiya, were you not? Do you think you had the right to forget that debt and throw away the Ushimiya name? It's got nothing to do with you. This is between me and my dad. The Ushimiya name does not belong to you and your father alone. That was your childishness, nothing more than your inability to forgive the fact that your father was stolen away by an unknown woman. Those 6 years during which you threw away the Ushimiya family register were a significant period during which you covered the Ushimiya family in mud. Know the depths of that sin. Well, sorry I'm so childish. However, even though it occurred around the time of the deaths of your grandparents, you did well to return to the Ushimiya register. For that, let us give you a chance to purify that sin yourself. Now is the time to compensate for your sin of 6 years ago. Oh, is this gonna be like kill Anji or forsake Anji? Because she's also not... No, she's just as much an Ushimiya as Battler is. Come, try to remember. Remember your own sin. Remember that, confess, and repent. That is the test I shall give you. At the time, a massive thunderclap rang out, making my mind go blank. What do you mean, repent? Are you trying to tell me to apologize? The test has already begun. You may think as you wish. The witch's expression did not look like a person forcing a tough question on someone and sneering at them. Hey, Shira. She was asking seriously, and he could even sense a quiet determination. Even though the rain fell on Battler, he did not shift his eyes from that gaze. The witch threw her umbrella away. She abandoned herself to the falling rain, so that the rain would fall on her until Battler answered that question. She had chosen to let the rain fall on her as well until he reached an answer. For some reason, Battler understood that, and yet he didn't understand. Well, if you put it that way, do you think I was being childish? All things considered, even Dad getting remarried didn't cancel out the debt I owed for him raising me. I hear that Dad always kept on paying for my living expenses, and he even said he wanted to participate in school events. The only reason he couldn't come was because I told Grandpa and Grandpa not to let him come, no matter what. So he kind of forsake his family because when his mom passed, his dad remarried. Okay. It's true that I can't argue back if you want to call that my childish resistance. But you know, in that case, who would clear away Mom's Ushiromiya Asuma's regrets. Even though Mom was so devoted to our family and did the very best she could. Despite that, Dad was cheating with Kiri-san. He even got her pregnant with Angie. And then, along with her birth, he rushed to move them into his register. If that wasn't a betrayal of Mom, then what was it? Who will clear up her regrets? But what you're saying is also right. Even though the cheating was a fact, the debt I owed for being raised was real too. In that case, they cancel each other out. So there's absolutely nothing wrong with me leaving the family, is there? That's right. I had the right, no, the duty to smack Dad in Mom's place, didn't I? But I didn't do that. I left without saying anything, as though I had been there in the first place. And Dad forgot all about me and started a new family with Kiri and Angie. Doesn't that settle everything? But since then, 6 years have passed. Time healed the anger. Kiri understood my anger, and even so, she tried to interact with me, even if it meant tearing her heart apart. Angie didn't know anything about the situation. And even though I lived in a separate house, she was raised believing that I was her real big brother and loved me as if it were true. Dad casually said to come home anytime I wanted. It started to feel more and more ridiculous. I thought it was about time for me to cool my head as well. So I said I'd put it all behind me as long as Dad apologized. Then the day came of Grandpa's funeral. Then he really did put his hands on the floor and apologize, looking unbelievably pathetic. Dad did that and seriously bowed his head to me, you see? When I saw that, I felt like it'd be stupid to keep it up any longer. I'm sure Mom thought the same thing. Every time Dad and I fought, Mom would always laugh and mediate for us. Oh, were you fighting over something that silly? Is what she'd say. I could feel Mom saying that and laughing. So, though I couldn't actually say I'd forgive him, I thought it might be okay to start over again, from square one. So I decided to wind everything back to how it was 6 years ago. Then I returned to that Ushiromiya family register. I also cried, raged, and worried for a whole 6 years. It might have been the same for Dad, and for my dead mom. But maybe even for Kiri and Angie. So we went back to square one, and I returned to being Ushiromiya Battler. That's my immediate family's problem. It has nothing to do with the Ushiromiya family. You have no right to judge that as sin. And I have no obligation to show repentance to you. He's right, you know. If there was anyone I shouldn't have done that for, you've already killed them. So I won't apologize for anything. I won't repent. That's my answer to this test. Is that all? What? Part of me had fully responded to her provocation, and I'd supposedly vented out all the stuff I'd kept inside my chest. Stuff I hadn't wanted to show anyone. That was what the witch had supposedly been expecting, and yet the witch's blank expression didn't change in the slightest. I had been sure she'd start cackling and guffawing, sneering at my childish, foolish, and shameful past. But to the contrary, I could feel a sense of disgust about her, something you could almost call disappointment. What do you mean, is that all? I've exposed everything about me, right? What more could you want? There still isn't enough to clear away your sins. Clear away? What the hell? Are you asking me to prostrate myself right here and apologize like Dad did? That's not it. I have no interest in matters concerning your immediate family or your home. Where are we? Rokkenjima, the main residence of the Ushiromiya head of family. Isn't there a sin you ought to remember? Fitting for this place? Are you saying that I have another sin? Remember, Ushiromiya Battler. Not being able to remember, that is your sin. For that reason, I shall forgive you. If you can remember it, I shall forgive you. Remembering that is my test of atonement for you. Even if you tell me to remember, that's what makes it a sin. Sorry, Beto. I have absolutely no memory of what you're talking about. You make it sound like I caused you trouble 6 years ago or something. But I supposedly met you for the first time at this family conference. It's true that your legend also existed 6 years ago, but I shouldn't have been acquainted with you. Naturally. On the Rokkenjima 6 years ago, I had not yet materialized. Then, what kind of sin are you saying I have? Are you saying I've sinned against you somehow? Don't make me say the same thing twice. I had not materialized 6 years ago. There was no way for me to become acquainted with you. In the world that you are, it was as though I didn't exist. Beto's cold eyes felt as though they were pursuing some kind of sin. At a glance, I felt as though she hated me for something I had done to her, and that she blamed me for it. However, I naturally didn't have a clue, and Beto had said so herself. 6 years ago, there was no link between us. 6 years ago, no person called Beatrice existed for me. Hold the phone. Battler did something 6 years ago. Because that was the last time he was at the family conference. They said he got along well with Maria at the last family conference, I think. Trying to think what else they've mentioned about previous family conferences, and I don't think we've gotten much. But it makes it feel like he caused some kind of stink at the last family conference and then left the family register as a means to, like, almost as a means to, like, deflect from that, when in reality his reasoning in his head is different. I guess we'll find out. There might not have been any clues about it. At least give me a hint. Does this sin have anything to do with you and me? I had no connection to you 6 years ago. Remove me from your thoughts already. So it's something he did to the family 6 years ago. Why do you think it is a sin against me? Your eyes. Eyes? Oh. Because your eyes are whispering to me to apologize. But I had no connection with you 6 years ago, and it looks like you acknowledged that too. Is that true? Is this really not a problem between me and you? I already said it wasn't. No problem between me and you has anything to do with this. But still, your eyes are telling me differently. So I don't even have a clue. Can you say it in red? Can you proclaim that the sin you're telling me to remember isn't something between you and me? Very well. The sin I am now demanding that you remember is not between Ushiromiya Battler and Beatrice. Then why are you looking at me with those eyes? I don't know. I am simply gazing at you blankly. If it feels that way to you, perhaps there is something making you feel that way. What kind of sin are you saying I have? Ushiromiya Battler has a sin. And I'm asking you what kind? I'll bet it's just some trivial sin, like hitting someone or tricking someone. Okay, hear me out. Okay, psycho theory time? Psycho theory time? Six years ago, Ushiromiya Battler and Ushiromiya Maria were very close. Spent a lot of time together. However, Ushiromiya Battler was young, about 12, and Maria was even younger, 3 or 4. Ushiromiya Battler thought it fun to go out and show Maria some of Rokkenjima. Maria got hurt. Maria died. Maria's been dead for the past 6 years. And because most of Maria's interactions that we've seen on Rokkenjima have been through either Battler's perspective or Rosa's perspective, Rosa being a hurt mother who lost her daughter, and Battler being a, I don't know, maybe he is seeing things, suppressing the memory, denying it. Because I don't think we see Maria interact with too many people other than Battler, except in this, like, fictional Rokkenjima world. And in the real world, Maria is left all alone by her mother all the time, which is very strange. It's very strange that Rosa would realistically leave Maria by herself all the time. So, I mean, they've never given any big overt hints, like... Because, like, Maria read the letter from Beatrice, right? Like, there's definitely things that have happened in the story told Rokkenjima that would make it such that Battler, or that Maria was still alive. But all the real-world stuff that we've seen really makes it seem like Maria... Because, like, think about it. Rosa going off on her own, going on a freaking vacation, like, every other week with, like, new boyfriends and stuff. And leaving Maria all home all alone doesn't make a whole lot of sense. And yeah, like, the police got called, and yeah, child services got involved. in the one story, but like, I don't know. It's a bit of a like left hook out of nowhere, but I think that holds a little bit of weight. And I'm trying to think what else Battler could have done on this island 6 years ago at a young age that would be this like level of unforgivable. And I'm asking you what kind. I bet it's just some trivial sin like hitting someone or tricking someone. Because of your sin, people die. Liar. I've never killed anyone. Then say it. Who did I kill? Who? When? How? Due to your sin, a great many humans of this island die. Oh, there's more. No one escapes, all die. Huh? What kind of incomprehensible thing are you saying? Are you saying I killed everyone? I'm the killer? It doesn't mean you carried it out directly. However, because you committed a sin, from an imperfection in the cogs that stretched back a full 6 years, a distortion was created. And tonight, this many lives are lost. You are one of the causes of this tragedy. Interesting. Quit messing around. I'm the cause? Then what? Are you saying 13 people died because I abandoned the Ushiromiya register 6 years ago? Are you saying that 13 people died because I came back to the Ushiromiya family? Don't fuck with me. Give it a rest. For these 6 years, I've been the man farthest from the Ushiromiya family, right? How could I have influenced anything in any way? It's not like I came to the family conference because I wanted to, right? Oh shit, I bet the thing Angie and them saw at the boathouse was Battler. An older Battler. Like a 24-year-old Battler. Or more, right? A 30-year-old Battler. I returned to my family after 6 years, so to make up for that lost time, I came to Rokkenjima reluctantly. It's not like I had some duty to come here today. I came back, and because of that, a massacre occurred? Then what? Are you saying that if I hadn't come back, no one would have died? Say it in red. Can you say in red that if I hadn't come back, that massacre crime wouldn't have occurred? There's no way you can say it because you're the culprit for everything. Repeat it. If Ushiromiya Battler hadn't returned to Rokkenjima, this crime would not have occurred. If you can say it, then try saying it. Can't do it, can you? You can't say it. The culprit is you, not me. Don't try to rub that responsibility onto me. Answer in red. Try to repeat it. You can't. My existence has nothing to do with your crimes. Quit saying incomprehensible stuff and trying to confuse me. I began to remember the coldness of the raindrops that kept pounding down. The rain earlier had just hurt, but now I felt a tormenting cold from those raindrops. Is there nothing that you remember? Sorry. I don't even have a clue. Hey, I'm starting to get a little pissed off. If there's something you want to say, then say it. If you have a grudge against me, you have to just say it out loud. Don't do it in such a dirty way, forcing me to remember. I'll ask one more time. Can you remember any sin? No, I can't remember anything. What is it? So, he says he can remember nothing? With this, are your regrets at an end? Indeed. Even a hopeless bet can leave behind regrets if you do not take it. That's enough. The betting itself is meaning. Then maybe that may be true. In that case, this is the end of my regrets and my game. What will you do? Is she talking to herself? Who knows? I'm not interested at all anymore. Sorry, but I wish to leave the game board now. I see. I understand. I will take over for the rest of the game. Huh? Okay, so that must be the human Beatrice in the school uniform type look. And of course we have the witch Beatrice. So this woman on the right existed. And something happened with Battler. Yo ass tweaking Beatrice, this is a little much. This is like... So she wants to leave the game board. So she really wanted Battler to remember something. And it's just like, I don't care if he can't remember it. Beatrice, the witch, is now going to take over. You may rest. Indeed. So there are two Beatrices, perhaps. Is the Beatrice farm theory back on the table? Is the double Rosa prestige theory back on the table? All that remains, I will finish. You may forget everything and bury your head in your pillow. A feather futon should gently protect you from my everything. I'll be counting on you to finish up the rest. Leave it to me. Leave everything else to me and sleep. What? The witch who had questioned Battler hid herself, and the other witch who had appeared from behind remained. She certainly was identical, the same witch, but her expression was somehow indifferent and ice-cold, completely removed from the one who, despite seeming drunk up until then, had been in high spirits. Hey, are you listening? Isn't that enough for the test? I don't care whether I passed or failed. I won't be satisfied until I can bash your face. Battler looking really bad here. Come down here or open this door. The witch did not answer. Her eyes were as ice-cold as Battler's shoulders. She was now clearly a different person since the time she'd first appeared on that balcony. The witch gazed into my eyes and gave 2 small shakes of the head. Even without words, I was able to gather that she was expressing some kind of disappointment. Without saying anything, the witch turned on her heels. After that, only Battler remained, the cold rain still beating down on him. What the hell is happening, dude? The study was in the middle of a lively party. It seemed that Gap was making fun of Virgilia, having tripped her up in some stupid way. They were spitting la 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 and gap 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 at each other. With this as a sideshow, Kinzo and Renove had opened a new bottle. Oh, you're back. How are the results of Battler's test? Maria's test got passing marks with no complaints. I've despised her as a little girl, but see, why, oh my, not bad. He is cooked. Seems like Kinzo was dead drunk. Facing Beto, who had returned, he laughed with the same level of tension as the time they'd left for the tests. However, Renove and Virgilia instantly noticed the change in enthusiasm. Gap also froze her expression and went silent. What is it, Beatrice, my beloved witch? Not enough to drink? Not enough on the side? Let's pour it all over a cow or something and roast it whole. Renove, prepare one right away. Beatrice, let's leave the results of Battler's test for later. Why don't we have a toast with spare rib first? Ooh, that sounds good. Roast yourself whole. What? The witch, who had spoken bluntly, coldly passed by Kinzo's side as he doubled over laughing in a great mood. Then, behind the witch's back, the old summoner's body suddenly went up in flames. What? As crimson flames spat from his eyes, mouth, nose, every hole in his body, Kinzo rolled around. Even though it was a terrible hellfire, it didn't burn anything except Kinzo. Kinzo didn't have a clue what was going on. Unable to understand why Beatrice, who had been in such a good mood, had suddenly turned so cold, he rolled around. The dancing silhouettes of the witch and demons created that massive rolling torch. Looked like a group of excited spectators around the burning at the stake. However, the eyes of the demons who watched over it were indifferent. When Kinzo finally stopped moving, the fire disappeared, leaving a pitch-black corpse. The inside of the room was commanded by the stillness of the sound of the rain. What has happened, milady? I've gotten over my excitement. Hold on. Sorry. I've gotten over my excitement. Clean up those bothersome cinders. Beatrice's expression was unbelievably indifferent. There was an iciness that might easily bring the others to the same fate as Kinzo if they annoyed her. Yes, I will clean it up. Gap made a jet-black pitfall swallowed up by Kinzo's cinders. If she hadn't carried that out quickly, Gap might have also been burned. You could even feel the thirst for blood. No, a thirst for blood probably isn't the best way to describe it. Just like humans don't have any particular emotion when they step on an ant when they're walking. That was how much, unconsciously and mercilessly, Beto was now filled with a brutal emptiness that wouldn't hesitate burying a passerby. What is it, Beto? I don't want to answer. No. Even answering is too much of a pain to do now. What is it? This isn't like you. Did something happen? Did Battler say something? Dead. What? Beatrice didn't even answer. It seemed that she even ignored it. But there was a change in Gap. From her feet, a creaking, cracking sound rose like thin ice breaking. and in an instant turned Gap into a glass sculpture. Gap, disappear for a while. I'm in a very bad mood. Beatrice spoke that, in a cold, truly cold voice, which could freeze the heart just by hearing it. Certainly. Then please allow us to retire. If you need anything, call at any time. After bowing, Renov turned into a cloud of gold butterflies and hid himself. Damn, this really upset Beatrice. After turning Gap, who had become a sculpture, into a cloud of gold butterflies, Vergilia also turned into a cloud, which mixed in with the others and disappeared. Here's an interesting thought. Maybe the whole point of this chess game between Battler and Beatrice is to get Beatrice, or to get Battler to remember what he did. Like, that seems obvious now, but just in the sense of, like, acknowledging her, maybe that is the key to him remembering what happened. In the study made untidy by drinking, Beatrice stood still, alone. Since the time she had returned, her expression hadn't changed in the slightest. However, when she saw the fallen empty wine bottles and scattered cheese plates, her brow furrowed, and she looked a bit displeased. And when she whispered, "Disappear," in that instant, the room was cleaned up in a flash, as though nothing had happened. The reception chairs were neatly arranged, and there was no wine or cheese. There were no stains or scattered trash either. To the contrary, even the air had frozen over. Enough to make one doubt whether a large number of noisy people really had been in this room until a short while ago. The study had returned to silence. In that silent, frigid study where even the air had frozen, Beatrice stood still. Then she called, muttering, "Battler, are you there?" "I've been here for a while. What the hell's going on with you? You've been strange since a short while ago." "Do I seem strange? My apologies. Even though you were drinking so happily with that old geezer, you suddenly burned him up. And your demonist friend is a glass sculpture. When you told the demon butler and your teacher to leave, they disappeared right away at your words. How fickle and selfish are you?" "Battler, I'm done." "Done with what?" "I've grown bored of this." "Huh? That's, well, you were the one who started this game. If you've had enough, that's great for me. So basically, you're giving up?" "I'm not giving up. I'm simply ending it." "No, I won't even end it. I'm just abandoning this game for all eternity." "Doesn't that mean you're giving up?" "Nah, the words "got bored of it and threw away" fit you perfectly." "That's correct. I grew bored of it, and I'm throwing it away. I don't care what happens next. I can remain abandoned and gather dust as much as you like." What's going on with you? You've been kind of hard to deal with since a short while ago. Are there still after effects of that incomprehensible test from earlier? If you've got a grudge, all you have to do is say so clearly. You said in red that it has nothing to do with you, but that's got to be a play on words, right? It's written all over your face. You have a grudge against me. How many times do I have to say that I have no grudge against you before you'll understand? At the time you committed your sin, I did not exist. As Beato spoke with an offended expression, her face twisted to look even more displeased. Fickle, inconsistent, moody, temperamental, selfish and simple-minded, and cruel. But even so, she hadn't shown an expression as strange as this even once until now. Well, you were the one who provoked me into this game. I'm a bit let down that it wasn't resolved, but feel free to invite me again if you feel like it. But when that happens, allow me to politely refuse, okay? I really feel like Battler's the bad guy here, even though he's not. He intentionally spoke in a mocking tone, but Beato showed no reaction. Battler hung his head and clicked his tongue. We've circled around October 4th and 5th over and over again, but I finally had just about enough of this role. This way, the boat will come tomorrow. That's right, and then the seagulls will return to the harbor. I'll finally be able to hear Rokenjima's signature nya-nya cries. After all, maybe because of the weather, they weren't there at all when I came to the island. When the seagulls cry, everything will end, I guess. All done. The end. What a relief. Exactly what is it that you're misunderstanding here? Huh? What's up? I said that nothing would end. With this, everything will be abandoned. The game will be forgotten, and the pieces on the board will be abandoned as they lay. There will be no advancing or returning, no taking and being taken. No victory, no defeat, not even a tie. Just abandonment. Doesn't that mean it's over? Wrong. On my turn, the game will stop for all eternity. Your turn will not come. So there'll be no victory, nor defeat, nor a tie. In the past, I couldn't let you do that. After all, one of my goals was winning. However, I've lost interest. So there's no longer any point in making moves any longer. What do you mean by my turn not coming? I thought that Beto getting tired of the game meant I'd be released and that I'd be able to escape Rokkenjima. But for some reason, Beto's repeated words about the difference between abandoning the game and settling it caught my attention. Just what is it she's been saying, and why the bad mood? At that time, I suddenly heard a voice from behind me. When I turned around, there was someone I thought I might or might not remember from somewhere. A mysterious girl with no light in her eyes was standing there. Gretel? Oh, Berncastel. What's this kid saying? What this kid's saying goes something like this. She means putting the lid on this game and leaving the pieces as they are. The game will be locked away for all eternity without ending. The only way for you to return to your original world is to win against Beto. So if Beto abandons this game, get it? Suddenly, in a different place was a girl wearing a bright pink dress. I had a feeling I'd met her somewhere too, but I couldn't remember. More important was the meaning of her words. If the game's abandoned, then, That's right. A match won't be resolved unless enemies and allies meet. It would mean that you'd never be able to win and escape this world for all eternity. What it comes down to, I guess, is something like taking the key to the cage that you're locked in, fastening it to the collar of a pigeon or something, and letting it fly. This isn't funny, Beto. We didn't come this far to watch such a boring game. Calling it a day like this is no joke. I agree with Lambda. I came here to make Battler win and to make you writhe in defeat. I still haven't achieved that goal. I won't stand for you abandoning the game at a time like this and running away. I acknowledge that it would mean the curtain call for the game that disappoints you ladies. However, I, the host of this tea party, am fickle. Once it's lost its fun, I know no way of entertaining. I believe that's been my witch-like way of doing things from the very beginning. There are no problems, yes? Certainly. I won't go against your creed. I won't accept it. Quit fooling around. How much do you think I've supported you? You think I'd be okay with that after all this preparation? Don't mess with me. I am saying that I have tired of it. Nothing more, nothing less. That's not gonna fly. We'll have you continue this game. You want to win against Battler, right? You want to win and make him surrender, right? You're almost there, aren't you? Am I right? Don't ask me that. But I have an opinion too. Let me say it. Wait. This is a fight you picked. I'm prepared to settle this once and for all. I've come close to surrendering many times. I've never had any intention of escaping partway through, leaving the match undecided. Since I'm here, showing the will to fight, you'd better not run away, Beatrice. I agree. Getting Battler involved and then just leaving without giving him victory or defeat is just too irresponsible. Suddenly, even Gretel was there, and everyone was calling Beto irresponsible. Oh. It seems I'm mostly being called irresponsible because Battler will, as my opponent, be stuck. In that case, Battler, will you step down from being an opponent, as I shall? That way, I will have done nothing worthy of criticism. If I step down, will I be able to leave Rokkenjima? There's no chance you'll be able to leave. Just be covered in dust and let it pile upon your shoulders. Quit fooling around. What an irresponsible person. You've killed such a large number of people. On top of that, using a witch's power, you've done it over and over, killing in gruesome ways. I definitely won't let you escape without taking responsibility. Responsibility? Oh, what is it? What is it I should do to take this so-called responsibility? Fight until a resolution is reached. Battler will sit in the chair across from you, never giving up and fighting until he beats you. So you too, fight until you're defeated. If you don't like that, try and defeat Battler. I won't forgive you. If you leave everything unresolved and abandon Battler in this chair, locking him up and never letting him return, I won't forgive you. Gretel. To be perfectly honest, I didn't really understand from what standpoint Gretel was trying to save me, but in her words, I could feel a strange determination to save me from this insane game world, no matter what. So I responded in kind. Beto, face me. I am here, across from you in the seat of your rival. Get it? As long as I continue to sit here, I won't allow you to escape. Don't escape. Fight. Isn't this a fight you started? You did all this crap over and over, making a complete mess of things. How could I let you end it because you're tired after all this time? I am your opponent. As long as I'm here, I won't let you escape. Are you listening, you irresponsible witch? Say something! After I yelled at her, Beto went silent for a while. Whether my words had reached her or whether she was thinking about something completely different, I couldn't tell. But for a while, she was silent, gazing at me with an expression I could not read no emotion from. And when she realized that I'd noticed, she averted her gaze. Then she turned her back to me and said this. So, since Battler will not quit as my opponent, the ladies are saying that my abandonment of this game will not be acknowledged. In that case, let's ask. Let's see if the man over there was qualified to be my opponent in the first place. Qualified? Probably has something to do with that test or whatever just now. What are you planning to do? Don't tell me you're... I will now determine whether whether or not you are qualified to be my opponent. Ready, Battler? If those qualifications are acknowledged, I will stay in my seat and continue the game. And I shall promise to fight for all eternity until an outcome is determined. Alright, I was ready for that from the beginning. However, if you are not qualified, you must disappear. If your opponent disappears, there is no game. I can leave this place openly. Are the ladies satisfied with that? Interruptions will not be necessary. Go ahead. Do as you like. Battler, you make sure you answer well. The very reason I'm here is because I'm qualified, right? There's nothing to be scared of. You couldn't be. Gretel suddenly grew pale. I thought her to be the calm, collected type, so that expression surprised me. Well then, Battler, I shall have you repeat in red. Have you repeated in red? You're telling me to repeat something? Okay. Feeling my signature move then. But I can use the red truth too? How? If you wish for it to be that way, you can do it. It's easy. My name is Ushumiya Battler. Hey. I do think this line's really important. If you wish for it to be that way, it's easy. I think Battler has this power of manifestation. I've been saying it for a while. And so I think that's why it's so important that everyone wants Battler to, like, acknowledge things, and Battler to remember things, and Battler to say things are a way that they are. Because as he says stuff, it actually becomes true. Whoa, cool. Stop it. I know what you're after, but stop that. He's... Oh, when Gretel yelled, Beto glared at her. Then, her form was wiped away in an instant. Shut up. Leave your seat for a while. You two, ladies. If you interfere, I will not hold back. We won't get in the way. Go ahead. Do as you like. What's she gonna have him say? Bern, this is bad. She's trying to erase Battler. What's that? What's she planning? Well then, I shall question your qualifications. Interesting. Attack and defense are reversed from a normal game. This is a very precious experience coming at the very, very end. Ready? Listen carefully. I will speak with the red first. I am the Golden Witch Beatrice, and I open the game in order to fight Ushumiya Battler, Ushumiya Kinzo's grandchild, Ushumiya Battler. Uh-oh. Is this... Dude. Is Battler not Kinzo's grandson? Are there two Battlers? I never even thought of that possibility. Oh my god. This could just be someone named Ushumiya Bat... Now is it prestige time? Dude. Wait. The Bat... Hold on now. The Battler that came to Rokkenshima in the year 1986... It's possible that he is not Kinzo's grandchild. Now, how that happens, I don't know. But I think that is what they are alluding to here. And that's why he can't remember what happened 6 years ago. Because the Battler who visited Rokkenshima 6 years ago is different than this Battler. In fact, could this battler be the unborn child of Kiri? I wonder. Could this be not Ushiromiya battler? In name Ushiromiya battler because he was born into... Dude. Dude, I think this battler might be the child of a Sumadera. This might be a Sumadera battler in blood, but in name, Ushiromiya battler. I wonder. I know that. So what? Repeat it. Ushiromiya battler's mother is Ushiromiya Asumu. Huh? Why is mom's name popping up all of a sudden? I do not require chatter. Just repeat it in red. Beto urged me with the same indifferent tone, but I don't have a clue what she's trying to do. I have absolutely nothing to feel guilty for that would trouble me if thrown in my face, and there's nothing that I'm hiding. There's nothing that could trouble me by demanding that I repeat it. So why does something like this? Okay, I'll repeat it. Ushiromiya battler's mother is Ushiromiya Asumu. The red sure is convenient. There's no need to bother myself with bringing a copy of the family register. Idle chatter is unnecessary. Let's continue. Your name is Ushiromiya battler. Sure. My name is Ushiromiya battler. I was born from Ushiromiya Asumu that Ushiromiya battler was born. Does she have twins? I was from Ushiromiya Asumu that Ushiromiya battler. It was from Ushiromiya Asumu that Ushiromiya battler was born. It is from Ushiromiya battler that you were born. It was from Ushiromiya. Dude. At that time, my throat suddenly closed. I was rapidly assaulted with a choking suffocation. What's going on? One more time. It was from Ushiromiya Asumu that I was born. Damn, it was from Ushiromiya Asumu that I was born. What the hell? Even though I was doing it so easily a second ago, it suddenly stopped working. You refuse to repeat it? I'm not refusing. It's not working. It was from Ushiromiya Asumu that I was born. Why can't I use the red? What the hell? My mom is Ushiromiya Asumu, right? Why can't I say that fact in red? What's going on? This is... If you try to forcefully speak the red that cannot be spoken, you choke. There's no need to strain yourself. Allow me to use the aforementioned fact to press you in blue. Do you remember? The blue is used to proclaim a theory for the opponent to deny. They are then burdened with the responsibility of denying that in red, and if they do not, it becomes your victory. And then let us begin. Dude. Due to my previous demand to repeat and your subsequent refusal, I proclaim that you are not qualified to be my opponent. After all, Beatrice opened this game in order to fight with Ushiromiya Kinzo's grandchild, Ushiromiya Battler. This gave you the responsibility as my opponent to declare in red that you are Ushiromiya Kinzo's grandchild, Ushiromiya Battler. You have refused to repeat that. That means the loss of your qualifications. What does this mean? What does this mean? Sure. I am Ushiromiya Battler. Because I can say that in red, I should be your opponent. It may be a fact that you have the name Ushiromiya Battler. However, people's names are not exclusive. There's a possibility that multiple humans have the name Ushiromiya Battler. In short, this is what it means. You are a different person with the same first and last name as Ushiromiya Asumu's son, Ushiromiya Battler. What you say? Don't be so stupid. I'm mom's child. Ushiromiya Asumu's child. It was from Damn, why? Why can't I say that I was born from my mother? How can something so stupid be true? No need to suffer. I will not toy with you. This is checkmate. You are not Ushiromiya Asumu's son. Huh? You're kidding me. Who are you? What person calling themselves Ushiromiya Battler? Wait a second. I am Ushiromiya Battler. I was from Ushiromiya Asumu that I was born, and I'm dad and mom's son. No. There's no way that you're my opponent, Ushiromiya Battler. With this as proof. Proof, you say? You do not know of the sin 6 years ago. That's... No, the true Ushimiya battler would not have committed a sin. But a sin did occur in the end. That span of 6 years became a blank space. And a man who knew nothing of that time took on the name Ushimiya battler and appeared on Rokkenjima. That truth goes like this. 6 years ago, my opponent, the true Ushimiya battler, was already dead. You were part of a plot by Rudolph having something to do with the distribution of inheritance. A body double set up in Ushimiya battler's place. How could something that stupid be true? That's so ridiculous. Battler, get a hold of yourself. Well, if he can't counter back, there's nothing more to do. Battler did not possess that qualification. That's how it is. Are you okay with that, Burn? If you accept that, you'll lose too, right? Won't you win? Why are you taking Battler's side? What a shame, Battler. What a real shame that you didn't have the qualification to be Beatrice's opponent. I was careless myself, betting on an unqualified piece. It's my utter defeat, Beatrice. There's no victory or defeat. The opponent will simply disappear. Or perhaps I should say that he was never there to begin with. But then, who am I? Am I not Dad and Mom's kid? Is that why everyone was saying he was so tall, dude? Is he a ploy by Rudolph to get the inheritance? Because Rudolph didn't have a Kinzo's blood son anymore. Battler died 6 years ago? If I'm not Mom's kid, then what are you saying? I'm a kid they picked up somewhere like a stray cat? It is the case. It would mean that you do not share Kinzo's blood. Either way, you are not qualified to compete in this game. You're kidding me. Enough. From the very beginning, I was faintly aware of the possibility that you weren't Ushimiya battler. So I had to question you. I had to ask about something the real battler would have known. What a shame. I even bet on the 1 in a quadrillion chance of a miracle that you might actually be Ushimiya battler. But it seems you really are a different person with the same first and last name. Bit by bit, Battler's form began to be clouded in darkness. No, maybe it was the other way around. The whole world was clouded in darkness, leaving only Battler. Battler was down on all fours, hanging his head and repeatedly questioning himself. However, he was not given an answer. In the world stained with darkness, Beto spoke something, and Lambda Delta ran up to him, yelling something very quickly. But it already seemed very far away and didn't reach Battler's ears. So is the sin to do with how Battler died? Then he, not knowing who he himself was, erased himself. What does this mean? Battler! Excuse me. Now my opponent has disappeared. Well then, if you'll excuse me. And ladies, you should get ready for your journey. No more festivities have been prepared in my territory. It was good seeing you. Goodbye. Without saying anything more, she clouded her own form in darkness as well and disappeared. Are you okay with this? Battler disappeared. I know how much you hate losing. Are you really okay with this? Weren't you betting on my defeat? Good for you then. Congratulations, Lambda. Let's meet again in some other world, okay? Well, this is a world of endless fragments. The chances of us having some connection again somewhere are probably less than 1 in a quadrillion. Anyway, it was fun. Bye-bye. He really just left. So, whatever happened 6 years ago probably had to do with the biological battler dying. The sin was probably biological battler dying. That kind of makes Rudolph a scumbag. I don't know, man. Like, Rudolph bullshitted a story that Battler was with his grandparents the whole time, and then found some redheaded kid and just said, hey, you're going to be my son. But, like, Battler wholeheartedly believed that he was... Wait up, Burn. Chasing after Burn Castell, who had disappeared first. Lambda Delta disappeared as well. Maybe the miscarriage was a lie. And... here he actually did have 2 children. The battler, but that would be Rudolph's kid, right? So he would still be biologically Kinzo's grandchild, at least. After that, everyone was gone, and the study was now completely empty. He didn't say I'm Kinzo's grandchild in red, or try to, did he? They returned to silence, almost as though no one had been there from the outset. No one was here in the first place. The silent study spoke that wordlessly, and the sound of the wind and rain began to fill the room bit by bit. In a world where everything had sunk into darkness, Beto questioned herself. As I thought, from the very beginning, magic should only have been used with Mariage Sorcière. Seems so. I also thought that with Angie. The Witches' Alliance is you and I. It started with these two. Including other people was our first mistake. It's just so fun. We wanted to add someone close to us into that circle. And we wished the Witches' Alliance would get really large. That everyone would be able to use fun magic together, and that we'd all be happy. However, only you and I were able to understand magic after all. We were. The only two witches in this world who were brought together by a miracle. And now, as long as I have Beto, I don't need anyone else. Me too. As long as you were here, I don't need anyone else anymore. In the very first moment that Mirage Sorcière was formed, it was already complete. That is so. That is truly so. It was once again a witches' alliance to make everyone happy together with magic. I wonder when it got this screwed up. What did I want to do when I started this game? I can't really remember even that. No, I may remember, but that's a feeling I now wish to throw away to the far side of oblivion. It's okay. Why not forget everything? Let's have a Mirage Sorcière just for us two. We'll acknowledge each other, and no one will hurt us. So we won't be hurt. We won't cry. Let us forget everything. Hey, Beto. We are eternal. Maria. Oh, Beto's crying. What is going on? Chapter N. What does it all mean, man? Okay. I'm going to take another short break. Just refill my water. Jam out to some of this music real quick. I'll be right back.
Okay, I'm back. Let the ads finish up. Dang, what a crazy reveal. Balor's gone. Balor's like gone. Welcome back, everyone. Ads are done. So, Balor's gone here. And George is dead. They don't have anyone else dead. This is very strange. Alright, let's continue. Maxa, could you turn that off? What's my bad? You don't like Mzaki? I'm just not in the mood. Maxa turned the radio off. And the world of cheery sounds is immediately swallowed up by the roar of the sea. And blotted out by the ocean's gray. Can you see it? Over there is where the harbor was at the time. The boat captain pointed, but I couldn't really recall the scene of 12 years ago. I thought I'd surely be able to immediately remember how things had been at the time. But no memories came back to me. After that incident, the island was sealed off and left to the wild. I couldn't satisfy myself with the thought that this was just inevitable, and it felt sad and painful for some reason. But at least I remember one thing. You might say that it'd probably be the same anywhere on the sea, but remember at least one thing. The cries of the seagulls. I do remember those. When I was young, I rarely went to the ocean, so everything that symbolized the ocean meant Rokkenjima and the family gathering to me. In short, it was a symbol for the happiness of going out with my family. However, at this point in time, it seems doubtful whether that even was happiness. In my younger days, the trip had felt like a relaxed family vacation, but considering my parents' situation at the time, it was surely a very difficult trip to handle, with the distribution of the inheritance filling the place with smell of gunpowder. I can remember giggling all over the place, completely ignorant of my parents' feelings. Rokkenjima, huh? The place of all beginnings, and the end of the line for all journeys. Maxa, in an attempt to speak from my innermost feelings, tried to sound cool. The boat slowly rounded the island. I hoped that viewing it at a different angle might bring back my memories of the island's silhouette at the time just a little. But in the end, even when that inlet was hidden completely by cliffs, I wasn't able to remember anything. Captain, please tell me about that harbor over there. Sure. Rokkenjima supposedly has only one harbor, but that's only for public appearances. On the back of the island, there's another hidden harbor, like Rokkenjima itself. It has a second face, which no one knows about. Rokkenjima is an island owned by the Ushirumiya family, but it has another face, as an island owned by Kinzo personally. So this island has two harbors and two mansions. He sure spent a lot just to keep a mistress. Who knew about this other harbor? Very few. Kinzo, Genji, those of us involved with the boats, and a very small number of the oldest servants. But the previous owner of the Nanjo clinic and that Kumasawa Basan knew. Naming them off like that makes it sound like there were quite a few, but basically there was a small number of people who knew. Please, tell me about that other mansion. I was only told that there was a mansion called Kuwadorian. Since I wasn't allowed to leave the boat, I never saw it, not even once. It was far enough away that you couldn't see it from the harbor? I don't know. But it was a hidden mansion after all. It was probably built where you couldn't see it from the outside. Anyway, Kuwadorian was the biggest secret of that island. There's a theory that Beatrice lived in Kuwadorian, or else was confined there. What do you think, Captain? I did sometimes carry miscellaneous goods to Kuwadorian, and that included a lot of stuff that only women would use, and expensive stuff. I'm also convinced that theory is true. Does that mean you never saw Beatrice directly, Captain? Nope. Come and went for about 20 years, and I never saw her once. 20 years? Ooh, that means she was at least 20 plus. Looks like she wasn't some mademoiselle. But one day, bang, all coming and going to and from Kuodorian suddenly stopped. That was about 30 years ago. So around Showa 43, I think. That might have been when Beatrice fell off the cliff and Rosa was there. You mean suddenly? We came to the hidden side in a set schedule to carry food and trash back and forth. Right, the hidden side's what we call the harbor. Got it. So then, one day we got an urgent message from Genji. He said that until we heard differently, there was no need for us to go to the hidden side anymore. And did you ever hear differently? No. Long story short, one day I was suddenly told that they wouldn't need regular service to the hidden side anymore, and that I didn't have to take food there either. At first I thought I was being fired, but I quickly figured it out. Going by the reactions of the servants who knew of Kuodorian, I managed to guess somehow. Beatrice died, and there was no longer any need to take food or people to care for her. That's what I think. From that point on, I was never told to take a boat to the hidden side. After that, Genji came to see me face to face and got pushy, strongly urging me never to speak of anything related to the hidden side until I died. So if that hidden mansion was abandoned for 20 whole years, why was Aunt Ava there? On that day 12 years ago, Ushiromiya Ava somehow escaped harm alone in a hidden mansion, 2 kilometers away from it. Why was she in the hidden mansion that had been forgotten for 20 years? I saw on the talk shows, even I don't have a clue what happened. Not once did I guide Ava to the hidden side. I have no idea how or why she knew about it. I wonder if it was possible to reach this hidden Kuodorian by land. If, as we heard, the forest was dense and uncultivated, I seriously doubt a well-dressed lady person would be able to bush crash it. But what about by sea? Maybe there was a motorboat. No, we know that there was that hidden passageway, though, that Nanjo knew about. Are you kidding? That 2-night typhoon was awful. No way you could have used the boat. So what if there was an underground passage or something between the mansions? Wouldn't it have been a pain to charter a boat each time he wanted to visit his mistress's house? You mean a tunnel long enough to connect mansions on opposite sides of a 2-kilometer island? Well, I'd like to laugh at the thought, but this rich guy made a whole hidden mansion for his mistress. Guess I can't deny the possibility. What do you think, Captain? I'm a man of the sea. I don't know about holes. But the Japanese military dug a 25-kilometer tunnel in Iwo Jima. Wouldn't surprise me if Kinzo could do 2 kilometers. There really is something wrong with this island. Even now, not one of us really knows a thing about it. The boat reached the shore. They would have to walk a short ways to reach the mansion. I'll wait here. The mansion's that way. The path from the back that's probably still there, but I'll bet it's covered with plants. The path from back there is probably still there, but I bet it's covered with plants. Make sure you don't get lost. Right, let's go. Thank you for everything, Amakusa. You wait here too. Well, I had a feeling you'd say that. I'm just delivering something. It'd be troublesome for them if you come too. I imagine your toxin is strong. Oh, that said, that box was never opened. The box that Battler was presented with. Toxin. Oh. I'll be back soon. Today our main goal is Kuodorian. And after I deliver this, I'll come right back. Angie put her knapsack, holding the flowers she would offer. Give her some space, young'un. See you soon, little lady. Your family's waiting for you. I had never been on a road like this, but I had no trouble finding my way. If I walked straight ahead, I would probably guide me to the final destination for everything. It was true that the vegetation was incredibly thick, and if I didn't pay attention, I would lose track of the path. But the road that was left was much clearer than I'd guessed it would be. Still, it didn't change the fact that it was a bad road. Contrary to the distance shown on the map, I was forced to walk a long way. The forest was deep and dark. At the time, I had been threatened into straying away from the forest because a witch lived there. Of course, that fear is gone now, but I feel it. Because I was me. I could feel the presence, like an aura, of the golden witch Beatrice. Here and there, in the massively fallen lumps of rock along with overgrown trees and ivy, and the voices of birds and bugs. Yeah, I feel it. I feel that the witch is here. Ahead, an ivy-covered construction site fence and warning sign stood. No entry, Tokyo Metropolis. That was written on it. Yeah, that's right. When you think Tokyo, you tend to think of a city, but Rokkenjima is also located within the Tokyo Metropolis. Apologizing to the sign for my rude mistake, I climbed the fence. When I crossed the steep slope beyond that, my field of vision rapidly expanded. Fresh sea breeze blew through my hair. It was like the top of a little hill. Below me was a vast view of the island. I could only see a desolated forest and rock walls spread out below me, but I realized that the mansion was probably somewhere around there. The steep downward slope beyond this hill had probably been caused by earth and rocks collapsing from 12 years of wind and rain. It had become a slant filled with crags that you might even call gentle cliffs, and it would be easy to tumble down, though it looked like climbing back would be pretty difficult. In any event, it seemed that proceeding any further would be impossible. If I continued any further, I wouldn't be able to return. In other words, this is the border. This place is 1986 and 1998, and it is that day and today, the boundary between this world and Nirvana. This spot is the journey's final destination, it seems. As the strong winds blew Maman and Sakataro's hair, they looked down from the hilltop. From here, I can't really tell. Where's the mansion? Let's get closer. Oh, it's impossible. We won't be able to come back. We won't be able to come back. Is that it? I see. This is 1998, and I am the Ushirimiya Angie who has been left all alone. At first, this was a journey to die, but not anymore. It's a journey to accomplish something. Yeah. So I'm sorry, you two. Although I was back then on that day, I would have gone down that cliff without any hesitation, as I was that day. Come on, it's pretty lame for the skyscraper jumping Ushirimiya Angie. Sorry. This place is as good as any. After all, you can feel the wind of that day. Was the wind really like this? Yeah. Very soon they will come. Everyone. Sakataro said it as though it was completely unnatural, and I believed it. Dad, Mom, Oni-chan, all of my relatives and those fun servants. And Maria. It's me. It's Angie. I've come back. When I started my journey to expose the past of 12 years ago, my goal had been abstract, and I hadn't understood. But now I have no doubts. The journey was induced by several thoughts and fates over 12 years. A journey to reach an end for me, Ushirimiya Angie, and a journey to reach an end as the last witch of Mirage Sorcière. I came here as the last daughter of the Ushirimiya family, and as the last witch. Dad, Mom, Oni-chan, sorry. Let me greet Maria first. A strong tailwind urged me on. The tailwind took just my soul out from inside my body, to the vast forest beneath me. And though from here I couldn't see, I believed that it flew me to the mansion on that day, where everyone was, where Maria was. And so, even though my body was on top of a hill, a strong wind blowing against me, my soul was now certainly dancing through that sky. The vast sky of Rokkenjima. Below me was the green of many trees, but I understand. I can comprehend the presences of my family and relatives and all the servants. And Maria One-chan too. I would even comprehend Maria One-chan as a witch. It was vast, more so than any vast space I had imagined up until now. Maria One-chan, can you hear me? Listen. Angie called out to the Maria of that day. She told her of the long journey she'd undergone. Her long-delayed realization of just how much she'd wounded Maria in her youth. She understood magic, and now understood everything about the world Maria had wanted to show her. It was very warm, overflowing with love and happiness. She wanted to become even happier by sharing that world, but I trampled it. So now I finally understand everything. I understand magic. Our magic is surely very faint and fills the space beside us, but it isn't something that everyone can see with their eyes. Magic is... Yes, I can say it clearly. Without love, it cannot be seen. Sorry, One-chan. I've already been excommunicated from the Alliance of Witches, but now I understand how wonderful it is. And I know that after the day I wounded you, Mirage Sorcière was transfigured into something different from what you truly desired. Even the magic that spat anger by cursing people was probably important to One-chan in those days. One-chan's environment was sad enough to permit that. But now, those sad days are over. So, let's return One-chan's Alliance of Witches, back to the original Mirage Sorcière. The grimoire was in my hands before I realized it. The strong winds were rapidly blowing its pages one after another. That world had been kind in the beginning. How could you give birth to magic that would make candy fall from the sky? How could you give birth to magic that would make tomorrow's dinner cream croquette? How could you give birth to magic that would make the weather good when you went out the next day, making your whole day fun? New spells of happiness were created one after another, coloring her world with kindness. Those days were flipped through one after another, and months began to flash by. The pages with drawings that had once been colorful gradually began to change into color of black ink. Eerie magic circles and demon summonings. Evil magic for harming people. How could you give birth to magic that would cause the class bully to catch a cold? How could you give birth to magic that would seriously injure someone? How could you give birth to magic that would cause a busload with all the bullies to fall off a cliff? Ah, that's the O'Doyle rules spell. Malicious spells were created one after another, burying the pages in her heart. Because I heard One-chan, Mirage Sorcière ended up like this. One-chan is a black evil witch. Isn't a black evil witch. She was a white, pure, innocent, kind witch. I'll return it to how it was. I'll bring back the original Maria. The one who scattered magic to make people happy across the entire world. That's the reason I came here. I was guided by fate. Maria, can you hear me? Show yourself before me. The voice rode an even stronger wind and was sent 12 years into the past. Then, the wind gradually ceased and silence fell. Crunch, crunch. I could hear the sound of gravel being stepped on. I listened to those footsteps, surprised at this miracle. Without a doubt, those were Maria's footsteps. Maria. It's Kasumi. Looks like I finally found you, eh, Anji? Oh, Monka? Before I knew it, Aunt Kasumi and her black suits, totaling 7 people who didn't resemble Maria One-chan in the slightest, were standing there, surrounding me. And it felt like my voice had been just about to reach Maria, too. Because of these guys' toxin, that magic was cut off. Angie clicked her tongue at that, but Kasumi probably didn't hear it that way. Are those flowers for your deceased family? How admirable. You're gonna throw them, right? Go ahead. We'll wait that long. Just what are you waiting for? But Angie could more or less guess. The way the black suits unnaturally stuck their hands into their pockets clearly brought to mind the likelihood that they had guns. This is a deserted island. There could be no more convenient place to dispose of someone. I have absolutely no interest in the family matters of the Sumidera family, but if I die, all that wealth will go to them. Unlike me, they're probably very interested and concerned about this matter. Of course, it seemed that the massive amounts of stock I own suddenly go to them. It'll be pretty bad for the Ushirimiya group as well. And they're apparently having a secret feud, fighting over me all by themselves. That's probably why President Okonogi gave me Amakusa as a guard. Having Amakusa wait on the boat was a regrettable mistake. Aunt Kasumi, how long have you been waiting for this ambush? Since early morning. Thanks to that, I'm completely tired of waiting. After all, there's no cafes or dressing rooms here. No toilets either, so I guess you had to elegantly drop a load behind a tree. A lady with half Sumidera blood flowing through her veins will not use such filthy words. You really are Sumidera Kiri's child. Not a trace of grace. She grabbed me by the hair and forced me to face up hers, and then spat at me. My words might be filthy, but they're no worse than her spit. Every time you talk to me, Aunt Kasumi, it's always about Mom. Am I really that much like my mother? Yeah, you are. That impertinent gaze, your mouth and nose are the same too. Freewheeling and irresponsible. You thought nothing of the long history and tradition of the Sumidera family, and selfishly flew out of the house. Thanks to that, my entire life has been devoted to cleaning up your mess. I guess your life really has been covered with crap. When I was slapped on the cheek, my ear was smashed, and for an instant my head rang. My hair was pulled, spinning me around, and I fell to the ground. And in a flash, the ground was kicked and I was struck with sand. You truly are like Ne-san. That gaze like you're mocking me somehow. Yes, I remember so many things. You are a sad person. I'll bet that since you were young, you always got compared to Mom and scorned. And for your entire life, you'll never be released from that wretchedness. A little girl like you couldn't possibly understand. You see, your mother is a loser who threw everything away and ran from the Sumidera family, right? Do you know how much trouble I went through because of that loser? Any trouble you went through has nothing to do with me. Sorry, but what am I supposed to do about something that happened before I was even born? When will your life begin? It never will. For all eternity, you'll always continue to be sneered at by my dead mother until you die. If only you would just die. Why are you living? You little piss. You all... Make her some tea. Tea? Leave it to us. You big mouth shitty brat. Let us teach you a little lesson. The black suits dashed up to me, violently grabbed me by the nape of the neck, and dragged me down. Do whatever you want to her until my break is over. Teach my cute niece her place. What is wrong with people? Sumadara Kasumi. When I think about it, she was a pitiable person. To the outside world, women of the Sumadara family were trained to be in a position that supported and deferred to men. But in actuality, strong leadership was required from them, so they could manage all the common people. The role demanded of them really was like a female commander, like a literal reading of the word Okami. Managing the Sumadara family with all its traditions was not something that could be accomplished with just an ordinary level of dignity. It was an unimaginably heavy responsibility. Normally, this would have been demanded of Kiri. Kiri had undergone that harsh training, and Kasumi, as the younger sister, should have been able to take it easy. No, on the contrary, though, she had lived like a lazy, selfish, and affluent princess, sneering at Kiri, who had been given the heavy responsibility. However, Kiri had suddenly been disinherited. She had refused the fiancé her parents had arranged and had gotten pregnant by her lover, Ushiromiya Rudolph. From the Sumadara's perspective, even though the Ushiromiya family held a vast fortune, it was a low-level family that had already collapsed. And to become not even a legal wife, but a mistress to the second son of that family, normally a daughter of the main family would be shown no mercy for such dishonor. They would wrap her up in a mat, place a pole at the end, and throw her either into the Pacific Ocean if the pole fell to the right, or the Sea of Japan if it fell to the left. But Kiri's punishment ended with disinheritance, an unbelievably warm-hearted decision. After that, the Sumadara family began receiving favorable treatment from a section of the Ushiromiya group. There must have been some kind of backroom deal. In other words, Kiri openly left the Sumadara family under the pretense of gaining financial support from the Ushiromiya family. Kasumi had watched it happen in shock. No, she even disparaged her dishonorable sister as a loser. But eventually, she realized that the heavy responsibilities Kiri had borne would be passed on to her, and then, for the first time, she saw that she'd been outwitted. Because of your mother, my life was ruined. No, you could even say she killed me once. On that day, I was killed once and thrown into a hellish life. Isn't that what you get for making light of life until then? Don't you ever stop talking, girl? Ugh. Kasumi cold-heartedly looked down at me, smoking a cigarette. The painful days after Kiri had left were floating through her mind. Until then, she had been allowed to be a simple lady, freewheeling and naive. Only the older sister, Kiri, had been harshly trained, and she, the younger sister, had been able to live as nothing more than a princess. Then suddenly, everything got flipped over, and her life came crashing down. My lifestyle, and the way I lived were all stolen from me. Do you know how much I was derided by those relatives who didn't know the details? All because of my sister's dishonor? I detested her. Detested your mother enough to make me spit blood. Glad to hear it. Keep up the good work. A kick landed in Angie's side and she crawled on the ground. Angie didn't stand up again, so she continued to lie there like a caterpillar as she was kicked each time she spoke up. I saw Nesan at the Ushiromiya group party once. She was with her husband, looking very happy and laughing. She pushed everything onto me and found happiness. Only for herself. So what? How is taking it out on me gonna make you happy? Will taking it out on me turn back time and change history or something? You said something short a while ago. When will my life start? No matter how much I despise you or take out my frustration on you, I can't turn back time. So I must keep hating my sister even though she's gone until I die? You've got to be kidding me. How long will I have to be tormented by my sister's ghost? So I thought of something. I could accomplish one thing. I'd be able to forget all of my hatred and start over. Angie was about to lash back at her but stopped, because she'd been kicked again if she responded. Even if Kasumi didn't say any more, Angie had a pretty good idea what she meant. Kasumi thought that by taking revenge against Kiri's daughter, Angie, she'd be able to put an end to her hatred. Talk about pushing your problems onto other people. Come on, stand up. If you like this island that much, I'll bury you deep in it. You don't want to die at your age, right? Don't you feel like saying, sorry my mother caused you so much trouble, or something like that? Who'd say something like that? Who do? Angie! Angie, no. You mustn't provoke them. You should at least make it seem like you're going along with them so you can buy some time. They often say that you should throw your foolish pride out with the garbage. But what about Amakusa? If Amakasa comes, I'm sure. It's no use. I can't see him. You idiot, Angie. Why'd you leave Amakasa behind? I don't need Maman to tell me. I was seriously regretting it already. I walked a long way. The forest was very thick. I've got no doubts and signs of activity here won't reach the boat. During the time it took for Kasumi to finish casually smoking a whole cigarette, I was continuously tormented by the black suits, as she had told them to. The moment I grabbed at my head, my scalp was kicked by someone at a bad angle, and my head was filled with stars. The feeling of stars flickering in this gray, twisted world was one I remembered clearly. My life was very similar to the one Sumidera Kasumi led. After all, as a successor to the Ushiromiya family, I was tormented constantly with various kinds of bullying, under the guise of education and training. Yes, having the inside of my head filled with stars like this is a feeling that I know well. When being reprimanded for some error in manners I seemed to have made, the discussion always turned to whether I was fit to be the successor or not. On and on about the honor of the Ushiromiya family and how deep that was. By the time the conversation reached that point, I'd forgotten what mistake I was being blamed for in the first place. No, in fact, it was the same for Aunt Ava. After all, sometimes she'd ask herself, what was it again? But in the end, she wouldn't be able to remember and would say something like, if I'm angry, it must be your fault, Angie. The fact that you're at fault is what matters. So who cares if I can't remember what it was you did? Ooh, that's a powerful statement. Hold on. The fact that you're at fault is what matters, so who cares if I can't remember what it was you did? That's very similar to what Beatrice was saying to Battler. Or I should say the other way around. Battler can't remember what he did, but it's also implied that wasn't him. There should be some ridiculous reasoning like that, and then she'd keep on punishing me. Yes. Aunt Ava's punishment. But what did she do? She, unfortunately, was just born. Angie's problem was she was born. Aunt Ava's punishment wasn't something that you would continue until I learned something, or acknowledged my mistake, or apologized. It would continue until Aunt Ava wanted to stop. So this violence was a bit nostalgic, in a way that made me want to vomit. Or I guess you could say Angie got sick on the day of the family conference. I opened my eyes and look, there's Aunt Ava, right next to Kasumi, who's smoking a cigarette. I could see Aunt Ava almost as though the two of them are laughing together. When I think about it, even Aunt Ava's life might have been a thing worthy of my sympathy. The responsibility and pressure of being a member of the family, which she often mentioned to me, had probably caused her great pain. After all, people can't make insults that they've never been the targets of themselves. Young Ava. It was probably the same for Rosa as well. As the youngest child of the honorable family, Ushiromiya family, she must have gone through many tough times. So it was just like what Aunt Ava did to me. Just like what Sumidera is doing now. Aunt Rosa must have been the same. People tend to push the pain they're burdened with onto other people. Otherwise, they can never escape from that pain. So on and on, in eternity and perpetuity, the chain of pain and sadness does not end. That's why Maria's magic was so incredible. With her magic, she didn't have to bear the pain caused by Aunt Rosa. The pain probably was pushed onto her. Its weight probably tormented her. But Onei-chan didn't carry that burden on her own shoulders. She purified it and filled her world with happiness. So I'm sure, if Maria had children in the future, she probably wouldn't have pushed the pain that had been forced onto her children. That chain of pain and sadness that stretched back for who knows how long, which she couldn't understand and which she had inherited, which had been forced onto her. Maria cut it with her magic. What's wrong? Got a bone to pick with me? In the past, I would have snapped back. I wouldn't have met her hatred with hatred, so that they'd cancel each other out. No, nothing got canceled out. The thing being forced on me ended up being right there on my shoulders, just like how even now, I hate her. So now that I know of magic, I'll look at the human called Ushiromiya Ava again. What could I see through to? Was a sad human form, no different from me, who had lost her family and who bore deep wounds in her heart. Unable to withstand the pain of the torn heart, she was doing nothing more than howl sadly, like a lion crying in pain, like a child. Even Ushiromiya Ava was someone I should have felt compassion for. She needed someone to understand the difficulties and pain of her childhood years. Even she, who was the only survivor of the Rokkenjima crime, who was faced with the curiosity of all of society, who was publicly slandered and forced to have salt continually flung into the wound, had needed someone's compassion. In order to let Ava forget her pain and sadness at least a little, the Black Witch taught her magic, just like the times that it possessed Aunt Rosa. It was the same magic of anger and sadness that Beatrice had taught Maria when she was mourning for her torn-apart friend, Sakutaro. The same magic that witch had probably dwelled inside Aunt Rosa, too. So I mustn't hate Ushiromiya Eva. Maybe I should have become her ally. As the only person in the world who could understand her, what did I say to her when I was young, when she returned alive all alone? Could it be that I acted as though she'd killed my family and returned on her own? I can't believe it. Aunt Ava, who has never been more than an object and a synonym for hatred throughout my life, is turning into a human I can understand now. So, I can see right next to Aunt Ava, the form of the Black Witch, who taught her the black magic. Right. Aunt Ava was crying. It was only natural. Not only was no one willing to understand the pain of losing her husband and son at once, but her only relative had insulted her, saying, "Give me back my dad and mom." I can make the excuse that I was merciless because of my youth. However, to her at the time, it had probably been cruel enough to sever the last thread in her heart. The following days, the talk shows and magazines publicly slandered her. The truth of her husband's business and character, and even her beloved son, were negated. She no longer had anything left. She could do nothing but cry and howl, trying to forget the pain and sadness at least for a while. After all, she could only feel a tiny bit of release, and only during the time that she howled. And so, the Black Witch taught her how to howl. The one I hated was the Black Witch. Black magic can probably release one from that pain in an instant. However, it neither lifts the weight from a person's shoulder. On the contrary, it forces the weight onto further victims, filling the world with hatred. If only Aunt Ava knew of white magic and had a true witch nearby. Shouldn't that have been me? Whoa. Didn't I learn the magic to create happiness from Maria? If I'd taught her with that magic, could we have built a completely different relationship? Up until now, I've hated her constantly, so I didn't notice the Black Witch beside her. Without love, it could not be seen. I didn't have any love for her. So now finally, I'll glare at the Black Witch, the one I truly should hate. Oh, what's this? You can see me? I see you. The one I should have hated was not Aunt Ava. It's you. Whoa, awesome. To think a lowly human could see a witch like me. So, are you trying to say something with that glare? Do you hate me? Hate? Yes, I do. But that's not quite it. I think you're just sad. Sad? What are you saying? Come on, go ahead. Why not hate me as much as you want? I won't hate. Hating you means I'm doing nothing more than inheriting Aunt Ava's hatred. I'll put a stop to hatred. I'll accept Aunt Ava's pain, purify it, and throw it away. What kind of epiphany do you think you've had? Is your head alright? Seriously, if only you just give up and die. You guys, kick her more and more, okay? Not her face, though. Because it'd be boring if her face got any better. The black suits persistently kicked my stomach and back, as though they had been ordered by the Black Witch. My, are you still not suffering after all that? You keep staring right at me. Do you hate me? I'll bet you do. Same here. Kasumi sneered at me, but for some reason I had a feeling that she was crying behind that expression. Just like me, the pain of being forced into an unreasonable life would never, ever heal. The sad lion, gasping in pain from the thorn he can't get out, continues to howl. Hey, Sumidera Kasumi, take a look. Over there, it's you as you used to be. Don't you feel better now? You used to be standing there, but now you're on this side. Isn't that great? Don't you like having those roles switched? It really is. Great. This is great. How can you make that kind of face, Angie? Go on and cry. You want to, right? Ah, yes, of course she wants to cry. Make her cry. Didn't someone make you cry? So make her cry, too. You too, Angie. Just break down and cry. Cry, Angie. I want to see your crying face. Cry and say, I'm sorry, Aunt Kasumi. Yes, make her say those words. Aren't those words painful? Isn't being made to apologize for something that isn't your fault just the worst? Make her feel the same way. By doing that, you can relieve your pain. Yeah, that's it. Be a little more honest with yourself, okay? If only you just let your emotions run free more, and more, and more. The Black Witch provoked Kasumi, and Kasumi began to give herself over to that dark emotion. By turning deep sadness into an evil alcohol and forcing it down, trying to forget for just an instant, nothing would change. The words Kasumi insulted me with were, themselves, sad. And I couldn't forgive the Black Witch who had imposed that sadness on Kasumi. I had gone limp, which seemed to have stopped the Black Suit's kicking competition. Or maybe the kickers were getting tired too. Kasumi didn't order them to stop, but at some point they did. However, I was reflected in Kasumi's eyes, and they burned me with flames of hatred. She had been tempted by the witch to do that in order to relieve her own pain. Sumadera Kasumi, you aren't done yet. You've got much more trampling to do, right? Can you forgive what happened to your entire life with just a little violence? I can't. I still can't forgive her with just this. Right? There's no way you can forgive her. Do it more. More of the flames of hatred. Nothing can warm you except for the fires of hate. After being frozen in the snowfields of anger and sadness, the only flame that can warm you is hatred. Say it, okay? Scream it. If only you just burn yourself to ashes with a roar of hate. I cannot live without hating you. Sumadera Kasumi, look at this bundle of flowers. The flowers are for your dead family, right, Angie? The Black Witch grinned at me unpleasantly, using her chin to signal Kasumi to pick it up. Kasumi picked up the flowers I was going to offer, brought them all the way over to me, dropped them, and made a show of trampling them. Her expression was filled with hatred, and a frantic quality that couldn't be explained with hatred alone. She trampled them over and over again, as though her sadness was reaching the bursting point. So the sound of her trampling was just sad. Oh, still not suffering yet? Then what about this? Sumadera Kasumi, use this. No, not that. The object the Black Witch pointed at was Maria's grimoire. Kasumi also noticed it and picked up that book, which was heavier than it looked. What's this? Why not read it? You might fall over laughing, okay? Kasumi opened the grimoire, skimmed over the contents, and snorted derisively. Give it back. That's One-chan's. Of course, my hand couldn't reach. My stomach was once again kicked by the black suits, and I doubled over. See? This book's really important to Angie, right? Gotta belittle the things that are important to her, okay? That'll work better than punching or kicking. You know that better than anyone, don't you? As though remembering something painful, Kasumi's face twisted for an instant. But that quickly disappeared, changing into a scornful smile directed at me. What a creepy book. Did you write this? Stop. Give it back. Look at that face. Belittle it more. Belittle it more. Teach her the pain of having your dignity trampled. That's the only way to soften your own pain. This embarrassing book. I'll admit I did have a little interest in fortune telling as a girl. But isn't this going a bit too far? Magic? Ew. You're one of those, aren't you? It's like in those cartoons where the girl says something spell and transforms into a witch, right? You like those, don't you? How pathetic. Cackling, Kasumi opened to a random page and showed it to the black suits. The black suits looked and guffawed. The sneer didn't wound me, but I couldn't forgive it. After all, that sneer was ridiculing Maria. I didn't hate Kasumi, but for forcing that unhealing anger and sadness on Kasumi, I cannot forgive the Black Witch. The Black Witch ate into Aunt Ava, Sumadera Kasumi, and Aunt Rosa, tormenting them for an eternity without letting their wounds be healed. I cannot forgive her. I cannot forgive the Black Witch. Wow, this is just great. Magic for making candy fall from the sky? What's this? Sprinkle water cleansed by the sun with sugar. Stick the magic staff in and then an incantation? What the hell? Aww. The black suits were also rolling around guffawing. Then grinning, the Black Witch whispered something into Kasumi's ear. After glaring at me with a grin, Kasumi took out the page. No. Kasumi grabbed hold of that page, tore it off, crumpled it up, and threw it away. Creeping into people's ears just like and just cyberbullying them. Oh, so cruel. That was Maria's magic. Oh, really? How sad. It was one of the spells to summon happiness that Maria had made with Sakutaro. Anyone knows that making sugar water, coloring it, and leaving it by the window isn't going to make candy fall from the sky. But after repeating that every day, one time on her way home from school, she had found several pieces of candy scattered around. How happy must that miracle have made Maria? Didn't she treasure that candy, eating it during her night alone with Sakutaro to distract herself from her loneliness? That magic that One-chan had given birth to had been torn and thrown away, and had disappeared. The whole miracle of happiness the magic had given birth to had been torn and thrown away. Oh, this part's good too. Magic to make tonight's dinner. Cream croquette. What's next? Magic to make bell peppers taste good. Bell peppers taste really good. I don't know what you're talking about. That's not so bad either. Tear that too. If only you'd just tear it more and more. With a brutal loud laugh, the Black Witch made Maria's spells get torn out one after another. Magic of happiness was sneered at, torn, and thrown away. Aw. Stop it! Don't defile Lady Maria's magic. Don't defile it with your filthy toxin. Momone cried and yelled, but she had no way of reaching Kasumi. Come on, why not defile it? Miracles of magic? Magic to bring happiness? No way, nothing like that exists. Don't you know that you can't heal pain and sadness without pushing it onto someone else? Hey, you also had those magical friend things, right? Sumadera Kasumi, open to that page. What's this? Magic friends? The Seven Sisters of Purgatory? What a creepy name. It says that they can fly at awesome speeds and finish off their enemies. Angie, if you can use this kind of magic, shouldn't you use it right now? Foolish. The page that wrote of the Seven Sisters of Purgatory was also heartlessly torn away. The page itself was just paper, but it wasn't Momone's vessel or anything. But the tearing, denying toxin burned Momone from the inside. Momone's face twisted from that heat and pain. Are you okay, Momone? Hold on. This much is no problem. It's not me, but Angie who's in pain. However, Momone's expression was twisted with unbearable anguish and humiliation. Stop it, Black Witch. Why are you doing something like this? Why can't you use magic for happiness? Oh, you're a magic friend too, right? I'll defile you too. Sumadera Kasumi, look for this guy's page. What's this one? What's this with a crappy scribble of a lion? Sakutaro. What a weird name. My best friend, it says. Really? This is your friend? A close friend? This lion? It really is a crappy scribble. This ugly lion is totally you. To think she had something like this as a friend. That Ushiromiya Maria kid's mind is so pathetic it's embarrassing. What a joke. She's like a moron. If only you just give up and die. Uryu, don't make fun of Maria. Yeah, don't make fun of Maria. Stop it. Don't break it. No way. Ugh, there was a shrill sound. The page had been filthily ripped out. The picture of Sakutaro that One-chan had drawn was violently ripped in half. Aww. Sakutaro. Aww. Crappy picture. You all laugh too, okay? Please laugh. A pair of the black suits laughed vulgarly and heartlessly trampled the two halves that had been torn and thrown away. This is fucked. This is so sad. Poor Sakutaro. I'm not sad. I just can't stand it. I can't stand that Maria's being made fun of. And I can't do anything about it. To humans who can't see us, it's as though we don't exist. We can only interact with humans that need us. That's why we're furniture. As Sakutaro and Mamone supported each other, they crouched down sobbing. I couldn't stand it either. Those who can't see how wonderful the world of magic is can't understand it. You can't explain to humans who can't understand, so it gets belittled. If you could show it to them, but you can't. Because in front of humans who are filled with the magic-resisting toxin and who can't understand magic, magic cannot be used. I really don't get it. From the delusional diary, I've got to assume that something's wrong with your head. It really is fun to take a peek into your mind. You creepy child. Both you and Maria. And that stuffed animal and the furniture over there too, right? I could laugh. You don't have any friends, do you? You're always all alone. So stuffed animals are your friends. What a pitiable child. Don't worry, I understand. I know what it's like to live that way. So I'll accept it. You really are a pitiable child, huh? To you, it probably would look like something made by a pitiful child. That's right. If 100 people were to read One-chan's diary, 100 people would probably think the same thing. I used to be like that too. But you know, despite all of that, Maria summoned a world of happiness. Don't deny that magic. Don't deny that happiness. Such a stubborn child you are. Very well. This is the last one. I'll tear apart the source of the truly foolish magic that you and Maria believed in. Sumadera Kasumi? Read this page, okay? Oh, hell no. Don't rip the Beatrice page. You will die. You are on Rokenjima and you're gonna try to rip the Beatrice page? Ooh, what's this colorful page? What's this? Magic to always be friends with my beloved mother. Oh, no. Stop. Not that page. Ah. The magic's really simple, isn't it? It looks like even I could do it. Even if I could remember an incantation, even I could remember an incantation this short. Shall I give it a whirl? It really is a short incantation, isn't it? Okay, give it a try. Let's have everyone spit it out. With expressions that ridiculed from the bottom of their hearts, the Black Witch and Kasumi tapered their mouths. Oh god, is it gonna be like ooh or something? And they said it aloud. Oh my god. Dude. Oh my god, that fucking broke me. The black suit stared blankly, asking what the hell that was supposed to be. Then Kasumi answered, cackling. Oh my god. This is supposed to be an incantation. Are you kidding me? Come on, why don't you guys try it too? The black suits imitated that moaning voice, making fun of it. That was the incantation for the magic that would let her always be friends. Oh my god. That's not fair, man. A drink of water. That was the incantation for the magic that would let her always be friends with her beloved mother. Oh my god, she said baka mitai. Is that a Yakuza reference? What the hell? How stupid. If you could make family relationship better just by saying ooh, the world would always be peaceful. A stupid moaning voice. Too bad that if you do this over and over again, people will think you're a pathetic, stupid kid. Are you a moron? I want to go back and like look at all the dialogue. I mean, it's kind of obvious, but like, and then Maria or Rosa would always just be like, "Stop saying that ooh shit, dude. Don't belittle that magic." Haha, I love Yakuza. Yeah, me crying all alone right now. I guess not all alone, y'all are here, but... It was the day of the picnic when Maria and Aunt Rosa were alone. It was written that it was one of the top 5 happiest days of her life. One-chan was singing a song she had just learned from her mama. Her mother had been delighted, but partway through, Maria forgot the lyrics. But since she saw that her mother was so happy, she tried to sing until the very end. With ooh, ooh, ooh. Even though she'd only pretended to know the lyrics, her mother had enjoyed it a lot. After that, ooh remained as an incantation to remember that day she'd spent in fun and happiness with her mother. Of course, even though she seemed to find it funny at first, Rosa eventually grew tired of hearing it, and eventually started scolding One-chan when she said it. But to One-chan, it was a memory of a fun day that she'd never forget. So among the spells that Maria had created, it was the oldest and the first. Kasumi stuck her fingernails into that page too. Stop it. Don't tear it. At least spare that page. No way. With a shrill sound, a girl's world of happiness was erased. Is this your magic of happiness? Hilarious. There's no way there could be magic to make you happy, right? Magic is made out of anger and hatred, right? Happiness is what you call the feeling of release you get only when you've pushed all the hatred you bear onto other people. The happiness you are all talking about is a phantom that doesn't show up outside of picture books. As Kasumi laughed her head off, she slammed the grimoire against the ground and stepped on it. Can't stand it? Hey, you can't stand it, right? You white witches of happiness. If you can't stand it that much, why don't you show us? Show us your magic. If it exists, then you just have to show us, right? A witch who can't use magic is not a witch. That's why we're the real witches. You're just brats trying to escape reality with a dream. Then, if I can show you magic, will you believe in One-chan's magic? Huh? Yeah, sure. I'll believe. If you can use magic and show me, that is. Let's see it then, you stupid brat. Silently, slowly, I stood up. Sensation of this cramped world was such a pain in my body felt truly trifling. Oh, looks like you've still got enough energy to stand up, Miss Great Witch. Now that you've stood up, what are you going to show us? Some magic? Magic exists. Huh? What's this kid saying? Hey, did you all hear that? Silence. Isn't that interesting? You people always refuse to show this power of miracles because of the magic-resisting toxin. Disciple of the White Witch, Maria. Let's see some magic. Do you have any clue how many humans have believed in the miracle before being betrayed? Everyone believes. Everyone is betrayed and despairs. And they learn that true magic can only be gained by the power of black witches like me. Hitting someone with your hatred is nothing more than a sin. That isn't magic. Hitting someone with your hatred is no more than a sin. That the sin of Battler? I'll show you real magic. You... The black witch winced slightly. However, Kasumi sneered at me even more. Then let's have a look. So what kind of magic will you show us? Magic to make candy fall from the sky? Or cookies? What? The instant I opened my eyes, a tremendous wind arose. What is this all of a sudden? Come arise. The Seven Sisters of Purgatory. Huh? Hey. There was a flash behind me, and in an instant, 7 pieces of high-level furniture were gathered there. It was a power that far surpassed the magical strength I had in my prime. It was a power that matched even Maria and Beatrice. Seven Sisters of Purgatory here. Angie, you said it once. Because I lacked magical power and resolve, I couldn't use you or your sisters. This isn't some cheap emotion like wanting to get back at my bullying classmates. In order to protect Maria's Mirage Sorcière world, I now order you to show me the miracle of magic. Impossible! No matter what you tried before such a massive toxin. The Seven Sisters also remembered what had happened in the classroom. If they could have obeyed Angie's order, they would have. However, surrounded by the toxin that runs thick in humans, they hadn't been able to display the miracle of magic, and they remembered very well how deeply they had hurt Angie. But Angie spoke very quietly. In that case, you all believe too. Mirage Sorcière was created to bring people happiness, and also to fight the Black Witch. In order to show that miracle to the foolish Black Witch, who denies the world that one of the founders, the Witch of Origins, Lady Maria, gave birth to, and in order to protect that world, believe. Believe in magic, in witches, believe in miracles right now. When Kasumi gave an order to the black suits, one of them took out a gun and pointed it at Angie. Then you'll show us magic, right? Then let's have it. Use magic to shoot this man down with a fireball or lightning or something. You get one chance. Show us before I count to 3, got it? If you can't, then you'd best prepare yourself. Shoot. What's with this kid? She's lost it. The black suit pointing the gun laughed at Angie's detached attitude. Are you serious? That girl's lost her mind. In that case, get yourself shot. If only you just die. Angie, it's impossible. You can't block bullets with magic. No, there's nothing to be afraid of. Compared to my magic, to the Seven Sisters of Purgatory, bullets are nothing. Angie? Mamone was perplexed by Angie's absolute trust. If she could comply, she would have, on that day as well. But because she had been unable to do anything, she had hurt Angie. You brat. If you can use magic, let us have a look right now. What's wrong? We're telling you to show us magic, right? Come on, no need to hold back, okay? Show me some magic. The black suits jeered at her, but Angie simply concentrated her mind in silence. If only you just shoot. She's even telling you to do it. This kid's already lost her mind from fear. Bye-bye, Angie. And go and pretend to be a witch as much as you want in heaven. Fire. You sure? Fire. Die, Angie. If you can do it, then give this magic of yours a try. The black suit cocked the gun and sneered, pulled the trigger. Oh. The sound of gunfire rang out, and the world stopped. A red spray scattered out, and chunks of flesh flew. Huh? What are you doing, Mamone? Don't tell me you'd let a boorish pebble of a bullet like this reach Angie. Lucifer lined up the bullet perfectly, and with a single swing sliced it. And in the chest of the black suit who had appeared fired a gun was a hole as big as a fist. Every now and then, I get to go first. Half of Leviathan's body was covered with blood and a cold smile was on her face. Then slowly, the pitiful prey that she had brought down fell over. You pierced a human. Idiot. Do you still not believe in our master's magical power? Whoa, what's happening? Are you kidding me? You materialized in front of this many humans? What is it? What? Kasumi and the rest were flustered. He certainly seemed to have fired his gun. However, it hadn't hit Angie, and why was the person who fired hurt instead? This is magic. Great job, Leviathan. Let's go. I am most honored. You foolish humans who dare oppose our master. Now is the time of judgment. Prostrate yourselves. Why? You shouldn't be able to bring magic into the world of humans. You shouldn't be able to see magic, and they shouldn't be able to be touched by magic. Why? Because this is true magic. What are you people doing? Kill! One of the black suits who had finally come to his senses took out his gun and readied it. Like I'd allow you to disrespect the pointing of a gun barrel at our master. Die. Those words were a requiem. The man's chest had already been pierced by Lucifer, who had become the stake of pride in an instant. Thump. With the sound, the second person falling, the black suits now realized for certain that their lives were in peril. Save me! The instant one of the black suits doubled over in shock and turned his heels to escape from that place. The stake of sloth. Be thankful that your violence against our master will be repaid with this alone. Die. The right eye, a hole as big as a walnut, opened, and his head split. Belphegor was sprayed with blood, and her face twisted demonically with the joy of being able to use her full power. Who's that? Who's there? Where are you? The black suits were flustered, pointing their guns in every direction, but they didn't understand what was happening. Okay, calling it, this is a Makusa with like a sniper rifle, shooting these guys off to protect Angie. He followed behind her and is protecting her. They knew something was terrifying was coming for them from somewhere, but they didn't know from where. Dumbass, the enemy is right before your eyes. The witch's furniture is after you. But they couldn't see. Because they didn't believe in magic, they could not see. Just as the Black Witch said, Satan was standing boldly in front of a black suit. However, the black suit couldn't see her at all. Did you think humans could see our forms? That they could follow us? Stupid humans. Time to pay a fool's price for forgetting your awe of magic. Yeah, for sure, yeah, for sure. What's this? What's going on? You can't see it, because you have no love. Impossible! Even though there are so many humans here, even though the magic-resisting toxin is everywhere, why can you manifest your magic? Who are you? A witch. And unlike you, I'm a real one. What? Damn it, you bitch. As though announcing his candidacy for becoming the fourth victim, one of the black suits pointed his gun at Angie. And the trigger was... Angie glared at him coldly and simply ordered, die. Next one. Satan. Satan of Wrath, already, right here. Blockhead. You think a simple bullet could hit Angie or us now? The stake of anger pierced and smashed the bullet fired by the black suit and continued straight on towards the man's face. Know your foolishness and regret in hell. Die. With a terrible explosive sound, the upper half of the man's head was smashed. Bathed in scattered flesh and blood, Angie quietly asked one more question. Hey, Aunt Kasumi, do you still not feel like believing in magic? There's no way something so ridiculous could exist. I won't accept it. There's no way magic exists. Yeah, that's right. There's no way magic exists. There's no way witches exist. Magic exists. Witches exist. That's right. Magic exists. Wishes exist. And in this world filled with anger and sadness, it can become the key that opens the door to the world of happiness. I won't let someone like you deny that. The key to a world of happiness lies in every person's hands. No one has any right to steal that away. You pitiful human who cannot understand this. If there had been magic in your life, it would probably have turned out differently, becoming much more peaceful. Then, when I think that your entire life you were never able to meet with a true witch, I pity you. Kasumi let out a piercing scream. At the same time, two of the black suits came for me at once, thrusting their guns at my head. Like they were trying to use me as a hostage against something their eyes couldn't see. Against the Seven Sisters of Purgatory, who had now reached a level of weapons that was completely pointless. Damn, where are you? Keep on attacking and this bitch is dead. Show yourself. What the hell's he saying? His guts look tasty. Angie, leave the next one to me. Go ahead, kill him. Thank you so much. I'm so happy. Die. Man's chest split and his guts poured out. This terrible way of dying threw the other man into a total panic. However, Asmodeus' form was already at his back, grasping his neck and smiling obscenely. What a cutie. Hey, where do you want to get pierced? Angie, got any ideas? The head. Certainly, my master. Die. The final black suit landed on his head, smashed by the stake of lust, and his insides scattered and twisted and fell. In the gruesome world where 6 people lay in a sea of blood, witch and human confronted each other. To Madara Kasumi, I sympathize with your sad life from the bottom of my soul. I'm willing to grant you magic that can seal up that unfillable hole in your heart. If you can believe, that is. Don't be ridiculous. I will never accept something like this. As Kasumi, who was scared out of her wits, stepped backwards, she picked up a handgun that someone had dropped. Then, shaking, she pointed it at Angie. That's right, Kasumi. Shoot with that gun. Turn your hatred into a bullet and shoot. I'm literally giving you an out, lady. Yeah, for real. Like, take the out. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. If I don't kill you, I'll never be paid back for the life I've lived. Yes. Kill. Pull the trigger. Take all that anger and pain from your shabby life until now. Use it all against her. If you don't, you won't be released from your pain and anguish. Stop it, Aunt Kasumi. You won't listen to the Black Witch. I'll kill you. Because of your mother, my entire life has been a wreck. In that case, my magic might be able to turn that life into something bright and peaceful. Bit by bit, starting now. If you can believe in magic and just have a change of heart, I'll be able to open the door to a new world for you. There's no such thing. The salvation she speaks of is obviously just some fairy tale. Your life is going to be covered with thorns until you die anyways. Let her hear that cry of agony. You can't regain anything that was lost, right? Sumadera Kasumi? That's right. You might not be able to regain anything. However, I know you'll be able to create something new. So, Aunt Kasumi, throw that gun away. I might be able to teach you too about a world of happiness. You know, because your mother ran away. And yeah, Ditz, I mean, that's the philosophy of Maria's magic, right? That's the philosophy of the good witch's magic, the white magic. I think that's a really good way to, like, I don't know, it's just a really good lesson and something that I tend to forget myself sometimes, and I complain and I just try to push stuff onto other people. I need to not do that. There was a man I swore I'd spend my life with, and I was forced to break up with him. You think you understand how I felt when I was forced to be wed in your mother's place? And was held by a man I had barely even talked to? I wanted to kill her, but Nason just went and died on her own. That's why I'll kill you. Otherwise, my thorn-filled life will never end. From Kasumi's eyes, tears of passion dripped down. So pitiable. This person's tears were so clear and beautiful, but for that very reason, she hadn't been able to fully withstand her sad pain, and had been given no choice but to listen to the Black Witch's temptation. So sad. In that case, I'll at least release you, your soul, for all eternity, and free you from the bonds of resentment. That might be the only bit of charity I can give right now. Die, Ushimiya Enji! Goodbye, Aunt Kasumi. Take a long rest in a quiet world. I no longer feel anger or hatred for you. I just want to let your soul rest in peace. Kasumi's handgun spat fire. Slowly, that bullet continued through a world frozen in the utmost limit, aiming for Anji's forehead. Mamon. Yes. Mamon agreed. Thanks. Because I met you and Sakutaro, I was able to understand everything. Anji? Look away, Sakutaro. Mamon, release that woman, and protect the honor of Mirage Sorcière. Yes. Prepare yourself, Kasumi. Even though the world was frozen, the stake of greed flashed like lightning, and had already gotten behind Kasumi. If there's any virtue in you, we'll meet again on the mountain of purgatory. Die. The upper half of Sumidere's Kasumi's head was smashed. Her cage of flesh was shattered, and she was finally released. Dej. Next is you, the Black Witch. By now, I think even the fact that you look like Aunt Eva is inexcusable to her. I'll give a stretch. Oh. If my form still looks like Ushimiya Eva, that means that you still haven't been able to forgive me inside yourself. I understand, Anji. Even though you want to be released from your thorn-filled life more than anything. In that case, I thought of something interesting. I'll show you magic as well. I won't be the one to kill you. With the worst of smiles on her face, the Black Witch changed her form into something like a black mist, or else a vast swarm of black flying insects, which began to swirl around me. I got my water right here. Then that black mist began to gather bit by bit, shaping itself into the form of a human. What's this supposed to be? You've got at least a vague idea, don't you? It's the woman you hated and despised the most. Who's this gonna be? Who's this gonna be? The woman who hated and despised you the most. Ava, probably, right? Yep. When the black mist cleared, over there was Aunt Ava's form, as she had been during her life. In her hands, she was holding a gun. Ava died. Long time no see, Anji. I've come back from hell to kill you. Aunt Ava glared at me with a mad laugh. But I'm not that surprised. Aunt Ava was that kind of person. I imagine my funeral came as quite a relief to you, right? I feel the same, since I'll never have to see your face again. But I had just one regret. And this is it. Killing me? Was that your last request? How pitiful. Even after death, my aunt wasn't released from her pain. The Black Witch's power itself is the source of my magic. A Black Witch's power, anger and hatred taught me how to work hard and persist. Completely different from this magic to escape reality that you speak of. The magic you speak of is nothing more than stress reduction through outbursts of anger. Our magic is different. It can remake the entire world. It's in a totally different class than your wicked magic. In that case, let's settle which is the victor right now, black or white. You see my black magic miracle, reviving even after death and pointing a gun at you like this. How exactly do you intend to stop that with a miracle of white magic? I've surrounded you with magic-resistant toxin. You can't call the Seven Sisters anymore. That miracle just now won't occur again. Having it occur despite all that is why it's called magic. Okay, Mamon, lend me your power. But Mamon didn't respond. She didn't appear. Certainly, as she'd said, The magic-resistant toxin had burned up everything like a wasteland parched by a blazing sun. This might be a little tough. It's useless to call out. Never again. The Seven Sisters of Purgatory will never answer. And being able to call them even so is what makes it magic, right? How pitiful. So long, Angie. The few days we spent together were fun in their own way. This is goodbye. And aren't you glad that in the end of the line for you turned out to be this place? Yeah, seriously. How thoughtful of you. Thanks. Then this is farewell. The barrel of the gun rose slowly so that you could see all the way down it. Then, the trigger was slowly... At that moment, the gun exploded. It wasn't that it fired. It burst. You're kidding me. In shock, inside a frozen space, Ava looked at the ruptured gun. When time melted, the fragment that would probably smash into her face all at once. Mamon agreed, right here. You're kidding me. Behind Ava's back, Mamon stood. She had already penetrated the target I had given her, which was the gun. Is this enough magic for you, Aunt Ava? Angie. What the fuck is happening? Then time melted. The fragments of the burst gun and exploding gunpowder burned her face. Letting out a shrill scream, she covered her face and rolled around. It was pitiful. Things really would have went differently if Angie had been matured enough at Ava at a young age and not been with her. Yeah. Perhaps. Because Ava held a lot of that resentment too, right? So... Your luck was bad. This is game over, Aunt Ava. I signaled to Mamon, so that Ava would be freed quickly from the pain of her burnt face as she writhed around. Thank you, Mamon. This time, I want to apologize again, and from the bottom of my heart for calling you powerless on that day in the classroom. You were excellent furniture for protecting witches. I'm the one that's grateful. I felt truly honored at being able to meet with a good witch, a good master in the end, and being able to fulfill my duty as furniture. Mamon had understood. This would be the final job I'd give her. Mamon quietly walked up to me. Then she looked down at Ava. Aunt Ava, thank you for sticking with me for so long. This is farewell. Have a nice dream. See you in hell. Then the light sound of her forehead being bored into rang out. The battle of gunpowder, smoke, and fury, of white and black magic ended. I get the feeling it was a long, truly a long journey, and the world slowly sank into darkness. The stars that should have been sparkling lay not in the sky, but were scattered beneath me. When I realized that the pearl and ruby made a red and white stream, I noticed that it was a vast nighttime scene spread out below. I was in the sky of the nighttime scene, neither standing nor flying, but simply floating. From nowhere in particular I could hear clapping, a truly dull applause. I know. It's the one who ordered me to go on a journey, Baron Castell. Oh my god, Masoma, hi. Congratulations, Endless Witch Angie Beatrice. At the end of your travels, you understood everything about magic. Yes, I now understand everything about magic. I am a witch. The last witch who inherited the magical world created by Mariage Sorcière. No one besides you can tear Beatrice's world to pieces. Because I know witches, I learned how to resist them. Magic is made of love and sadness and anger, no matter how cruel a witch Beatrice had been. The source of her magic is exactly the same, and that's why I wish I could leave that world of hers alone. After all, in her eyes at least, that world is complete. But then you'd have to give up on your family. That's right. So I don't like doing it, but I have to fight. The very reason I left on this journey was to become a witch, was so that I could take on a faint chance that I'd be able to take my family back someday. Unless you kill Beatrice, only worlds of isolation can exist for you. As one who has traveled to billions of fragments, I guarantee it. I understand. I can't afford to have compassion. I must make my heart a demon, and tear her heart to pieces. It's good that you're steady in that resolve. I was worried that, as another witch like her, you might grow attached to and lose your will to continue. Is Byrne looking directly at us? I do think she does that. I feel a bit hollow hearing that from a person whose face was almost always expressionless. Baron Castell, the mysterious witch who invited me on this journey. At times, I've suspected that you might have lied to me. Why? I am Angie of 1998, so even if I save my family, they will only be saved for the Angie of 1986. They won't be saved for me. So I've sometimes felt like I was being deceived. That is correct. I deceived you. But now I'm grateful. After all, in the end, you did teach me how to get my family back. I didn't teach you anything. If you know something, it's because you've reached that mental state by yourself, as a witch. That mental state is different from my own. I personally cannot understand it. But if it's the truth, then congratulations. Yeah, I mean, there's always been multiple timelines, right? I'm not a player in this game, but a piece. You said that to me, right? Yes. I now fully understand that role. A piece doesn't need emotions. It just has to give it all for victory's sake. Yeah, that's correct. A game requires that you each make the best possible moves, right? If your moves get distorted by hesitation and confusion, your opponent will be confused as well. Sorry, Beatrice. But don't hate me. Ushiromiya Angie still needs her family. I have the right to fight you, so that I can take them back. And you have the responsibility to be challenged by me to a fight. So don't hate me. In exchange, if you do win this game, I'll give you my blessing as well. Come on, let's go. As a piece that I am, it's finally time for my true turn. Sorry, Beatrice. I won't hand Oni-chan over to you. Here's an interesting one. Right? She says, I have to save Ushiromiya Angie. So that's the Ushiromiya Angie of the past. Not the experience that she is experiencing, but the Ushiromiya Angie of the past, where she'll get her family back. In the same vein, is the battler who's fighting Beatrice in the game that has now disappeared, is he a different Ushiromiya battler than the one that was on Rokkenjima 6 years before the incident? I think that's probably where they're going with this. The world whitened. It wasn't white. It was a gold color, as bright as can be. Banger. There was a beautiful Ushiromiya family rose garden. However, the flowers on the roses were all gold. The nectar was also gold colored. The butterflies gathered there were gold as well. This is the Golden Land. The promised land that the witches of Mirage Sorcière had finally been guided to. There, all wishes are granted, and all magic and dreams are born. In the Garden of Gold Roses were two, and only two, witches. I appeared as an uninvited guest, making that atmosphere tremble with unrest. What was to them a wind of misfortune shook the golden roses. The incredible, beautiful scene formed by the golden rose petals scattered by the wind was clearly something not of this world. The two who had been taking a walk on the path of golden roses noticed me and were surprised. Angie! Beto, it's Angie! How did you get here? Leave us alone. I shall no longer invite anyone here. Beto spoke coldly. She seemed like a completely different person from the boldly sneering woman she had once been. She has closed off her heart and shut herself up in a world where she was alone with Maria. In a world where she could always be alone with a friendly Maria, lecturing about magic while drinking tea, with no one to hurry them and nothing to hold them back. A world where not a single person who might hurt them existed. Yes, to the two of them, it was a small, perfect universe. Sorry, I can't have you shutting yourself up in here. We can't continue this game unless you come back. I said I stopped because I'm tired of it. I will not return to the game again. Beto will always be here with me. Here we'll drink tea and think of lots of ways to play. You can play with us too, Angie. Maria, I believe I said that mustn't happen. I am satisfied as long as I have you alone. So that you are too satisfied as long as you have me. Yeah, thank you. The only person who needs me that much is you, Beto. So I'll be with you. Just us is enough. Maria, thanks. I am grateful. Beto held Maria tight, even creating a small, warm universe between their joined arms. It was probably the birth of the smallest universe in the world. The smallest universe in the world which a pair who needed each other could give birth to. No matter how small it was a complete world, but I had to tear it apart. Sorry, but I can't let it go like that. I came here to smash this golden land of Mirage Sorcière. Why? Why are you going to break my world? Are you saying that this world is causing anyone other than Maria and me trouble? You've left Oni-chan waiting all this time. In a game you started and then abandoned without finishing. If you don't return to your seat, the contest won't end for all eternity. Heh. There's no longer a single player in that game. Battler vanished, and I did as well, coming here. That game is already over. It's not over. You started the game, right? Take responsibility and see it through to the very end. Will you defeat Battler and give birth to the world you truly wished for? Or will you be defeated and let everything swallowed up by your magic released? Take responsibility until the very end. Don't, Angie. Beta will spend her time in this world, alone with me for eternity. And I don't need anything else, as long as I have her. Here, all wishes are granted. Everything is here. This golden land is made up of nothing more than the crystallization of Beatrice and Maria's thoughts. To drag Beto out of this world, I'm gonna have to destroy it. I will destroy this golden land, which must be a final peaceful world in Beatrice's eyes. One-chan, that's wrong. The golden land is a liar. You won't grant the one wish you truly want granted. That's not true. Anything can be granted here. Look, there's even a nice mama here. Gold butterflies gathered behind Maria, forming into a kindly smiling Aunt Rosa. After smiling sweetly at me, it became golden petals and crumbled. That's not real, Maria. Here, anything can be created. Even Angie, even Battler, George, Jessica. You can summon as many as you want, and everyone is nice. You come too, Angie. Let's play. Sorry, One-chan. What about Sakutaro? Upon hearing Sakutaro's name, One-chan looked like she was choking. Stop it. Do not speak that name. Beto's expression changed as well, and she hugged Maria, guarding her shoulders. Sakutaro's name was still taboo for One-chan. Why can't I say it? The name of Maria's best friend. Why didn't you invite that close friend to this wonderful golden land? Why in this golden land, where any wish can be granted, is Sakutaro the only one you can't summon? That's a good question. That is... It's alright, Maria. You don't have to remember Sakutaro. Sakutaro was killed by Mama. Maria flew into a rage with a terrible expression on her face. Surprised by that voice, the butterflies throughout the garden flew up, blowing around like a typhoon of flower petals. Yes, I know. Aunt Rosa took your precious stuffed animal, Sakutaro, and tore him apart. Whoa. Maria's scream became a storm that violently scattered the golden petals and leaves. It was truly a storm of gold. Stop. Stop, stop. Why are you trying to reopen the wound in Maria's heart? Don't defile the sleep of this precious friend to both Maria and myself. In that case, why don't you revive that precious friend for her with your magic? I'd do it if I could. Oh. Oh, shit. Beatrice is jealous of Sakutaro. She can totally revive him, but she wants Maria all to herself. And since Sakutaro was Maria's best friend, she's not gonna do it. The magical meaning of that individual object being torn apart is... Don't try to fool anyone. Why can't you revive Sakutaro? There's only one answer. It's because you aren't a real witch. Oh. I can revive him. With my magic, I can revive him as often as I want. Like this. I could even bury this garden in Sakutaro's. That would be funny. Control-C, Control-V on Sakutaro. Yeah, I'll bet you could with your magic. But One-chan definitely wouldn't be able to see the Sakutaros you create. You know why, right? I'll say it again. It's because you aren't a real witch. Interesting. Interesting accusation. Stop it. Why do you keep saying such mean things, Angie? Beto can use a lot of magic. She's a wonderful witch. She couldn't revive just Sakutaro, and she can do absolutely anything else. She can at least do without... So I can at least do without Sakutaro. No, One-chan, that's wrong. There's nothing a witch can't do. As soon as she couldn't do that, it was clear that she wasn't a real witch. That's so strange. That's wrong. It's because Sakutaro's stuffed animal vessel was something Mama made specially herself, and that's why she can't revive him? Is Beatrice... Is your magic so inconvenient? In that case, are you saying you can revive Sakutaro? Are you saying you can do that with your magic? I can. Huh? Maria, I'll show you some real magic. I'll revive Sakutaro for you. Really? Even Beatrice couldn't do it, right? Really? Yeah, I can. In exchange, promise me, once I've revived him... Yeah, leave this golden land. I will not permit that. This world is Maria and mine. If Maria leaves, it will break. The minimum number of humans it takes to create a universe is 2. Otherwise, that world is destroyed. To drag out the witch shut away in the Golden Land, I'll have to destroy this world. Yeah, that's proof that you aren't a witch. A real witch can create a universe alone. The Mirage Sorcière Alliance of Witches. The very existence of this alliance proves that you aren't a witch. No! I won't hand Maria over. I hate you. Leave, right now. Get out of here. What's happening? Dragging everyone into a game of your own accord, then getting bored and chasing them out when your mood changes? How selfish can you be? Take a look, Beatrice. And you, Maria. This is true magic. Will you really revive Sakutaro? There's no way you can. This is a golden land for Maria and me alone. There's not a single spell that an outsider like you could use. And you couldn't even create a single butterfly. Be quiet, Beto. Don't get in Angie's way. Yeah, I think Beto just could do it, but decided not to because she was jealous of what Maria and Sakutaro had. When Maria yelled, the storm suddenly stopped, and the area returned to silence. The scene, as a massive number of golden petals that had been blown upwards quietly drifted down, was fantastical, as though golden snow was falling. Maria, thinking about this unlikely, if only miracle, had unconsciously joined her hands together as though praying. Beto watched Maria do this, her heart racing. If the extremely unlikely were to happen, Maria would... This whole world would... But it's unthinkable. Absolutely impossible. That stuffed animal, which had been the only one in the world, was torn apart and thrown away, and not a thread remained. I do have a theory on how Angie could revive Sakutaro, but it kind of seems too obvious. What, like she just made another one? That could actually check out, right? Like, if she just made another Sakutaro in her own time. Reviving it was certainly and absolutely impossible. The case around Sakutaro does kind of disprove the existence of witches because, you know, if you could magically just make another stuffed animal, but the thing about Sakutaro is it was one of a kind, right? Like when the vase got rebuilt magically in a bunch of the examples, they could have just bought another vase. But with Sakutaro being a one of one, there was no way to just replace it with another one with magic. Whoa, Red's here. Angie had Maria's diary so she could use the picture to make a doll. Yeah, like exactly. She could have just made one of her own. This is my golden land. A world where magic that isn't mine certainly cannot exist. If you think you can do it, let's see what you've got, Angie. At Beto's scream-like cry, the world lost its sound. I slowly recited the incantation for true magic. Come, try to remember. Maria's close friend, Sakutaro. Oh, there he is. Umphy. Try and remember what form you had. Try and remember what a lovable stuffed animal you were. Expressions of shock rose to both their faces. Then, pushing Beto's elbow aside, Maria dashed forward. Oh my god. Then, she clung to us both. It's alright. Sakutaro isn't gonna disappear. Maria, I'm home. Beto just can't sew. I imagine. Well, Beto wouldn't have known what it looked like, right? I wanted to see you so much. It was, without a doubt, that stuffed animal lion, Sakutaro. Its softness, its texture, its stitches, its everything. Maria had forgotten. But the instant she hugged that stuffed animal, it all came back to her vividly. Aww. Maria, I'm home. Sakutaro, is your body alright? Doesn't it hurt anywhere? Even though something so horrible was done to you, are you okay? And she revived me with magic, so I'm perfectly fine. Thank goodness. Welcome back, Sakutaro. From now on, I'll always be with you, Maria. Together for eternity. So, don't let go of me, okay? Yeah, I won't let go. For all eternity. Then, still hugging Sakutaro, she looked up at me with tear-filled eyes. Thank you, Angie. Angie's magic is amazing. How? How can you revive Sakutaro? When Beto couldn't do it? Impossible. It's impossible. How? How can a human other than me use magic in my golden land? This is completely impossible. What are you so flustered about, Beatrice? This is magic, right? There's no way that's magic. This is my golden land. A world where magic that isn't mine certainly cannot exist. And my magic was not able to revive Sakataro. Why is my... Okay, well, magic that's not mine certainly cannot exist. Beatrice and Angie have the same magic. They're both the Golden Witch. That's number one. That cancels that easily. And magic was not able to revive Sakataro. I don't know. There's no way it could. That's a special stuffed animal. Made by Rosa for her daughter's birthday, and in the entire world, the only... Oh, she's choking on it. She's choking on the red. In the entire world, the only... So there's another one. She made one. It's gonna be that Angie made one. See? It's magic, right? Oh. Angie beat Beatrice at her own game. With this miracle that she couldn't possibly accept, Angie beat Beatrice at her own game. Beatrice has to admit that it's magic. Now, I think it is that it's gonna be that maybe it wasn't really magic or Beatrice's magic. It was Angie's special kind of magic, which is love. With this miracle that she couldn't possibly accept, Beato understood all of my magic. She looked at Maria and Sakataro, innocently, frolicking around, looked at me and then fell to her knees, with even her hands pressed to the ground, and cried, Beatrice, this really is magic. It's magic. Beatrice. Indeed, it is magic. This is real magic. Why can Angie use a magic that even you can't? Why? Why? Angie's amazing. Angie's an amazing witch. A real witch who's much, much more amazing than me. Yeah, that's right, One-chan. I am the Witch of Resurrection, Angie. There's nothing that can't be revived by me. Me in the forums. Me in the forums on page 14, reviving dead threads. Amazing, incredible. Even Beato said that the magic of resurrection was the hardest. Angie's incredible. A really, really, real great witch. At the time, Maria and Sakataro's forms flashed gold, and the forms of the two became golden flower petals that crumbled away. As the two became a golden wind and swirled together, they left for some other peaceful place, not here. Beto had, as promised, banished Maria from the Golden Land. Goodbye, Maria, and be happy forever. Don't worry, you definitely exist in One-chan's world too, but that isn't you. Good for you, Maria. As your close friend, I celebrate this reunion from the bottom of my heart. On Beto's face was a mixture of what was probably every expression a human could muster. It was joy, anger, and sadness. That's the source of magic, isn't it? Without love, without sadness, and without anger, magic cannot be seen. The ground shook, an earthquake. It gradually summoned greater and greater fissures, and began to tear Beatrice's final paradise apart. Golden butterflies fluttered about, tried to escape, but there was nowhere to escape to, and Beatrice was the same. The golden land began to crumple away. The earth crumbled downwards like the floor falling through, and Beatrice was sucked into the depths of a jet-black darkness. Then she was mercilessly slammed against the jet-black floor. It was dimly lit, smoky room. There was no door to exit by, and while there was a window, it let in no light into Beatrice's shadowy smoking room. Even though Beato was moaning from the pain of being slammed against the cold, hard floor, she shakily rose to her feet. There was a seat there, and the game table, still just as it had been when she'd left. The game board also remained in the same state that Beato had left it in. That's your seat. Sit. So, this is the only seat for me to sit in? Beato put a hand against her own seat and laughed sadly. Win or lose, that's all you've been given. A tie during the process of reaching that point will probably be permitted. However, you won't be allowed to suspend the game and throw it away. Will you win and survive, or lose and disappear? Until one of those two things happens, you will not be permitted to rise from that chair. That should be your duty as the host of a witch's game, as the Golden Witch Beatrice. Laughing weakly, Beto sat in that seat. Then she rested her elbows and covered her face on both hands, showing off a smile with nothing but her mouth. Not permitted to escape an unwinnable game. Alright, very well. Why don't I repeat this until I lose? Quit being so faint-hearted. Win! Use the best moves you have. You started this game. You have a duty to make the best moves possible. Give all that indecisive fooling around a rest. At that time, there was a violent sound. Beto felt a cold, pathetic sensation on her leg. Gotcha! Finally gotcha, Beto! Oh, great. Lady Lambda Delta, is it? To think that you were still here. Beto's foot was caught in an ice-cold steel shackle, tying her to the chair that she sat in. She would no longer be able to escape from this seat. Oh, you won't be able to escape anymore, got it? I can be more persistent than I look. Surprised? It's more surprising that you don't realize how persistent you look. You are not permitted to leave early or suspend this game. You'll fight for all eternity in order to win, okay? You don't want to lose, do you? You want a little peek at this kind of wonderful world you'll be thrown into if you lose? Don't worry. You can win because I, the great Lady Lambda Delta, will be looking after you constantly until you win. For all eternity. Okay. But even if I wish to fight, there's no opponent seated across from me, correct? Don't worry. I found Battler. When Bern Castell appeared and clapped her hands, Battler appeared from the sky and plopped into the opposite chair. Huh? Battler's eyes were slightly open, but there was no sparkle in them, almost like a doll's. With one of the pillars that established his soul, he had fallen into the depths of darkness and had been drifting about all this time. He should have then scattered and disappeared like mist. Baron Castell had managed to scrape him together. It's incredible that she managed to bring him back into a human form. However, even though his flesh had returned, his soul had not. It had been blown away by Beatrice after having its existence denied. It won't come back easily. Battler won't run from this fight either, not until he defeats you. Just because your chances of winning are shrinking doesn't mean you'll be permitted to the inelegance of abandoning everything and running. Even if he doesn't want that. Isn't that right, Ushiromiya Battler? Battler didn't answer. His heart was still dead. His eyes wavered slightly at the question, but he couldn't answer. Battler, get a hold of yourself. You are here. The enemy is before your eyes. Fight! Fight to win! Battler lazily repeated that, speaking incoherently. He'd come back. The wound he bore on his soul was no small thing. It was only natural. Beatrice had woven her red, and he had been denied. He had learned that the mother he'd respected was not his birth mother, and that he didn't know who he was. He was not Ushiromiya Battler. Don't talk stupid. You are Ushiromiya Battler, no one else. No matter who acknowledges that or denies that, make sure you believe it yourself. After all, you're the only one who can create your own world. Don't lose that world where you're Ushiromiya Battler. Then, who am I? I'm not my mom's child, right? Where was I born from? Battler asked that question as his eyes, which still hadn't regained their sparkle, stared lazily up at the ceiling. Of course, she answered right away. Yeah, that's right. Beato proclaimed it with the red truth, so I'll proclaim it too. Ushiromiya Battler is not Ushiromiya Asumu's son. Huh. In that case, he is not qualified to be the opponent in my game, correct? Beatrice, repeat it. Ushiromiya Battler is not Ushiromiya Kinzo's grandchild. Yeah, we said this, right? Like, he could still be Rudolph's kid. Because Beatrice danced around that and said, you are not Kinzo's grandchild because you are not Asumu's son. But just because, like, Asumu's not related to Kinzo, Rudolph is. Like, that would be implying that he's inbred, right? Like, he's not Asumu's son. And Asumu might have a son named Battler. But that doesn't mean that Rudolph didn't have a second son named Battler. And I think that actually might have been Kiri's supposedly miscarried child. Right, weren't they, like, conceived on the same day? Actually, that's probably exactly what it is. They were conceived on the same day, or ish, around the same time. Kiri had a miscarriage. Ushiromiya Battler was born of Ushiromiya Asumu. Kiri stared at that Battler with resentment, right? She talked about that in episode 3. But maybe she didn't actually have a miscarriage. Maybe she had to hide her child so that... Dude, actually... That makes a whole lot of sense. Hold on, that makes a whole lot of sense. Rudolph has 3 children. Angie and 2 Battlers. 1 Battler is from Asumu, 1 Battler is from Kiri, and of course Angie is from Kiri. In order to stake a claim, and Kiri was not I think, if I recall correctly, Kiri was his second wife, or probably his mistress at the time. Right, Kiri was his mistress at the time. So that would mean Battler would have been born illegitimately out of wedlock. Rudolph, who loved Kiri more than Asumu, did not care for Asumu, wanted the son that was born from his love, Kiri, to actually inherit the family fortune. So he kept that Battler's secret, and at some later date, did a switch of the Battlers and said, okay, we're going to pretend that this one was miscarried. Eventually, and this is really heartless, but eventually, I will kill my other son and probably his mother at the same time. I will kill any of the Asumu side of my family. I'll go ahead, I'll kill her. I'll kill the boy. Probably happened at the family conference, in all reality. And then, oh, let's slip Kiri's Battler in. Pretend that he's the one that has been alive all this time. Which would maybe explain why he's so freaking tall, right? Compared to the other. Oh, you grew over these 6 years. Yeah, he got replaced by another person. This makes perfect sense. And then Rudolph can kind of have his cake and eat it too. He can still have a son that's in the race because it's not an illegitimate child anymore. He can have a son who's in the race for the family inheritance and can be with Kiri in peace. That's my theory. That actually, I think, makes a lot of sense. Now, who killed everybody on the island? I have no clue. Maybe Rudolph at this point, if all that's to be believed, right? If Rudolph would go that hard for inheritance. She refused to repeat it. Beato proclaimed 2 red truths. Battler is not Asumu's son, and no one except Kinzo's grandchild Battler is qualified to be her opponent. The following theory would allow Battler to be accepted without creating any contradictions. Here's my blue truth. Listen to it. Is she going to say everything I just said? The one qualified to be Beito's opponent is Kinzo's grandchild, Ushirimiya Battler, and whether you're Asumu's son or not isn't a problem. Thus, even if you aren't Asumu's son, you can still be Kinzo's grandchild, as long as you're Rudolph's son. It was just a silly word game, wasn't it? Your blue truth is valid. Beto, your counter-argument with the red truth? If you cannot counter it with the red, Battler's qualifications as an opponent will stand unchallenged. Battler was still out of it. He couldn't really understand what she was saying for him. And actually, this ties into Sakutaro. In a funny way, this ties into Sakutaro, and there being 2 Sakutaros, right? You think Ushimiya Battler is a one-of-a-kind, one-of-one, made by, you know, Asumu. But as I just described, dude, I think I'm on the money. And it might be obvious at this point in the story, but I think I'm right on the money with this one. But even so, his spirit was starting to come back, bit by bit. Now, what was the sin that other Battler committed? Who knows? Then who am I? Get a hold of yourself. You are Ushimiya Battler. Yeah, maybe Mother Asumu didn't give birth to you, but so what? That doesn't change in the slightest the fact that she was a mother to you, right? For example, what is Ushimiya Angie to you? You might not share the same blood, but she's still your little sister, right? It's not about blood, it's about bonds. That's so true. That's right, even though we don't share the same blood, Angie is my little sister. Say it in red. Say that Angie is your little sister. Angie is my little sister. Ah, I could say it. She hugged Battler, who was still out of it and slumped in his chair strongly from behind, so much that it hurts. I don't know why Mother Asumu wasn't your birth mother, but still, up until today and even now, you believe that she's your mother, right? In this world, there are plenty of people without even a mother, without even a family. Did Mother Asumu ever let you feel lonely? Never, right? Don't throw your peaceful family away so easily. Can you imagine? How much of a shitstorm? Yeah, cute. Yeah, for real. Your family bonds have gotten too thin after leaving your family for 6 years. If he couldn't say Angie's his sister, it would go sicko mode. You have to feel those family bonds much, much more strongly. Remember, for Mother Asuma's sake as well, don't lose your love over a foolish witch's rant like this. You're right. Mom was always on my side. Where is this place? It's dark, and I want to go home. Where's all my family? The light still hadn't returned to Battler's eyes, but tears appeared. Your little sister's waiting at home for you to come back. Even if you don't come back, she'll be all alone forever. For your little sister's sake, please win this witch's game. Angie, my little sister. But still, I don't get it. Why do I have to keep on repeating this incomprehensible, cruel game with Beto? I've had enough. In this case, settle this game quickly and go back home. Ushiromiya Battler, how long are you going to play around in a place like this? Your little sister is waiting for you to come home. That's right. Battler had been caught up in this strange game before he even knew it, and still unable to understand why he was fighting. He had been constantly sucked into the witch's pace, playing with and made to fight. That should have been his most simple and first question. Because he didn't understand that, he had lost his purpose in fighting. This is why my voice won't reach Battler's ears. Instead of a vague purpose, like winning against the witch or because he couldn't forgive her, he used to be aware of the purpose for which he must win. That's right. I want to go home. I want to get home to Dad and Mom, and Angie. I've had enough. I've had enough of this place. I've had enough of witches, and enough of games and murders. Enough. Battler's soul is starting to come back, but I can't quite reach. You've had enough, right? Then fight so you can return to your family. Destroy Beatrice and go home. No, I've had enough of witches. Even of Beto, enough of everything. And even you're probably just another one of those witches' allies. I could be betrayed at any time. Whoa. You can't trust anything. You can't trust any words that aren't read. Don't bother me. Don't bother me. Battler's soul howled. She hugged his head from behind, strong enough that it hurt. Come home quick. Why is this in red? Come home quickly, Oni-chan. Don't leave me all alone. Whoa. That wasn't a truth. That was just an ask. It's me, it's Angie. Dad and Mom and Oni-chan, no one came home. I'm so lonely. I beg you, come home quickly. Angie, you were Angie? That's right, I'm Angie. Ushiromiya Angie of a world where no one comes home. My entire family never came home from Rokkenjima that day. The witch before your eyes stole away my whole family, even you, Oni-chan. Only you can finish her. Finish her. Then take your family back, and then come home to me. Angie's the strongest witch. She can do whatever she wants. Beto did that to my family? As she says, I will not run away or hide from it. I stole Ushiromiya Angie's family away from her. Battler's my toy. His father and mother are both my toys. I won't give them back. You may continue to wander all alone forever, awaiting the return of a family that will never come back. From Angie's arms that held him, the painful, sad days that had been experienced by his lonely little sister flowed into Battler. Because he'd been playing around in a place like this, his little sister had been left all by herself, had been forced to endure all that pain. Angie, damn it, what am I doing? Thanks, Angie. Your Oni-chan, who has been forgetting something important this whole time. Battler tried to turn around, but Angie was hanging onto his head with an incredible force, so he couldn't turn back. Was it sweat? Hot drops were splashing onto the nape of Battler's neck. What they were, he knew from holding Angie's arm that clung to him, because it stained Battler's hand, his fingers, red. Blood. Angie. Did using the red, like, tear her throat? Are you okay? Hey. It dropped and splashed. He didn't know what was going on. Battler didn't know because he couldn't turn around, but the hot drops that stained his entire back were surely blood. In order to save you, Oni-chan, in order to come here, there was a single rule. Oh, yeah. You couldn't say she was Angie. It was a single rule I had to follow. This is it. Letting you know that I was Angie. It was so hard. Even though Oni-chan was right before my eyes, I couldn't say it. As long as I followed this rule, I shouldn't have been able to stay by your side for all eternity. Or I should have. I should have been able to play this game against the witch for eternity. But that's no good. Oni-chan, you have to come back. Your sister's waiting for you. At home. That person isn't me. But this way your sister will be saved. Angie. There's so much blood. So much. He wanted to turn around, but Angie was gripping his head too tightly. However, judging by the blood that was pouring out in Angie's pain breathing, he realized that something seriously wrong had happened to her right now. Don't worry. I'm only a piece. You know, in chess, they have this move called a sacrifice. What? Who cares about chess? Let's get you some first aid, quickly. Let go for a second, Angie. A sacrifice is an abandoned piece. For a tactical gain, you intentionally accept a loss and let a piece go. In chess, the ultimate goal is victory. So if it can bring you victory in the end, there's nothing wrong with sacrificing a few individual pieces. Angie had coolly made a decision. She had been taught over and over again that she was a piece, not a player. In order to act like a piece and save Battler, right now she would have to become a sacrificial piece herself. Battler had to know. His purpose in the witch's game couldn't be something as abstract as finishing off the witch. He had to win the game, release himself, and bring his family back home. Why? Because his family, a little sister who was waiting for him to come home. A being was created so that Ushimiya Anji's voice could reach you. That's me, Anji Beatrice. I'll sacrifice the piece I am to give you the will to fight, to give you purpose. My purpose isn't to play with you in the witch's game for all eternity. I came to bring you Ushimiya Anji's mourning and sadness. That is my unshakable purpose. Anji! The white, thin arm that held Battler became pale and transparent, almost like wax. And even so, the fresh blood stained it so cruelly. I will disappear now, but Oni-chan, fight with all you've got. And I'm sure you'll come back to me. I'll be waiting, always. I plan on helping you a lot more than this, but I couldn't do anything. Sorry. Don't worry about that. You taught me, didn't you? You taught me why I have to win. And that, I've got to win for certain and come back to you. What am I doing lazing about in a place like this? Yeah, I won't play around anymore. I'll come back. I'll come home. I'll definitely come home. Bring me a souvenir, promise. I don't need one. So promise me one thing. I'll promise anything. In a second, I'm gonna let go of this hand. It hurt, didn't it? Sorry. I held it so tightly. I'm okay. You don't have to turn around. So in the end, let me see the coolest part of you, Oni-chan. Rise from your seat, point at that witch before your eyes, and announce that the game will start up again. Hell yeah. Angie's hand slid and disappeared behind me. There were bloody fingerprints left behind, blurred by her fingernails. But I turned around right away. Take care of Angie's wounds. Aw, crap. You even promised that you wouldn't turn around. Angie, where? Behind my chair, it was as though about 10 watermelons packed with blood had been smashed. And there was a sticky, pulpy mountain. And around that mountain of blood and minced meat, the clothes and shoes Angie had been wearing lay crumpled as though they'd been taken off and thrown away. As though just a human's inside had been pulverized and tossed there like scrap. As though Angie, who had been standing there until a second ago, had been crushed. Angie. Where's Angie? Where did Angie disappear to? Hey, where did she go? The two young-looking witches said nothing, and just silently looked at the mountain of blood and meat and clothes. But I didn't want to accept it. I definitely didn't want to accept it. I was right in front of you. I was watching the whole time. Watching what happened to Angie behind you. Do you know? Where did Angie go? While she still lived, pinch by pinch, massive red-hot pincers tore chunks of flesh the size of a thumb off her. That Angie's gone? Well, that Angie probably died on Rokkenjima. Tore chunks of flesh the size of a thumb off her and threw them away. I was watching. I saw countless cruel tools, burned red-hot in the witch's furnace, approached Angie from behind, and one bit at a time pecked at her, twisted her, ripped chunks off her, and tore her to pieces. Angie should be proud. In order to share some last words with her brother, she stopped herself from gasping at the point and grasping at the pain until the very end, as if something like that could have happened. But on top of that, the mountain of flesh and clothes, what had fallen there, was without a doubt what she had been wearing on her head, those pink jeweled hair ornaments. To be honest, I thought they were a bit too childish for her and didn't suit her, so I remembered them well. Why did Angie wear such cheap hair ornaments all the time? No, the thought that this is Angie couldn't possibly be... You're pretty blunt, Beto. Battler didn't see it, so you could have just said she turned into butterflies and flew away or something. You guys also saw that happen? You saw Angie get torn into little bits? You were watching and yet you stayed so calm the whole time? Without answering, Ben Costello, Lambda Delta, and Beatrice stared at me, some in pity, others in derision, watching me. Since she'd called herself Gretel, and after what had happened with Virgilia in the last game, I thought she might be Beto's underling, and I'd been wary of her, not trusting her even though she was an ally. And now, after learning that truly was Angie, without even being allowed to see her face, I turn around and find something like this. Why does it matter? All this is about your little sister. What did you say? After all, you'll never return from this place for all eternity anyway. Whatever happens to your little sister in a world where you don't come home has nothing to do with you. As long as you play here, the Angies of countless worlds will live in isolation. And the same pain of her final moments just now will be forced upon her, spread over a period of more than a decade. However, that is of no importance, correct? It cannot be seen by you from here. You can't observe it. An observable fact cannot be proven except by the red truth. Therefore, your anxiety over Angie's misfortune after this may be needless. She might, surprisingly, be able to live a casual life without ever having to work thanks to Rudolph's inheritance, right? That's a lie. From Angie's arm, every part of that sad future world had poured into me in an instant. All because I kept on lazing about forever and playing in a place like this. I never thought about anyone but myself. I must defeat her. I'll take back my family, back to where Angie's waiting, and come home as soon as I can. Because even as I hang around with a witch like this, Angie's heart continues to be torn to bits by sadness. Angie, is this what you wanted to see? I turned toward the cruel witch who had indifferently spoken of Angie's brutal last moments and slowly, yet with all my might, pointed. Og, point. Beatrice. Indeed. Resume this game. I won't run away anymore, and I won't let you escape. Bring it on. I can no longer escape or hide. Let us decide this between you and me for good. One shall win, one shall lose and be destroyed. No other resolution can exist. I'll win. No matter how long it takes, I'll definitely smash you. There isn't going to be any more compromise, interpretation, or losses by default in this contest. I won't run away. I won't let you get away. Try and defeat me with everything you've got. There's absolutely no need for stupid tricks and deceit, for intermingling and acting friendly. You and I are enemies. I have to settle this as soon as possible and bring my family back to Angie. Unwavering resolve. Certain willpower. The certain willpower of a human becomes certain magical power. That leads to a miracle, and promises that it should be so. Yes, this is a promised, certain miracle. Are my chances of victory not even 1 in a billion? No. Shall it be certainly impossible without any fragment of a miracle? Before I knew it, a cold, stiff chain had bound my other leg without a sound, tying me to the chair. All that's left is to either be killed and lose to Battler, or resist and continue in an endless tie for all eternity. Or perhaps I should say it's to continue tying until I've prepared my heart of death. Either way, I might fight to lose and nothing more. I have already been bound by the chains of eternity, and Battler won't let me escape either. Should I pathetically beg his forgiveness? Should I beg for compassion by appealing to his pitying heart? So she's just basically saying I can't win. She's screwed. Should I forget appearances and prostrate myself? Because of the chains, even that choice would not be granted me. Checkmate. This is the perfect stranglehold. However, I am the Golden Witch Beatrice, the demon lord of gold who reigns in the Golden Land. Even in a fight to lose, there's an attitude fitting for me, and I have the right to adorn my death in a manner suited to me. Hell yeah. I am no different. I'll make you accept the existence of my magic, and the door to the Golden Land will open on this island. You shall become the guest of honor at that first tea party. Everyone besides you has gathered already, you see. Because the honored guest's arrival has been delayed, the tea party cannot begin. Your father, mother, cousins, and everyone else are getting tired of waiting for your arrival. Sure, that's perfect. That's just perfect. What the hell is magic? What the hell are witches? I'm done playing with you. Here we go, Beatrice. Come as hard as you can, for there will be no compromise, interruptions, or losing by default. One shall win, and one shall be destroyed. If you have no desire to lose, then you must defeat me. Kill me. However, I won't be killed so easily. Until you can prepare a fitting end for me, I can resist over and over again. Can you do that? No, you probably can. You surely can. Come on then. Come and kill me. Is it that hard? Then let's go with the usual. As if I'd be killed. Even if I can't win, I can at least harass you enough to stop you from snatching victory, right? Well, that's a good look on your face. Try and kill me. Oh my god. That. He hit that. Please kill me quickly. Anyone, if you don't, please kill me quickly. If you don't, you will die. Oh, I tried to read that fast. It was, please kill me quickly. If you don't, you're going to die. At the end. We got a tea party to go to still. There was like no resolution of what happened on Rokkenjima. In addition to new features, the Golden Witch has prepared a gift for you. Commemorate your stay. You can find these new features on the title screen. I got an achievement for Angie. Complete episode 4. It's so good. Episode 4 tea party, baby. We're going right into it. I still stand by my theory that the unborn child of Kiri is the one that is currently in a fight with Beatrice. And the other one was perhaps even killed by Rudolph and Kiri in this inheritance bid. Still don't know what the sin of Ushumiya Battler would have been, though. Let's see what the tea party gives us. 1986. Seven hours you've been streaming since early. Yeah, I had to make sure to finish this. I need to make sure I give myself enough runway. And I'll stretch. Okay. I feel like that redeem doesn't do anything. I make sure to like get up and stretch pretty frequently. I don't have a clue what's going on. Please, someone explain in a way even I can understand. What happened yesterday? I was in the kitchen of the mansion grabbing some food without permission. Actually, I'm going to use the restroom before we do the tea party. I'll be right back.
Man, what a beautiful... This tea party, it looks like it's kind of long, but we'll do what we can. It's only 11:45. If it's like an hour or two, it's probably fine. Making sure we're finishing this crap. And then we can start episode 5 tomorrow. This is the longest one by a lot, right? I think word count in this one was 179,000 total if you include the tea parties. Oh wow, yeah, the tea party is really long compared to the other ones. Except for the episode 7 tea party, but episode 7 by itself is actually the shortest. And then the tea party is like a lot. So by total words, this one is the longest by 30,000 words. Holy crap. If you count both tea parties and the main story, this one is the longest by about 30,000 words. That's crazy. These pictures are so good. Okay, let's get to it. I was in the kitchen of the mansion grabbing some food without permission. If you open up that massive business class refrigerator, you could find anything. You can eat and drink as much as you like. Even if the typhoon didn't clear up for a week, I'd have more than enough to eat. Who would this be? Maria? Do people retain their memories of the previous loops? Is that the right words to use? Some people do. The furniture does. I think mostly it's just anyone with magical ability does. I get a hunch Maria does. But it's mostly just like Shannon, Ken, and Genji. Kumasawa. Inzo. With wine in one hand, I was helping myself to some dry cured ham. I wonder just how expensive this wine and ham are. Your ingredients are out of luck. You ingredients are out of luck too. If only you'd had Goda-san to cook you. You could have been reborn as a much more incredible food. This might be Tatler. He got drunk in the other episode too. I looked at the clock. Very soon it would be midnight. October 5th, the second day would end. October 5th. The insane October 4th yesterday seemed like a lie. That's how much nothing had happened after that test thing. Nothing happened. No phone call came, no letters came, no person came, and no one attacked me. Nothing happened at all. I want to start demanding a refund on all the time and energy this tension stole from me. Because after that, for an entire day, full 24 hours, nothing happened. I'm sure, so surely nothing's going to happen now. A full 24 hours ago, Beatrice called me to a spot in front of the mansion's entrance. There I was given a strange test to determine the successor to the headship or whatever. I gave a serious answer in my own way, but it somehow hadn't meshed with the other side. Beatrice got pissed for no reason and fell silent. I yelled at her to try and say something, but she gave no answer. When I asked where Maria was, she just told me to go to the chapel and left. To tell the truth, it was an anticlimax. No matter what kind of weird test you give, at least tell me whether I've passed or failed. Are you trying to say thanks for coming, your results will be mailed to you later, or something? Quit messing with me. Anyway, I headed to the chapel. After failing their test, both George and Jessica were killed. I couldn't let Maria get killed too. Also, I might get a chance to catch some person trying to kill her. As a little kid, I often heard from Jessica that you get in trouble if you went near the chapel. So I'd never been there, but I at least knew where it was. I couldn't find any trace of a person there. But there was a key bundle lying in front of the door. I thought this might be someone telling me to open the door, but after trying all the keys, I found that none of them fit. I also called Maria's name, but no one answered. I searched around the chapel, but there was a limit to what I could do in the pitch black with just a flashlight. I realized that this key bundle must be a set of master keys, which could make it possible to open the door to the mansion. I found no sign of Maria, so I returned to the mansion. The mansion was wrapped in silence and in a horrible stench. However, it's amazing how good humans are at adapting. The inside of the mansion must still be wrapped up in that smell. However, I grew completely used to it and stopped minding it. It didn't seem any worse than any old house where someone had burnt some meat. At first, I was bewildered by the stench, but I decided to head to the dining hall for the time being. At first, I was bewildered by the stench, but I decided, and found the corpses were so pitiful. Goda and the rest had hesitated to speak of them in detail. Her corpse was found in the dining hall. About half of her head was destroyed.
murdered with a gun or something similar. The witnesses don't believe she was killed with a gun. These are all basically exactly the same thing. We know about this one. It was the remains of Aunt Nazi and the others who had become the first victims. Half of each of the head had been completely split open, and it was so gruesome that even without knowing a thing about examining corpses, I could say that they were dead. And on top of that, the remaining halves of their faces were left like normal, so it was even easy to identify them. Really convenient corpses these were. In addition to those 6 bodies was one more. The 7th corpse was Maria. Oh. Her corpse was found in the dining hall. Butler wasn't able to make out any wounds in particular, so he assumed that she was killed by some kind of poison, the most peaceful form of invitation to the Golden Land. She lay next to Aunt Rosa as though sleeping alongside her. I cried. The death of an innocent young girl, and at the cruel way my dad and the rest had died. I raced through the mansion swinging that hat-stand spear, yelling, "Come out here, bastard." But I couldn't find any trace of anyone else. Thinking they might be planning to hide somewhere and attack me from behind, I went around searching for hiding places. Sometimes growing more cautious, and sometimes intentionally letting my guard down in various ways, but in the end, not even a kitten appeared. Then, morning came. My tension and fatigue combined with my drowsiness made for the worst kind of dawn. Humans are pretty incredible. Even when a murderer might be hiding somewhere, we prioritize drowsiness and fatigue over our own lives. By that time, I was starting to feel pretty ridiculous. After all, for a full 6 hours before dawn, I'd walked around the mansion, yelling at the culprits to show themselves. My search had been a careful one, and I tired myself out and let my guard down. Even so, no one came to attack me. Basically, I lost patience with them and figured they could do whatever the hell they wanted. The boat won't come until the typhoon passes. They said on TV that it won't pass until tomorrow, so I've got another full day today. Lazing about lost its interest, and even though I knew it would probably make the police mad, I decided to play detective a bit. First was the dining hall, where the very first murder had occurred. The 6 who had been killed in the beginning really were pitiful. The weapon used was probably a gun. Maybe their heads were split by something powerful, like a magnum bullet or a shotgun. It was a reasonable theory to hold. Compared to that, the 7th corpse, Maria, had died in a much better and cleaner way. At a glance, I could see no external wounds and didn't understand how she'd been killed. But by her mouth were traces of bubbles that she might have spat out, and it looked like a typical death by poisoning that you might see on a TV drama. Wasn't Maria called out to the chapel and given a test? So why was her corpse in the corpse-filled? Why was she in the corpse-filled dining hall, lying next to her mother, dead? Yeah, who would have moved her? Even if the cause of death was poison, who gave it to her? Her clothes weren't disturbed at all. It's hard to imagine she was forcibly pushed down and given an injection of poison. It was probably better to assume that she was given a capsule or something that made to swallow it. But compared to the scattered and violently mutilated corpses in this room, Maria's corpse was too clean. If they had a gun, they'd only needed to pull the trigger. But poisoning, whether by having her drink it or by an injection, would take a lot more effort. Considering the culprit's brutal nature, you'd think Maria's death alone was given special treatment. Why was only Maria given a sleep-like death? True, being killed is always a pitiful thing, but for some reason, Maria's death alone seemed very courteous to me. Both of Maria's hands were joined on her chest, as though the dead person had put them there herself. Did Maria do that to herself before dying? Isn't this usually something done by someone else after the person dies? Although sleeping with her mother, whose head was half crushed, Maria dozed in peace. For some reason, that contrast really bothered me. Including the direct cause, it's probably safe to say that Maria's death is shrouded in mystery. And more than anything else, the biggest mystery of this dining hall was the pitfalls. The pitfalls that both Uncle Krause's group and Goda-san had mentioned. After the first 6 were killed, 5 more fell through pitfalls and were captured. What are pitfalls? Those things that suddenly open and you fall through them, right? The room had a solid floor with a carpet that looked dignified, if a bit worn out. No matter how you looked at it, it was a single piece. If a pitfall had opened up, there would have been a seam just in that one place. And if there had been some trick like a pitfall, wouldn't it creak when you walked on it? No matter how much I walked around feeling the carpet, I just couldn't imagine that a pitfall was hidden here. Anyway, it'd be one thing if a single person fell, but a full 5 people did. By putting together everyone's stories, each one of them had fallen from a different location. So at the very least, there would be 5 separate pitfalls. What does this mean? Was this room actually made with pitfalls across the entire floor? So by pushing a button, you could open up a pitfall in the location of your choice? Some kind of contraption like that? That kind of ridiculous mechanism would be surprising even in a ninja mansion. But if Dad and the rest had heard about this, I wonder if they say, "I wouldn't put it past Grandpa." At any rate, I didn't learn anything more from the dining hall. Do the pitfalls not exist? Or do they exist, but I just can't find them, amateur that I am? Can't say for sure, since they claim the pitfalls were there. Can't ignore them, even if I can't find them. The next ones to be killed were Jessica and George. I discovered George when I'd been called out for my test. He had been called out to the arbor in the rose garden and probably shot in the forehead with a gun. Yep. Jessica had been called to her own room on the second floor. The door to her room was locked, but I had all the keys. Inside the room it was horrible, but after the dining hall, I was used to corpses, so I'd built up a bit of an immunity. The phone receiver was loose and dangling. Oh, Grandpa, you and your death pitfalls. I mean, that is Kinzo. She'd been killed while still on the phone with me. Jessica was leaning against the wall right next to it, with half of her head split open. As far as I could tell by glancing at the scene, it looked as though she'd been killed while on the phone. In that case, had the culprit been right there before her eyes? I hadn't gotten that impression when listening to her over the phone. I'm pretty sure Jessica said, "They got me." Probably best to assume that she'd already received a fatal wound at the time of the phone call. That's right. She also said this. "When you come, Battler, I'll be a corpse with half of its head split open." That is what she said. From what I could tell by looking at Jessica's corpse, there were no wounds on her other than the damage to her head. She could have had an injury serious enough to make her prepared for death, and then died halfway through the phone call. But the way she talked on the phone made me think that she'd escaped harm for the time being. You shouldn't be able to have a casual conversation over a phone if the culprit's right before your eyes. So did the culprit come in partway through the phone call? No, that can't be right. After all, the room was locked. That doesn't tell me anything. If the culprit stole a master key from one of the victims, locking the door would be meaningless. But she had no external wounds other than on her head. In that case, should I assume that the fatal wound she was prepared to die from was the actual external wound that damaged her head were two different things? And that both of them were made on the same part of the body? In other words, Jessica was struck severely to the head and received an incredibly bad wound. Then she called me and either lost consciousness or died while on the phone. Then the culprit came in and damaged her head again. Something like that? After being called to this room, Jessica was attacked by the culprit and received a serious injury. After being called, then the culprit thought she'd been killed and went away for the time being. But Jessica miraculously started breathing again and called me with what would become her dying message. Then the culprit realized that they'd failed to kill her and rushed back to deliver the final blows after Jessica fell unconscious from massive blood loss. That seemed to add up more or less, except for how Jessica was able to accurately predict the nature of that final blow. And there was one more thing that bugged me about the phone call. Jessica had said this. "George is done for too. That was an instant death." She said it almost as though she'd witnessed George being killed. But while you certainly could see the rose garden from the window, you could even see the roof of the arbor where George had been summoned. It was very far away. And the fact that it was the night of a typhoon, it's hard to imagine that she was able to witness everything that happened in the arbor from the window. And more than anything, Jessica left before George, so she shouldn't have known that George's test took place by the arbor. Why did Jessica know that George had been killed? Also, during my search of the entire mansion, I found Kiri's corpse as well. Multiple killers? I mean, there's a lot that could be going on here. It's almost pointless to speculate right now. Her corpse was found in the guest room. There was a single hole. Probably reasonable as a gunshot. A demon stake was buried in the hole in her forehead. I didn't miss. I missed on purpose to tease her, nya? Oh. Chester sisters. It was one of the old guest rooms at the back of the first floor. In the past, before construction of the guest house, the relatives had spent the night in these. Kiri's situation matched Jessica's perfectly. She'd probably been killed during her phone call with me. The receiver was hanging untidily, and Kiri lay crumpled in that corner. But the way she had been killed was very different from Jessica. Her head wasn't smashed. Instead, a stake with an occult design was buried into her forehead. It was so gruesome, so I pulled it out. Call me crazy, but I'm giga sus on Rudolph most of the time now. 'Cause I don't know, it really feels like the double battler situation is so sketchy. After pulling it, I realized that this might get me in trouble with the police later, so a little too late, I set it down by Kiri's side. Its tip was sharp and stained with enough blood that it must have penetrated fully to the brain. I didn't know what kind of metal it was made of, but it was about as heavy as a paperweight. Certainly, if you were stabbed all out with something like this, it might cause a terrible wound. I probably knew what that stake meant. One of these. The style of killing from the fourth twilight onward in the witch's epitaph. Probably that gouge with a stake and kill thing. However, a human skull is very firm. No matter how much someone mustered their strength, could it really have been pierced so neatly? No. By my reasoning, this stake wasn't the cause of death, but had been used to damage the corpse after death. It was probably killed with a gun or something, just like George. And the stake had been stuck into the hole left by the gun. Thinking of it that way makes it easier to accept. But was Kiri really killed with a gun? As she said on the phone, even though she was holed up inside a locked room, Kiri was being attacked. In fact, this room had been locked. Also, she mentioned a golden thread or something flying in and attacking her. In fact, there were 4 places around Kiri's corpse with holes that could have been caused by some kind of attack. But a gold thread attacked her. Through the keyhole? I looked at the door from Kiri's perspective. If it had been one of those old keyholes you see in old mystery novels, where you can peek through the other side, then this would have clearly been possible to stick something through. But even though the doors in this mansion were old-fashioned, the locks were familiar, average cylinder style that you could find in any normal house. In other words, they weren't constructed in a way that would let you penetrate through them. No matter how thin an object you might try to stick through this keyhole, it's unthinkable that something penetrated through from the outside and attacked. Hi Belle, how's it going? Whoa, I actually pictured it as an old-fashioned keyhole. That's interesting. Cylinder lock and a keyhole. But despite that, Kiri definitely said that something like a golden thread had flown in through the keyhole. Spun around while aiming for her and attacked her. A golden thread attack through a keyhole. Couldn't understand what it meant at all. But even so, Kiri probably predicted that I wouldn't be able to understand all this. And it wasn't just Kiri. Jessica said it over the phone too. No. Since the very beginning, from the time we talked with Goda and Kumasawa and got the phone call, everyone had said the same consistent thing. Believe. Grandfather summoned witches and demons and is killing people with magic. Good, how about you? I'm doing good. Finishing up this Umineko episode 4. They'd been shown that right before their eyes. These weren't tricks or fakes. There was no choice but to believe. One voice, they had all said that. When the mystery woman calling herself Beatrice appeared, even I had pretty much believed that she was a real witch and might start summoning goat monsters right and left. However, after being left alone for a whole day, my feeling of tension had been faded completely. I was now able to think that something so stupid definitely couldn't be true. Did they lose their heads a little in the extraordinary situation? And mistakenly think that a witch was attacking them with magic? But multiple people gave the same kind of testimony, and on top of that, none of their opinions conflicted each other. It just had been a single statement. I'd been able to suspect that they didn't see what they thought they saw. But doing so now is pretty difficult. Then right next to the back door, I found Uncle Kraus with his head half smashed. Yep. Even though he'd escaped the dungeon of Kuadorian and somehow made it this far by secret underground passage, he had been killed. Buried in the gruesome cross-section of his half-crushed head was a stake with an occult design, like the one that had been buried into Kiri's forehead. And in this situation, it was very hard to imagine that this stake was the weapon used. He had been killed with a powerful gun like the 6 in the dining hall, and after death had been jabbed with a stake like Kiri. I wonder if the golden threads that Kiri spoke of attacked Uncle Kraus too. There exists some kind of tool, like an endoscope, that's very thin but can be moved about at will, and that can also attack people? No way, I've never heard of anything like that. But even so, if this fact had been revealed to one of the relatives, maybe they'd say, I wouldn't put it past grandfather to make it. But since I can't deny the existence of a golden thread X that can be moved at will and attack people, I can either accept that this mysterious weapon exists, or else I'll have to accept that this was a murder committed with magic. To find the next corpse, I had to go out through the back door and search around outside a bit. Behind the mansion, in the wild-grown bushes that were almost swallowed up by the forest, there was something like an old well. And right next to it were Dr. Nanjo and Shannon's corpses. Both corpses had their heads smashed in. And though they weren't stuck in, there were stakes laying right next to each damaged head. Each corpse was atrocious, but having to look directly at Shannon's lovely face, which had been half blown away, was very painful. Then there was the well. I'd heard that inside it was a secret underground passage to the mysterious mansion, Kuadorian. By this time, I'd begun to think that Beatrice and her accomplices might have used this underground passage and left for Kuadorian. Even though there had apparently been at least 10 of them, I hadn't seen a trace of anyone. It seemed very likely that they'd already escaped to a different location. There's the typhoon. They can't go out to sea. It goes the same for the forest. There's no way they could traverse such a deep, uncultivated forest on foot. In that case, they had only one place to go. The mysterious hidden mansion, Kuadorian, through the secret underground passageway at the bottom of the well. By this time, I had entirely lost my fear of being killed if I happened to come across the enemy. Don't fuck with me. This time I'll storm into your mansion. What the hell? Damn it. The old well had a firm cover on it. The cover was an iron grill. The gaps between the bars were perhaps 20 centimeters across. You could peer inside, but it really wasn't something a human could pass through. If I had known better, I would have thought it was anything more than a simple cover to prevent falls. But from what Kiri had told me, I know that its purpose was to prevent intruders from entering the secret underground passageway in its depths. But the cover was extremely firm and rigid, and no matter how much I pushed or pulled, I couldn't even get close to opening it. I couldn't find any obvious lock. It might be sealed by some mechanism, but no matter how much I investigated, I couldn't find anything else to release it. The biggest piece of information Carrie had tried to give me, gambling in her final moments, was the underground passage in this well. Don't think I'll be stopped by something like this cover. I'll smash it to bits. I'll search for a tool. I had an idea. After all, I'd seen various tools in the gardening shed, which was locked when we'd locked Goda and Kumasawa in there. But the shutter of the gardening shed was locked up. On top of that, the key was with Goda, who was dead in the inside. In other words, this gardening shed was a closed room. There's no way to open it from the outside. In that case, we've got to break the shutter. There had to be a tool for that somewhere. Kind of feels like I'm going in circles here. Then, while searching for that, I learned the source of the stench that had permeated the mansion this whole time was the underground boiler room. The boiler room was dimly lit, humid, smelled horrible, and on top of all that was incredibly creepy. But there were several large tools there, and I managed to find a fire, hatchet, and some massive wire cutters. And grandfather's corpse. No, strictly speaking, I should probably say that I found a burnt corpse of a person who was probably grandfather. Imagine if a new Umineko game was directed by Spike Chunsoft and Uchikoshi. I mean, yeah. This is very much on that level. Have I seen V for Vendetta? A long time ago, I've seen V for Vendetta. Someone's corpse had been stuffed into blazing fires of the boiler. However, by coincidence, I was able to notice the number of toes on the corpse. Both feet had 6 toes. That's always the giveaway for Kinzo. That's right, I think I heard it from Dad sometime long ago. Something about grandfather having polydactyly with extra toes. According to old Oshumiya family tradition, it seems that those with extra fingers or toes had some kind of good fortune and were treated as good omen. And because of that, grandfather was selected to be the successor. But I wonder if that can be certain that this is grandfather's body just from that. After all, grandfather was supposed to be the leader of a group of culprits. I didn't have a clue why he'd get stuffed into a boiler in a place like this and die. A mysterious corpse burning and spitting out a terrible stench amid the flames. It really was grandfather. Did that mean that the leader of the group of culprits wasn't grandfather, but Beatrice, after all? Grandfather was used because he was convenient, and was then thrown away. Unfortunately, it didn't look like I'd be given a chance to hear grandfather's side of the story. Now that I had obtained a tool, I thought about rushing to take the cover to the well, but I decided to break the shutter to the gardening shed first. I had plenty of time to kill anyways. I figured I should check the condition of Goda-san and Kumasawa's corpses. I hit the shutter with the hatchet, breaking into it, stuck a wire cutter into the crack, and scissored it around, opening up a hole. Then I faced Goda and Kumasawa's corpses once more. His corpse was found in the Rose Garden storehouse as he was hung by the neck after being shot in the forehead. Oh, they're both shot in the forehead. As long as I could construct a closed room murder, nothing else mattered. They put the ropes around their own necks. That can be a pretty interesting experience now and then. Whoa. As a result, I learned a new fact. First, they had not died by being hung. Both of their feet were solidly on the floor, and both their foreheads were signs that they'd been shot with a gun. The loop seemed longer than a normal noose. On top of that, the length was different on each to match the height of each person. In other words, the lengths had been adjusted so that both Goda, who was tall, and Kumasawa, who was short, had their feet solidly but barely on the ground. Also, while the ropes carried both of their weights as their head lolled, both of them had some slack below their knees. This meant that if they'd stood up with those loops around their necks, they would have been some extra length. In other words, these loops wouldn't have been that great for hanging people. The direct cause of death was probably a shot to the head. It was gruesome. Their insides were still dripping out from those gaping holes, staining the faces a deep red. It's probably best to assume that they were then hung, piled up, and left exposed like that. If they'd been shot with a gun, they would probably have been lying down on the floor. But if that had been the case, you wouldn't have been able to tell they were dead even if you peeked through the window. The mountain of stuff would have gotten in the way, so that if they'd been lying down, they would have been hidden. To make the deaths of those two known to the rest of us who couldn't go inside, they would have to hang them like this, making it visible from the outside. Okay, that makes sense. Was this done to get back at us for thinking that those two would be safe if the key was left with them? I wonder where the shutter key we gave Goda, which should have ensured their safety, is now. That key was in the pocket of his trousers. The gardening shed key had been kindly left there, and even the plate was attached. In other words, the gardening shed had been a closed room after all. And this gave rise to another question, because this can't be explained by a hanging. If they didn't commit suicide, then the nooses were set up by the culprit. It might have been possible to shoot them through the window, but it's really unthinkable that someone could have tied two loops to the beam from the outside. Furthermore, there's no way they could have lifted up the heavy corpses. In other words, to do all of this, they would have had to go inside. But the key was in Goda's pocket, and the shutter had been locked. In other words, the gardening shed had been a closed room. Goda had said that there was only one key to the shutter. It is possible that there was a copy, and that the culprit was in possession of it? If we were allowed to theorize that it actually was a duplicate of the gardening storehouse key, and that Goda just didn't know about it, then this isn't even close to a closed room. But why is that, despite the fact that almost all of the other corpses were shot to death and left almost completely alone, these two were intentionally hoisted up? I couldn't help but feel something a bit odd about that. After this, we assume that the mystery corpse in the boiler was grandfather's. The deaths of 16 people have been confirmed. There were 18 people on this island. I'm here, and there are 16 corpses. Cannon's is the only one I have not been able to confirm. Where's Cannon? He's in the well, right? According to Kiri, who had been killed by climbing out of the well and had fallen down into it, Cannon had been killed climbing out of the well and fallen down into it. So if the well closed up like this, it's impossible to check. I tried shining a flashlight through the bars, down into the darkness in the depths of the well. But it seemed that the jet-black darkness had no intention of showing me its depths with the light of that level. It looked like I'd have to break the bars after all. Using hatchets and things I dragged from the boiler room in the garden shed, I tried breaking the cover of the well. But the metal bars were extraordinarily sturdy, and breaking them wasn't easy. I hit them with the hatchet over and over until my hands started feeling weird and eventually gave up on breaking them. It's impossible. If they were at least wood, I might have been able to break them, but this metal... That's right, there's no way you can slice through metal bars like butter with human strength. I can't even begin to understand this story about how Cannon cut through metal bars. Is it dumb for me to assume that the Occam's razor for the situation would be that the skeleton key exists? Yeah, so there's stuff that disproves that in other timelines. Beatrice says with the red truth that, you know, the number of keys is finite. But yeah, that is the obvious closed room theory. I heard that a light like red laser beam grew out of his arm, and that he sliced through the metal bars like he was cutting through butter. Cutting through metal bars like butter. And what's the red laser beam? Does this mean he secretly had a burner on him or something, and used that to burn through the bars? Still, what kind of laser could cut through metal like butter? It almost sounded like a kind of laser beam you'd find in those robot anime I loved as a kid. Does something like this actually exist? And how did Cannon get that laser beam? No matter how much I wanted to ask him, he's already been killed. Plus, even his corpse is now in the depths of the well beyond cover. If Cannon could slice through metal bars, I'm sure he could handle this metal cover in a single swing. Feels like the closed room Goda was locked in while holding the key. Only one person can open the door, but they're locked inside. If only I had the power of Cannon-kun's, I'd be able to do something about this cover myself. Just who is Cannon? He couldn't really be a non-human being capable of using a strange power, right? Canon is one of the few characters whose real name we don't know. Kiria told me to believe in witches, and even I met with an insane woman calling herself one. Could Canon be a human on the witch's side? Or else the culprit? What the heck? Am I gonna start treating him like the culprit just because I can't find his corpse? Oh, treating him like the culprit just because there's no corpse. And who is the one babbling about the suspicious being innocent? Very well. I couldn't bear having you push all the crimes on Canon and building a human culprit theory that way. I will guarantee it with the red. Canon is dead. Among the 5 people in Kiri's group, he was the first to die. And he was, in short, he was the 9th victim. 9th victim. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 9th victim. Hold on. Hold on. 9th victim. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Right. 7, 8, 9. Okay, never mind. That works. Since there's no corpse, I can't say for sure that Canon's dead. So my whispering in red does not reach this PCU. The PCU. But it did reach you, right? At a glance, this was a mass murder due to something strange that could only be thought of as magic. Golden threads that attack through keyholes. Now, we don't even have a testimony that something gold flew around the dining hall when the first 6 died. The 2 might have been the same weapon. Then there was the closed room murder of the garden shed, and the laser beam that could cut metal bars. And that wasn't all. There's much, much more, like the group of goat monsters, the story of a witch who could create pitfalls just by snapping her fingers, and rabbit-like demons who fired golden threads. I think there was more, but each part was all screwed up. I couldn't possibly accept it, and was forced to suspect that it was some kind of trick or mistake. But why in the world had everyone spoken with one voice, saying the same thing without contradictions in their testimony? Not only the magic. There's Maria's mysterious death. Why Jessica knew that George had been killed. The mysterious burnt corpse that I couldn't confirm really belonged to that damn geezer. And more, and more. Stuff I don't get. I tilted the wine bottle up and gulped. I don't have a clue what's going on. After dinner last night, the kids were chased out and told to go back to the guest house. And then there was a massacre in the dining hall. Kiri-san and the rest were dropped through pitfalls and captured. Then Jessica and George were called out to take a test or whatever and killed. Even though Kiri's group was able to escape the dungeon somehow, all of them got killed in the end. And at the very, very end, even Maria was killed, leaving me all alone. In short, I did nothing except stay locked up in the guest house. During that time, a huge incident occurred and ended. What can I call it except incomprehensible? I don't have a clue anymore. Now I'm nothing but a drunk. You plan on leaving only me alive? Show yourself right away and come kill me already. Too much of a pain, so I won't search for you. You show me your true form yourself. I won't run or hide, so come at me with arrows or bullets or whatever. I haven't gotten any sleep since yesterday, so I'm incredibly sleepy. If you want to kill me, go ahead. I decided to return to the guest house and boldly rest in a bed. When I exited the kitchen and passed through the lobby, that portrait of the witch came into view. The big clock did too. It was almost exactly midnight. Then the sound of the bell rang out, proclaiming that midnight had arrived. As I listened, I looked up at Beatrice's portrait. Exactly 24 hours ago, I met you. What were you trying to say? And where did you go? Just who in the world are you? Golden Witch Beatrice. I haven't solved a single one of these riddles surrounding you. Show yourself, and fight me. Then the witch showed herself. Like a guest of honor finally appearing, she showed herself at the landing at the top of the big staircase. So you finally show yourself. I've been kept bored for a whole day. Correct. I gave you a whole day. Was that enough for you to fully exercise the rights of the human side? Yeah. I was bored after all. Did a heck of a lot of it. Angie was a good piece. Don't speak Angie's name. She appeared through a miracle, sacrificed herself, and gave you the tenacity required for certain victory. Don't speak her name. That brutal death was something you needed. If you hadn't seen that death, you wouldn't have grown serious. Without the wake-up call of Angie's ill-fated future, your tenacity for victory would not have been born. I told you to stop speaking her name. In short, she was a necessary sacrifice. Otherwise, an anger great enough to kill me would not have been born in you. The rivalry between us cannot be destroyed. Damn you, Lady Brincastel. It's more fitting to call that a trump card than a piece. No matter how much a piece acts, it does not stray from the board. But no matter how much power a trump card wields, it is always thrown away after it is used. Angie truly was a good trump card for you. Stop speaking her name. At Battler's angry roar, Beato finally stopped talking. You know, I don't have time to play around in a place like this anymore. Even a tie will keep Angie waiting. So I'll break through you, take my family, and go back home. I won't waste a second playing witch games with you. In that case, what should you do? You know, don't you? Yeah, I'll beat you down. I'll blast away all witches, magic, illusion, and delusion. Come on, let's get started. I won't let you trick me again. Resume the game, okay? I'll tear apart the witch's veil concealing the outright lie you are. You talk too much. All you have to do is honestly say, I'll kill you. Yeah, if those are the words you want, I'll say them. This is the first and last wish of yours that I'll lend an ear to. Thank you. I'll kill you. Interesting. What is that? Let's begin, Battler. Yes, the time for the witch hunt has come. Try and chase me, try and corner me and kill me. I expect a lot from you. Try and show me what your little sister gave you in her last moments. Alright, bring it on. Battler's cry burned the world with a white light. And if you open your ears amidst the darkness, the two of them could be seen in the rose garden. Who shall make the first move? Me. How bold. In the rose garden, beautiful rose petals danced. The color of the rose petals was red. The fact that they faced each other in this beautiful rose garden prove or make claim to a red single truth. That must be why roses are red. But in the language of flowers, roses represent passion, not truth. The flower for truth is a forget-me-not, and that flower is blue. I'll bore through everything with my blue truth, from the very beginning of everything. I'll start from the very first game. Whoa, he's going way back. Let's see what you got. Come. Here I go. I've already proclaimed it, but I'll say it again. This isn't the murder of Dr. Nanjo. This isn't just for the murder of Dr. Nanjo in the last game. I'll tear apart every scene from every game since the beginning. Hog. Ushumiya Kinzo is already dead, so the true number of people on this island is 17. By adding in an unknown person, that makes 18. By supposing the existence of this person, the crime is possible even if all 17 people have alibis. By this, even though the number of people reaches 18, it's still possible for culprit X to exist and carry out crimes, even if all 18 people seem to have alibis. This seems like a good reason. You can break through all of the murders in episode 1 by supposing an unknown person X. Furthermore, it's even possible to explain the mystery of Kinzo's evaporation from the closed room sealed by the receipt, by making the bold assumption that Kinzo wasn't there in the first place. Unless Beato counters this with the red truth, the illusion of the witch from episode 1 has been completely smashed. The blue truth is valid. The wedge of blue truth that Battler had thrown stabbed right through the top of Beato's left foot. It was the red blood poured out from there, a protest being made by her red truth. Beato shut one of her eyes tight, enduring the unbearable pain of the blue truth that denied her. Not bad. But I mustn't be denied yet. This is not yet enough. In subsequent games, there were mysteries that couldn't be explained with that alone, right? She's also not outright denying that. What mysteries? In the final stages of the second game, George took Goda and Shannon with him, barricaded them in Natsuhi's room, and was killed. That key that unlocked Natsuhi's room was locked up inside the room, and all of the remaining keys could unlock that door were in Rosa's hand. Even if Corporate X existed, it should have been impossible to construct that closed room. The blue wedge that pierced Beato shook. She was resisting, fighting to pull it out. No, that doesn't shake my blue truth. If Culprit X were to obtain a master key, that's not even close to a closed room. No, it was impossible for the culprit to obtain one. All of the master keys were under Rosa's control. But that's meaningless if Aunt Rosa was the culprit. Aunt Rosa handed a key over to culprit X by some method, assisting in the closed room murder. And after that, she retrieved the key by a similar method. Too naive, Beto. I had already guessed that much at that time. Yes, you did, didn't you? The wedge that had been gradually losing its sparkle and had seemed as though it was about to be pulled out, regained its strong blue again thanks to Battler's additional blue truth, and dug into Beto again, eating at her foot. Beto let out a cry of anguish at that pain. Not yet. This is still nothing. Not yet, not yet. On to the third game. The 6 linked closed rooms, the murders of Aunt Rosa and Maria, Dad, and the rest's death in the hall, the murders of Uncle Kraus and Aunt Natsuhi. All of that can be explained if we suppose that Aunt Ava was the culprit. This argument was already won back then, and that final riddle you proposed through Ava, the murder of Dr. Nanjo, can be explained with an 18th unknown person, X. That breaks through the whole third game. Can you counter that? Of course. That much is nothing to worry about. In that case, how do you explain George's disappearance from the guest house? I shall add to the red truth. George did not go down the stairs of the guest house. He flew out through the window. I mean, he could have totally jumped out the window. In the final stages of the third game, George suddenly vanished from the second floor of the guest house. Ava, who had been on the first floor, claimed that no one had come downstairs. But because of the blue truth, George could have snuck down the first floor and escaped while Ava was busy carrying Kraus and Natsuhi's corpses outside. But by adding an additional red truth, Beto had denied that possibility. To go outside without going down the staircase to the first floor, he would have had to leave by the window. But all of the windows had been locked from the inside. Oh, Nanjo could have locked the window. So what? It's just like you said. He flew out of the window, right? There was a lawn, so we couldn't tell if he jumped down, and it was raining so hard. Any light traces would have disappeared. I'll use the red truth again. All windows and doors leading to the outside were locked from the inside. Yet Nanjo could have locked them. Furthermore, it is impossible to lock any of those from the outside. Totally fine. George had no technique by which to lock them. I'll use more of the blue. I said it myself at the time. In the case everything works out as someone escaped... Well, in that case, everything works out as long as someone locked the window after George escaped through it. Nothing difficult about that. Yeah. That's fair. Beto couldn't remove the blue wedge that was buried into her foot. The fake witch was burned more and more by that forceful blue. There's nothing that shakes my blue truth in any of the first 3 games. In that case, the only game that can prove you're a witch is this game, the 4th game. Since I haven't countered you with the red, that is so. I shall have to prove witches using only this game. Damn, she has no answer for the other games? Hello, Kai. Very well. Give me everything you've got. There's nothing strange about the murder of the 6 people in the dining hall. The 18th person X went wild with a gun and killed everyone. As for the pitfalls, there's a chance that the pitfalls truly were hidden there. And it's possible to explain it using Kiri's theory, that a poison dart shooting device, which can knock a person out instantly, exists. The murders of George, Jessica, and those who escaped from the dungeon can also be explained with guns, just like the dining hall. There's nothing strange about it. But I'm sure you've got a counterattack, right? Bring it. Your greatest sword, the 18th person X, is based on the theory that Kinzo was already dead. I knew you would make that claim. That's why I took Kinzo out of his study. All the members in the family conference welcomed that Kinzo, right? All those who met at the family conference acknowledged the presence of Kinzo. Now, do we know that there's not a 19th person in the 4th game? That's right. But grandfather was seriously ill, bedridden on the verge of life and death, right? If he was so worn out that he looked like a different person, maybe no one would have cared, right? Ah. I'll counter with this. That grandfather was a different person, a body double. A different person the relatives mistook for grandfather. I'll counter with this. No person would mistake Ushiromiya Kinzo by sight. No matter what disguise he might have used, they would not mistake Ushiromiya Kinzo by sight. By sight, specifically. I'll use this. In the second game, when you announced with the red truth that there were 5 master keys, even though there could have been more than 5 in the first game, you changed the premises of later games. So it's possible that Kinzo's life or death status was changed for the 4th game alone. Therefore, Kinzo's presence in the 4th game doesn't serve as proof that he wasn't present in the previous games. Therefore, even if we suppose that the 6 murders in the dining hall were carried out by Grandfather, it contradicts nothing. Let me counter this way. Kinzo's life or death status is the same at the start of all 4 games. The setup was not different for the 4th game alone. Doesn't that throw it back at the first games then? Repeat it then. Kinzo was alive at the start of every game. Ah, that's a big one. Nice. I refuse to repeat it. I won't answer, Battler. I won't give you the red truth you so desire. Damn, you're standing in my way, geezer. Are you putting yourself in line to protect Beatrice? Is this... Are we in a Grunkle Stan situation? Does Kinzo have a twin brother? Are you putting yourself on the line to protect Beatrice, this most beloved witch of yours? Swaying, that damn geezer came into view. It's been trying some kind of night, blocking the path between me and Beto. Battler, are you capable of surpassing me? I will not let you reach to the Golden Witch's height. Your thoughtless reasoning cannot surpass even me alone. Could you argue that the person in the 4th game... Could you argue in the 4th game that Goldsmith is someone different than Kinzo? Hey, Ellie. I'm genuinely impressed your voice holds up reading every dialogue text. My voice is dying right now. I've been doing this for almost 8 hours today. I got plenty of water, though. Your thoughtless reasoning cannot surpass even me alone. I also keep it pretty quiet, just because of my environment. I'd love to, be able to shout in this, but it's definitely not feasible. Kinzo's jet black robe spread as though it would swallow the world, becoming the snout of a vast black dragon that came at me, trying to swallow me in one gulp. Fated with that black dragon's roar, I calmed my breathing and closed my eyes lightly. I'll swallow you up in a single gulp. Disappear, inexperienced fool. Quiet, you damn undying ghost. Oh, so you call me a ghost. So you intend to see it through to the end, this theory that I am already dead? That will prove fatal to you. Be swallowed up by the first twilight of the 4th game and disappear. The black dragon's vast mouth, its snout, its fangs swallowed Battler whole. In that instant, Battler suddenly opened his eyes. Thanks, Beatrice. The 3rd game became a foothold for my counterattack. Huh? See ya. Bayo. See ya, damn geezer. This is goodbye. As a basis for claiming that Kinzo was dead, even in the 4th game, I propose the following theory. Very well. Come at me with all you have, my descendant. Here I go, you damn geezer. My theory is that the name of Kinzo gets That's a banger-ass theory, holy shit. My theory is that the name of Kinzo gets passed on as the title of the Ushiromiya family head. Ushiromiya Kinzo was already dead, and he passed that name on to someone else. Everyone acknowledged that. That way, all of those who meet at the family conference acknowledge the presence of Kinzo. There wasn't even a need for someone to disguise themselves as grandfather, because everyone acknowledged a new Kinzo. So they didn't actually mistake Kinzo by sight. As long as that theory is not denied, nothing can change the fact that you're dead. This is the final blow. Damn geezer, I demand that you repeat it. Among all the people there, not one had multiple different names. Okay, that's a hard one because you were there, Battler. I cannot. Actually, that's kind of cheap. Hold on. This is kind of cheap. Among all the people there, not one had multiple different names. Canon and Shannon exist, dude. Like, you can't... This is cheap. And I hope Beto calls him out for this, because literally, Canon and Shannon have multiple different names. Rest in peace, damn geezer. Thank me, you were finally able to die. This is your requiem. Take it and drop dead. Ushiromiya Kinzo was already dead. That's right, you definitely deserve to be pitied, since whenever we find your corpse, it's always completely burnt. That was a device used to hide the fact that time had passed since your death. Then you passed the name on to someone else. With this theory, even though you were dead, Kinzo was able to appear at the family conference. How's that? Checkmate. Several dozen blue stakes bored into Kinzo's ghost. Their terrible destructive power wouldn't let the ghost recover again. Beatrice! Kinzo, thank you for everything. Rest in peace. I will not forget my time spent with you. Dispersing along with the shadow of the black dragon as golden flower petals scattered, Ushiromiya Kinzo became a gold-colored cyclone and disappeared. Even after death, he had fought for the sake of the woman he'd loved. There's no doubting that your love and madness were the real thing. Battler, don't hate me. Let the dead sleep. Don't wake them. You're up next. This is the end for you too. Beato could still pull out the blue wedge that couldn't pull out the blue wedge that pierced her foot. She realized that she was on the verge of death. I've gone along with you a whole bunch. I think I've more than fulfilled any responsibility I had to play with you. But it's about time to finish things up. I've got a lonely little sister waiting at home. Let me take my leave with the whole family. Then kill me. In that case, try and kill me. I won't run or hide, and by now I won't even be able to avoid it. Come on, Battler. You've got it. With the 18th person X from the Kinzo is dead theory, everything that remained has been pierced through. George and Jessica's deaths in the 4th game can also be explained by culprit X, and the 5 who escaped from the dungeon were killed, and the 2 in the gardening shed, and Maria in the end. All of those can be explained with an 18th person X. There's nothing strange there at all. With this, I've fully explained the culprit using humans for all games. Beatrice, this is checkmate. So good. Whoa. Edge? Beatrice, who couldn't dodge, has several blue stakes driven into her and was skewered. Beato grabbed them, trying to pull them out somehow. That got me. It hurts. This'll kill me, won't it? If I don't pull these out, I'll die. I've had enough of the pain. I've had enough of the anguish. With both hands, Beato firmly grasped one of the blue stakes. Naturally, the power of the witch-denying blue truth burned her hands. Unable to even hide her tears at the pain, Beato howled and tried to pull the stakes out with all her might. Can't pull these out. I'll die. This is my final counterattack. Then, Battler, how do you explain my several acts of magic? The very first time those appeared was in the 2nd game, when I fixed Maria's pumpkin marshmallow. At that time, Rosa definitely witnessed that magic. Certainly, at the time, Rosa witnessed gold butterflies gathering and fixing of marshmallow by the miracle of magic. Rosa alone witnessing it isn't very credible, huh? That's why I increased the number of witnesses to the uppermost limit later on. Which is what happened in this last game. The summoning of my minions, and brutal murders due to magic. All of those were witnessed by a great many people. That is itself proof that my magic exists. How do you explain that? I feel like you explain this with, like, hallucination due to high stress. Stalemate. Huh? Magic exists because magic exists. Didn't the rules of our brown tube trial say that you couldn't use that kind of argument? Yes, you're right. Oh, she's just grasping at straws. No matter who, or how many people witness magic, that cannot become proof of magic's existence. Whether all the magic you've shown exists or not, I can ignore it all and explain things with humans. That's my undeniable right. Am I wrong? At those words, the blue stakes let out an even brighter light and knocked my hands away. Seems I can't pull them out after all. As Battler is now, even if I pull up a witness for each individual bit of magic and demand an explanation, he'll probably use some kind of move to deny all of them. Not just magic with the marshmallow I showed Rosa, but all the miracles of magic. So I can no longer even claim to be a witch without questioning him about something like how a marshmallow was fixed. I'm in such an inferior position that I must fight over such trivialities. Poor Beto. It may be impossible for me. I know that. This was to be a game without victory from the very beginning. So it was only natural that the day of my defeat would eventually come. Have I fought up until today? Just to lose to Battler? I began the game thinking I must be able to win. Even if I wouldn't be able to win easily, I believed that in a game repeating endlessly, a miracle would eventually occur. After all, I had certain willpower on my side, an unwavering desire to win with certainty. However, I've now lost that miracle completely, and in certain willpower resides Battler, leaving me certainly without even 1 in a million chance at a miracle. Or perhaps I should say I've been left without a miracle or certainty. I will have no victory and no end through a tie. The only resolution allowed me is to continue on resisting until defeat is given to me in this game. That's right, I am fighting, only to be killed by Battler. I looked into Battler's eyes. That which was reflected inside them wasn't me. The figures of the little sister waiting for his return, and the family he had to bring back were reflected in those eyes. To him, my existence is already not even that of an individual, obviously. From the very beginning, he has been trying to deny the individual that I am. Yes, that last game sure was fun. I was only tricking him a bit, but for just a short period of time, it felt like we understood each other. And that was fun. That's right. I should have made my move then. I should have continued for eternity with Battler still totally fooled. But that's just no good, right? That just wouldn't be true victory. Is this checkmate, Beatrice? Beto had been run through with several blue stakes, skewered over and over till the ground was still standing. Because of that, she wasn't even able to fall over, and still looking up to the sky, was sewn in place. That tragic form might have even been a fitting end for the cruel witch who had endlessly toyed with 18 people's lives, and who had constantly killed for hundreds and thousands of years. Gently, as though someone was mourning over something, rain began to fall. Amid that rain, Beto was soaked and crucified. Is it over, Beto? Can't even let out a squeak. Not yet. You aren't a woman who will let things end with just this. Don't be ridiculous. How can you look at this and think that it isn't over? Quickly, deliver a final blow. Just say it, with your blue truth. According to this, witches do not exist. Say it. Just say it. With this single blow, just put a stop to my breathing. It's useless. Huh? So you would expose me to even further shame? Isn't it settled already? Stand up. Our brawl still isn't over. Not over, you say? That just now wasn't you losing. You just stopped and gave up. Isn't that enough? Wouldn't giving up mean your victory? You should return to your little sister. So Beto has really given up on this game, and I think it's because of Battler's answer to that, you know, remember your sin of 6 years ago. And I think, 6 years ago. And I think that part of that is she's realizing that the Battler that she wants that answer from just doesn't exist anymore. And doesn't care to play anymore. Just throw me away. Right here. Didn't I tell you? I won't run away. And I won't let you run away. Just who are you? And what in the world is that you want? Is it that you want? You know, if you want to know, why don't you just try your favorite move? Isn't it better this way? With me as a mere illusion? An illusion. I got 61 packs I can open? Whoa, that's a lot of packs. Isn't that enough? It's all useless. I won't let you run away. I'll break through you. How could I let you run away like this? I won't let you run back to the darkness of illusions while you're still all hazy like this. I'll break through you. Completely. So, stand up. Don't act all frail like that. You're still hiding several moves, I can tell. Why won't you just let me escape? Dad, Mom, and Angie? All the cousins and all the relatives? And all the servants. You toyed with them so much and killed them. I definitely won't forget. I won't forgive that inhumanity. I can still feel Angie's arms on my shoulders. I won't forgive your inhumanity. So I won't let you get away like this. Battler's eyes burned with the flames of hatred. At the time had long since passed during which pitiful behavior would have earned his compassion. After being tricked once, Battler will never sympathize with me again. Instead of the wolves and sheep puzzle, this is like the boy who cried wolf, isn't it? What am I supposed to do? What should I do? Is fighting endlessly only to avoid admitting defeat? A fitting endless torture for the endless witch? Is endlessly harassing Battler to avoid giving him victory also part of being the endless witch? It's so sad. Is this what endless magic is? I've had enough. I've had enough of endlessly being toyed with by witches. I will have no victory and no tie. In that case, there's only one result that can release me. Why is she giving up? Since the time I succumbed to the path of witches, since the day I made that contract with demons, I was promised that I would meet my end through tragedy, was it not? What's wrong? Golden Witch Beatrice, if you are the ruler of Rokkenjima, show me a majesty fitting for that, even at the very end. Lightning. The world was smashed with white. Fitting last moments for the ruler of Rokkenjima. Oh, okay. Is she back? Still pierced by the blue stakes, Beto faced the rainy sky and let out a cry of laughter. Then she slowly raised her face and stared at Battler. Fool. Just when I was about to praise your good fight and hand over victory, you shall regret that pride. This isn't something for you to hand over. I'm gonna take it from you. The same goes for you, right? You could never accept an easygoing victory where I just say, maybe witches existing isn't so bad. Isn't that the very reason you intentionally fell apart like that at the end last time? That's right, last game, you took pity on me just once, didn't you? So now, I'll pay back that debt. Stand. My enemy, my golden witch, Beatrice. Fool. You fool. You simpleton. You think you'll get another chance? She's back. When Beto yelled, the blue stakes that had pierced her chest blew into bits and disappeared. However, the blue wedge that had pierced her foot in the very beginning did not vanish. You can't put it out yet. You have to pull out the blue truth of the 18th person X. I will respond to the one thing you told me to repeat. As you reasoned, Kinzo is already dead at the starting time for all games. Oh, shit. However, this means that you can take one person out. Before now, I have proclaimed that no more than 18 humans exist on this island. I will lower that by 1 for Kinzo. No more than... Whoa. He's completely blowing away the 18th person X. No more than 17 humans exist on this island. Now again, I think that can be dispelled if you don't count the furniture as humans. That excludes any 18th person. In short, this 18th person X does not exist. That applies to all games. That's big. That is a power play. What do you know? Looks like you're still hiding some pretty crazy stuff up your sleeve after all. The island, which had no more than 17 humans on it, has been set up to appear as though there were 18. Taking one off makes it 17, so we finally reached the correct number. This way, the wedge I knocked into you has been removed. We'll have to start that fight over, back from square one. The blue wedge that was sewn Beto in place broke apart. There was no longer anything piercing her. The scars on her body had disappeared completely. There stood, just as Battler had hoped for, the figure of the majestic golden witch who ruled Rokkenshima. Then, come, Battler. Once more from the beginning. Try and break through everything with the blue truth. I too will no longer play, run, or hide. If you are worthless, then I shall end this match right here, right now. With my grand victory, I'll make you regret your refusal to compromise for all eternity. Come, starting from the first game. Alright, so if we take out an 18th person X, I think the only conclusion you can make is that all of the siblings were in on this. And we're passing around keys and we're passing around info. From the first twilight in the first game, there's nothing strange about the murder of the 6 relatives that were found in the gardening shed. The crime was possible for any of those who don't have an alibi. Valid. Continue. What about the next closed room murder with Eva and Hideyoshi? Even the chain was set for the closed room. I shall add to the red truth. Both deaths were homicides. Whoa. This is big. It is not the case that after the construction of the closed room, one of them committed suicide after committing murder. Furthermore, the murder was carried out with both the victim and the perpetrator in the same room. No method exists for the perpetrator to commit murder from outside the room. That's big. Okay, so my thought with this one was that they let the person into the room, and then the person left, and then for some reason they locked it. That's all you can blue truth at this. Suppose that the culprit was a human without an alibi. In other words, the dead. We weren't able to identify some of the first 6 corpses because of the smashed faces. Maybe one was actually a disguised corpse, and Corporate X killed those 2 after making us think they were a victim and hiding away. Then, after the closed room murder was constructed, the culprit hid under the bed and waited for all of us to come and leave. Okay, that makes sense. Very well, next. Cannon was killed in the boiler room, correct? I shall add to that red truth. All of the survivors have alibis. Let us include the dead as well. In short, no kind of human or dead person on the island could have killed Cannon. Cannon could have killed himself. If no one could kill him, then he might have been the one to kill. Cannon might have killed himself. Yep, easy. Repeat it, Cannon did not commit suicide. Oh shit. Cannon did not commit suicide. One more. Cannon's death was a homicide. Okay, it could have been an accident, yep. I refuse. Okay, we're in there. By that refusal, it may be possible to view it as a homicide, but you've already proclaimed in red that no one could have killed him. In other words, it wasn't a homicide. This is the same as the linked closed rooms from the 3rd game. Kanenku died for a reason that was neither suicide nor homicide. The details are unknown, but he died due to an accident. Because of the devil's proof, I refuse to explain what kind of blunder could have led to an accidental death where a stake was driven into his chest. Oh, now that you've borrowed the power of demons, you are without peer. It is valid. In that case, what about the murders after the parlor of Genji, Nanjo, and Kumasawa? Naturally, Maria, who was in the same room, did not kill them. And of course, their 3 deaths were homicides. We can explain those murders with Culprit X, who hid away using an unidentified corpse. I don't know if that works. After all, those 3 had their faces smashed. It's completely possible that one of them was a body-doubled corpse. Oh, you're right. It could have been one of the corpses from the storage room. Not storage room. The like, storage shed. The garden storage shed was used again. I guarantee the identities of all unidentified corpses. Therefore, there were no body double tricks. Oh. Then you can explain it with simultaneous murders. Each of them had a gun pointed at clockwise and blew each other's faces off at the same time. After that, Maria collected those guns and hid them. How about that? That's a pretty good one. What a ridiculous argument. How amusing. Then what about Natsuhi at the end? I shall add to the red truth. Natsuhi's death was a homicide. Dude, I love this Beatrice just going hard on every single case. Natsuhi's death was a homicide. There were no unidentified corpses, and all of the survivors have alibis. You can explain it with an indirect murder due to a trap. Something was done to Natsuhi's gun. It could have been a trap gun, built to send a bullet right into the forehead of anyone who tried to hold it up and shoot it. The bullet buried into Natsuhi's forehead was not fired from her gun. It's possible that Aunt Natsuhi was lured out by the ladder, whose contents were unknown. She was called out into the hall. Then she was forced to stand at a specified location at a specified time and murdered by the Trap X, which used a gun that had been installed there beforehand. Wonderful. These reckless arguments of yours are even starting to feel pleasurable now. Out of respect, I shall hand the first game over to you. Well done. Damn, it's hard to remember that much from the first game. The instant Beto acknowledged her defeat in the first game, the stakes of the blue truth once again pierced her chest, letting out a horrible sound. Alright. This is still hardly painful, so it's not over yet. Let's go to the second game. Beto just barely pulled out the stakes that had pierced her chest, but even though there was no hole left behind, she still seemed to be bearing a deep wound that was letting out a massive amount of blood, and she was tormented by an equally fierce pain. But Beto grinned, grinding her teeth, and pushed for the next game to start. But I won't feel sympathy for her. Just by her existing there, we've been killed and harassed over and over, and Angie's been burdened with a future of isolation. Correct. Just by being here and laughing, this eternal hell will continue. I will give your little sister back. I won't give your little sister back. Let her cry over the family that she shall not return for the next 1,000 years. Umineko is a stage play? That could do really well, actually. You could have a lot of fun with that. Apparently the anime sucks. Damn it, no compassion, no mercy. On to the second game. I'll start with the first crime. Right after it happened, I penetrated the truth of the closed room murder where the 6 were killed in the chapel. Someone secretly borrowed Maria's key, and secretly returned it to Maria's bag after the crime was over. That's an easy one. From the time Maria received her key to the instant Rosa unsealed the envelope the next day, the key passed through no one's hands? Oh, there is a stage play? Wait, that's so sick. That door might have had an auto lock, just like Graham's study. In other words, it was unlocked before the crime, with a rock or something wedged so it could close completely. Then someone gave the key to Maria. The lock was automatic, so it's possible to make a theory where the key wasn't needed. There's subs of episode 1 and Mango and I are going to watch it on Labor Day. Hell yeah, if I'm around, I would love to join. There were no doors with auto locks other than Kinzo's study. The victims locked the door from the inside. One of the 6 was the culprit, and the person killed the other 5, then pretended to be dead. The 6 were already dead by the time they were discovered. All of their deaths were homicides. All 6 were genuine victims and did not take place in a mutual murder. Holy shit. Wait, this is really powerful. There was no simultaneous murder. There were people, Kumasawa in particular, who had no alibi at the time. If we assume that someone was hiding on the inside, then we've got no problems. There was no one hiding in the chapel. Therefore, the shut-in murder you suggest does not work. What's wrong? Is that all, Battler? It's not so easy once you get the second game, right? It was a thundering exchange of red and blue truth. That's a really tough one. The stakes and wedges of blue truth that I sent flying attacked one after the other, and Beto cut them down one after another with her red truth, her red treasured sword knocking them down. But the blood she'd lost from the first game was probably serious. This intense exercise was putting an even greater strain on her. I could also see her breath grow ragged. That's why I can't hold back now. I'll corner that witch. This time I'll break through her. Not yet. It's all useless. My twisted logic isn't finished yet. Then what about this? The food they were given had small bombs in it, which exploded from inside their stomachs. In other words, the crime was possible through a trap. The exact nature of bombs they could swallow without noticing and which could also be blown open is a devil's proof. I refuse to explain. What the hell is that? Small bombs? I mean, it would work, right? But Beto failed to knock down that blue wedge as it flew an angle like a breaking pitch. It let out a loud thunk and gouged itself deep in her left shoulder. However, even as a breaking pitch hit her, her laughter didn't seem to be stopping. Yeah, I get it. I think even that theory is pretty screwed up. Laugh as much as you want. Got a problem with it? I mean, how do you... Can you just deny it in red? Can you say they didn't eat bombs? Quite a pleasurable, reckless argument. Next up is the closed room with Jessica and Cannon. No problems there. If the culprit was one of the servants, they could have used a master key. It's not even a closed room. After that, there was an attack in the servant room from a mystery person who seemed to be Canon, and Nanjo and Kumasawa were killed, right? I had already proclaimed Canon's death in red before that time. So, who was that Canon? Well, that could just be them misseeing it. If Canon's death was proclaimed with the red, there's no way he was alive. Therefore, there's a chance that the one who attacked that group was in disguise and made everyone mistakenly think it was Canon. They would never mistakenly think any other person was Canon. Oh. Then just like the heredity of Kinzo's name, there's a possibility that Canon's name was inherited by someone. You could suppose that Canon was killed, a different person succeeded that name, and that this person attacked them. That is a really powerful tool. Because again, Canon is not his actual name. A sound like watermelon being squashed rang out, and a blue wedge was buried deep into Beto's left flank. Maybe it hit in a bad place, since it seemed to be really effective. After leaning over, moaning for a while, she laughed it off as though trying to make it seem like no big deal. Yeah, I get it. That must have hurt a lot. So what we're learning from a lot of these blue truths is that name and identity are two completely different things in this story, and holding on to that is going to be really important. Once again, you've set up some human as the culprit as if it were nothing. You truly are gabbing on about things that you'd never be able to open your mouth and say on the game board. And yet it's valid. That reckless argument is pleasurable. Truly pleasurable. This isn't pain, it's pleasure. When Beto howled, the wedge that had pierced her was blasted away. But the wound remained, and she continued to be tormented by fierce pain. You ready? Let's keep going. My blue truth for the last murder in the second game, and the 3 who died in Aunt Natsui's room, should still be valid even with the 18th person X denied. Do you have a counter-argument for that in red? If you don't, the second game is mine. I don't. Fighting over such trivial matters bores me. I'll give it to you. I'll give you the second game. On to the third game. This is an epic battle. The instant she acknowledged her loss in the second game, 2 blue stakes gouged through Beto's chest this time. The witch's lungs were gouged, as were her intestines. Her face twisted in anguish. Her body twisted as she gasped in pain. Does it hurt? So Battler's being pretty brutal here to her. I wonder if in the past, Battler and the then Beatrice played a game, and it ended in Beatrice's death. Hurt? No, this just tickles. At least compared to having your entire body torn to bits and turned to a pile of scrap meat, like your sister. Oh, jeez. I'll make scrap meat too. And then you siblings can be all mixed together like ground beef and pork. Oh, a little frita burger? I'll beat you to death. I'll tear you to bits the same way. Next, the third game. How long are you gonna sit around all worn out like that? I've only just started knocking you down. Naturally, as if something like this could wear me down. You're right. We're still just getting started. Come, let us begin the third game, starting with the 6 linked closed rooms. You supposedly penetrated this closed room at the time, but then you killed off Kinzo. At the time, I theorized Gramps was the culprit, and after killing all 5 and stringing the keys across each room, he'd constructed his own closed room in the boiler room. And that there, he died in an accident while carrying out some kind of scheme, burning to death in the boiler. But now I've declared that Gramps is already dead, so I've denied my own theory myself, ironically enough. However, it's no problem. Plenty of people besides Gramps could have committed that crime. You could even claim that all of the adults holding the family conference were in on it. That's what I was thinking. All 5 master keys were discovered, each in the pocket of one of the servants. The individual room keys were found inside envelopes alongside the corpses. In short, all keys related to the linked closed rooms were locked inside linked closed rooms. No key could have been returned from outside the room using the crack in the door, the crack of the window, vents, or any place of the sort. Then they were killed with poison gas. Even if a key couldn't pass through, gas could, right? The murder was carried out from outside the closed room. All of them had what appeared to be gunshot wounds that were fatal. Murdering them from outside the room would have been impossible. I shall say more with the red. When the 5 other than Kinzo were killed, the killer was definitely in the same room as them. I already proclaimed in red the time that there were no suicides. Whoa. After the murder of each person in their respective rooms, the culprit created a linked closed room. But the culprit had no way to return just the key to the very last room, and yet they were able to do it. After all, the first person to discover the corpse just had to pretend to find the key and pull it from the pocket of one of the corpses. Ah, okay. That's a good one. She couldn't fully block the retort of that blue stake. Beto was pushed back by the blue wedges that were unleashed on her one after the other, finally failed to block one, and once again took a severe wound. As she howled in pain, she pulled out the blue wedge that had pierced her right arm. Beto's entire body had been torn apart and pierced with blue wedges, stakes, and blades over and over again, and now she was totally covered in blood. Even so, Beto grinned, cackling as though this was amusing. How could a man who promised to bring Angie's parents home voice a theory where those parents are culprits? Splendid. Even that's just fine, right? Go be a big, happy family, getting their hands dirty with mass murder, then return to Angie stained with blood that will never come off. How could we expect anything less from the people who returned alive from the Witch's Island? Just what that mismeat Angie needs. Shut up. I'll kill you. I'll tear you apart. No need to waste your time begging for your life. I'll definitely give you the worst kind of death blow by my own hands. Yes, you probably could do it. I've explored the depths of cruelty for over 1,000 years, and you probably will gift me with a fitting end for all that. Oh, does that hurt? Is it harsh? Or does it tickle? Battler, there are still mysteries left. Beto had already counted the first powerful move, the 18th person X, by making the number of people 17. But just limiting the number of people to 17 didn't overturn the theory that Aneva was the culprit. I can crush most of the murders in the third game this way. The blood dripped from all over the body of the Golden Witch. I cornered her, this time throughout without mercy. This isn't a game played to decide who wins and who loses. Yeah, we aren't playing. Even the time I spend playing and fighting like this delays my trip home. In her isolation, Angie will continue to have her heart torn apart by loneliness and sadness. I have to go back to Angie as fast as I can. You're all worn out now. Standing at death's door, are ya? Damn. It doesn't burden me. Something like this. It tickles. Looks like you don't need any mercy. I never asked for that in the first place. Then I'm going all out. Do so. When our roles were reversed, I showed no mercy. So you ought to do the same when given the chance. Otherwise, I'll summon another isolated Angie from a different world. And this time, I'll tear off her arms and legs. Stick her with a spear and roast her. Shut up. Never again. Not my family. Not my relatives. Not any of the servants. I won't let you make them your playthings. I've already broken through all of the mysteries in the fourth game with the blue truth. The only one left is the very last one from the third game. Only the murder of Dr. Nanjo. I think this one, when the gun went off and blinded Jessica, you could just say that Nanjo got shot. What a precious state I'm in. She violently coughed, spitting up blood. Her insides had been punched through so many times, it was only natural. In other words, the mystery of Dr. Nanjo's murder is the last line of defense of you being a witch, right? As you say, if you defeat that, it will mean that all of my mysteries have been defeated. Unless I counter one of your truths with some new red truth or present a new mystery. I mean, there were mysteries in the fourth game. Are we not going to fight with those? You look like someone who's been pushed to a corner, standing on the brink. You still have some kind of hidden pitch up your sleeve, huh? Well, who knows? I've already tired of too long life after these 1,000 years. I've started to think that having this life ended by a rival like you, whom I've stumbled upon at the very end, might not be so bad. You can do it, can't you? Do it. I beg you, kill me. I'm always the one killing, and I've never had the experience of being killed. I've killed 18 of you hundreds of times, but I haven't been killed myself even once. So I wanted to experience it just once. It was a graceless show of boldness, unchanged from before. But blood dripped down from her mouth, her once beautiful dress was covered with holes, and blood poured from all over her body, making her physical appearance stand in sharp contrast to her attitude. Maybe the shot she'd taken to the flank was still tormenting her, since she was still pressing down on it unconsciously without a trace of grace. But I've got no time for pity. As long as I feel sympathy for this witch, my family and I won't be released from this place. Until I defeat her, we won't be able to go home. In the outside world, it may be possible for even enemies to understand each other when circumstances change, but pure evil does exist. Evil that brings misfortune just by existing and is to be spared, no compromise. Just by its continued existence alone, it's evil. I don't pity you. Just like how you don't show pity for any of us. Well, of course. All of you are just pieces in the game. It's just unbelievably fun to think about which 6 to kill in the beginning and how to kill the next 2. And whether I can find a much more grotesque method of murder, you see? Hey, Battler. I've reformed a little, so forgive me this time too. If you do, I'll change my method of killing into something a little better, okay? I'll listen to how you want them to be killed, and in what order. Got it? It's so fun toying with people's lives. I'm sure you could think of a way to turn Anchi into a pile of scrap meat much more thoroughly. Come, Battler. Try to expose the truth of Nanjo's murder. The 18th person X has been defeated, but I won't give in. I'll stop that witch's breathing cold. At the end of the 3rd game, it was announced that in red that the survivors at that point in time, Battler, Ava Jessica, and Nanjo, were all uninvolved with Nanjo's murder. Oh. And it was also proclaimed that it was murdered directly by someone before his eyes. All other people have the strongest possible alibi by having their deaths proclaimed in red. I'll break through this without using the 18th person X. Hold on 1 second, sorry. Think, don't stop thinking. Her red doesn't only bind me, it's also supposed to be her weak point. I've got to somehow use it against her. That's right, there's still a gap. Yeah, this way, I can break through it. That way, Beatrice's Legend of the Witch is finished. True, the others were probably dead. However, their deaths were not proclaimed in red at the instant Dr. Nanjo died. Strictly speaking, it was in the fight between me and Ava after Dr. Nanjo's corpse was found. In other words, if someone was alive at the time Dr. Nanjo was killed, and then died before Ava made the proclamation, you can sew right through that crack. In other words, it's like this. Someone who was first confirmed dead by Ava's proclamation was a culprit. They cleverly played dead earlier and waited for us to come and go. Before their death was announced in red, we were made to think they'd died. Then, they killed Dr. Nanjo, and later died for some reason. After that, Ava proclaimed their death in red. That theory can explain Dr. Nanjo's case. How's that, Beatrice? When he forcefully asked that question, there was a terrible sound that could only be likened to that of a compressor, and a blue stake that was as thick as a log appeared from under the earth and skewered the golden witch Beato, pulling her up in the air. Ugly tearing sounds rang out, and each time a blue stake or wedge would appear and pierce Beatrice's body. When that finally ended, her tragic form was exposed there, pincushioned by more than 10 stakes and wedges all over her body and dripping with blood, dangling and crucified. There was none of the dignity of that brutal witch who had sneered in the honor of the dead and toyed with and killed hundreds of the living. The rain, which had started falling at some point, quietly tormented the crucified witch. As Battler heaved with his breathing, he waited for some kind of answer from the golden witch. Although it wasn't long, it took the witch a bit of time to show any signs of life. It hurts. It hurts. You got what you deserve. Now you can experience a portion of the pain felt by all those you've killed. Even as he said that, it seemed Battler had lost a little of his momentum at the extremely pathetic sight. Even if it was an enemy, he couldn't look straight at a woman exposed in such a brutal fashion. But even so, unless he destroyed Beatrice, this battle would never end. Battler, I beg you. Beato let out a sob. It hurts. It really hurts. End it. End it. Even with this, I still can't die. Even though it hurts so much, I still can't die. What are you asking of me? End it. Release me from this pain. Beato's expression was soaked with blood and tears. Battler certainly had been tricked by her at one point. He was probably able to suspect that her expression, that even her tears were an act. However, Battler believed in these tears. After all, these tears had the red truth mixed in with them. What should I do? What can I do to end your pain? I will now expose everything. This is my heart. Your heart? Kill me. Beato. Kill me. Just let me die. Were these tears from pain and torment, or else... Either way, the pathetic expression was painful for Battler to look at, even after burning with such anger. Quickly, go back to Angie. I'll listen to your request. Not that I can go back, but to end your pain. Then, thank you, Battler. In her last breath, Beto summed up all of her remaining strength and managed to close both of her hands into fists. The red light began to gather at those fists. Then she lifted her arms, as though appealing to the heavens for something. You'll be able to kill me, all of me, my heart, crush it, pierce it, okay? The red light around both her arms gradually began to strengthen. Please. After saying that much, her face tilted to the side a bit. Then her right arm lost its light and flopped down. But her left arm... Hold on, sorry. But her left arm alone did not lose its light and remained held out towards the heavens. Then, before Battler's eyes, another Beto appeared with a faint form, transparent like a curtain. The crucified Beto had already lost consciousness. The newly appeared faint Beto quietly looked at me, her eyes expressionless, and spoke. Ushumiya Battler, I will now kill you. Huh? And right now, there is no one other than you on this island. The only one alive on this island is you. Nothing outside this island can interfere. I understand. This is the last mystery Beatrice will be able to make as a witch. She's trying to offer it to me, entreating me to solve this final mystery and kill her. Do it. I'll accept your final mystery. You are all alone on this island, and of course, I am not you. Okay, that actually was what I was thinking this would go to. Yet I am here now and about to kill you. Like a souped up version of Dr. Nanjo's murder. So... who am I? Is that your final question? Okay. Hear me out. Hear me out. Beatrice is not a person. Beatrice is a natural phenomenon. It is a weather condition, perhaps. It is a... like... maybe it's some kind of toxic... like, okay. Here. Beatrice is some kind of radioactive golden element that is buried beneath Rokkenjima. And that's the only place in the world it exists. And its radioactiveness... or radioactivity, excuse me. Its radioactivity not only causes people to hallucinate and see things, but it causes sudden and unexplainable death. And the more time people have spent on that island, or maybe it even drives people mad. And the more time people have spent on that island, the more exposure they've had to it, the crazier shit gets. Beatrice is a mineral, Marie. Who am I? Then Beatrice slowly approached me and, still expressionless, held me. Yeah, I get it, Beto. I'll kill you, don't worry. I also slowly held her head. Then I, as a piece, left the game board. Banger. Cast. Beatrice. Let's look for weird stuff. Ushumiya Battler. Died at the 10th Twilight. Angie died in 1998. Maria died on the 10th Twilight. Sakataro. Shoutouts to Sakataro. Ushumiya Kinzo died on the 9th Twilight. Kraus died in the 7th Twilight. Natsuhi died in the 1st Twilight. Can I pause this? I can't. Damn. Jessica died in the 2nd Twilight. Because it said Kinzo died in the 7th Twilight. So that's Kinzo with a different title. Or a different person named Kinzo. Rudolph Kyrie died in the 8th Twilight. Rosa died in the 1st. Nanjo, 6th. Renove Genji is his name. Oh shit. Shannon, Canon. Goda Toshiro. Kumasawa Chio. Eva Beatrice. Virgilia. Renove. Gop. Lucifer. Leviathan. Satan. Belphegor. Mammon. Beelzebub. Asmodeus. Chester 00, Chester 410, Chester 45. All of the goats. Okogi Tetsuru. Amakusa. Umadera. Professor Otsuki. Nanjo the Sun. Kumasawa the Sun. Captain Kawabata. Lambda Delta. Baron Castell. His name is Renove Genji. I know, yeah, I noticed that. 4th game, Alliance of the Golden Wave. Oh, Renue. Oh, I'm not wearing my glasses. Renue Genji, not Renove Genji. Okay. I'm not wearing my glasses. Oh, I'm wearing my glasses, but I'm not actually wearing. Oh, Kyo Demon, thank you for the gift sub. Congratulations, Shiro. Welcome to the tournament. Staff. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for the gift sub. I appreciate it. Okay, we got the Witch's Tea Party, and then we're done for tonight. I will probably not have time to make a tier list unless this Witch's Tea Party is mad short. Actually, I can look at how long this Witch's Tea. Because we have word counts. Unknown. Kakera number... Yep. This is word count 2,000. Okay, this is really short. Scattered on a large bed were cute jelly beans of various colors and chocolate shaped like jiki pieces. A fork was stuck into a shortcake peeking out of a gift box, and there were decanters with drinks of various colors lined up on a side table. But the color of the particularly finished drink that had been poured into a cup was venomous, matching none of the decanters. Someone had probably been playing around mixing various things together. That can be lots of fun, if you don't mind the taste. On top of the fluffy bed were several colorful big pillows, like something from a dream. And on this bed that looked like something out of a child's dream world, Baron Castell lay face down, and Lambda Delta lay face up, clutching a pillow and relaxing. It was pretty thrilling this time, wasn't it? I got really panicky when Beato said she'd stomp the game. What a rude witch, to start a game like this and try to end it by throwing it away. Wasn't Angie a good piece? After Beato ran for it, Angie dragged her back and made her resume the game. Although it's a shame that she gave Battler a little too much enthusiasm. After all, I knew Battler was a softie. No kidding. He looked like he might even go easy on Beato, his enemy. It was uneasy that, like the last game, he might actually feel compassion for Beato and take the game in a weird direction. Angie was a trump card to get Battler back on track when he mistook his goal. Although I wanted her to support him a bit more before using her up. He really did get used right off the bat. What a waste for a piece that required so much prep. Good thing I shackled her with that rule about not giving her name. If it hadn't been set up, the brother-sister tag team would have swallowed Beato up and won in the blink of an eye. I thought it'd be a chance for them to press her all at once. But your mark was so restrictive that I couldn't make the best use of her. What a waste. Isn't it obvious that such an unfair piece would have to be retired right away? Ban list. Well, in the end, she did a good job of preventing the suspension of the game, and it helps me out too. That way she made both our interests match, is what makes her a truly wonderful piece. She was an innocent kid like Battler, so it was easy to get her to do as I said. Morons and impulsive types make the best pieces. I really can't stand losing that piece. By now, that kid is minced meat. Hey, let's make hamburgers out of her. Oh wait, do you like gyoza more? I wonder what little sister tastes like. Is it really okay for you to be so relaxed? Thanks to Angie, Balor's gotten all fired up. I'm pretty sure he started on hot pursuit of Beto. Making this game take a big turn in my favor, right? I mean, didn't Balor just solve almost all the mysteries up until now? Huh? Not even close. Almost all of Balor's blue truth was wrong. Beto's lukewarm red is full of holes. If she'd had any brains in her, she'd slip through it easily by setting up a suitable web of twisted logic. Yeah, it really ticks me off. If it were me, I'd thoroughly cut down all of it with the red. Oh, really? And I was sure that those were all correct. Well, I don't know about the small bomb part, though. Not all of Balor's blue truths were valid. When talking about the first game, Beto clearly declared that she guaranteed the identities of all the unidentified corpses. This defeats Balor's theory about the culprit of the Eva Hideyoshi closed room murder being someone who faked up a corpse. Next, Cannon might have died in an accident in the boiler room, but what kind of accident could drive a stake into his chest? Are you a moron? I'll slice it with the red treasured sword thing. Cannon did not die in an accident. For the next one, the murders of the three include Genji in the parlor. The thought that it was simultaneous murder where they shot each other in a clock pattern at the same time is laughable. Genji, Kumasawa, and Nanjo are not killers. The final trap X to kill Natsuki was also ridiculous. That thing that shot Natsuki wasn't a trap. It was a real shooting murder with a gun raised and trigger pulled. Sucks for you. You shouldn't do that. Saying something like that in red. That kid's trying to say that she bounced Natsuki bullet back with magic and killed her. Oh, how terrible of me, you're right. Even the blue truth for the second game was way too naive. When the six were murdered in the chapel, the culprit was inside the chapel. The guy keeps trying to explain things using Trap X. What the heck is Trap X? Some weird mystery novel cliche? It's also laughable to say that in the case where Nanjo and Kumasawa were killed in the servant room, someone else inherited Cannon's name. No one else can go by Cannon's name. A different person cannot claim that as their name. And that theory about borrowing the master key from Rosa for Natsuki's room is also worthless. After the master keys came into Rosa's control, never did any of them leave her hands. Except for the time when she lent one to Balor to unlock Natsuki's room. I can keep on going, but just taking a quick look at them turns out like this, get it? Forget taking a quick look. You've just denied Balor's blue truth for the first and second games across the board. My, what a shame. If Balor heard, he'd faint. Right? Beto wasn't cornered at all. Looks like that kid's pretty good actress after all. I'm pretty sure she planned to make it look like she was getting cornered this game. And then sometime next game, bang, she'd slice it up with a single red stroke to make Balor freak. And then I'm sure she'll say it again with a huge smile. Witches never get into a pinch. Then that whole tragic atmosphere as though Beto was getting cornered was all an act? Isn't it obvious? She's a really great actress. She gets me every time, dude. Even though she wasn't cornered at all, it felt like an astonishing last episode climax. She's totally the winner for Best Supporting Actress this year. Oh, but of course, I'm the star. You'll do fine, Baron. You'd do fine too, Baron. At the end, she said something like, "Kill me," and laid out a big riddle. Was that her last stand? With Beto to be finished for good if the riddle was solved? Come on, were you seriously tricked too, Baron? That wasn't even close to a last stand. Beto's holding back a killer hidden move. When she stuck out both hands to give the final riddle, did you notice how she lowered just her right hand? Yeah? Now that you mention it. Is that what that meant? Sure is. That kid still had plenty of hidden moves left, and none of the mysteries have been solved. The tension, like she'd been exposed to in the next episode, would be the last. Really, she is a genius at acting. Yeah, I'd want to see her knock Balor down to the very bottom right away. That kid's been totally encouraged by North Wind and Sun strategy from last time, huh? I'm sure Balor would sympathize with Beto again and fall for it completely. After all, a single tear from a woman can fool a man. Totally economical and profitable. I wonder if Balor will get caught by the same move again. I've got to spur him on so he never feels sympathy again. Although Angie's mincemeat seems to have done that pretty well. A power-up from the Angie-flavored hamburger. Of course I won't lose either. Starting here, I'll thoroughly support Beto to rally her up enough to compete with Battler. Beto won't lose. I mean, I'm threatening her with a wonderful punishment game if she loses. Your punishment games are seriously not cool. Couldn't you go a little easier on her? I've decided what to do for your next punishment game, Bern. Wanna hear? Wanna hear? No. Come on, ask me. Guess what? I'll lock you in a wonderful, wonderful castle. The castle will be surrounded by pure white castle walls, 12 kilometers to a side, with a height of 10 meters. Magic and tricks are prohibited. You really couldn't jump over that, right? 1,440,000,000 cubic meters? You can't stop there, I already know what you're gonna say. And that place will start getting buried with gems, one every day. I'll lock you in it until the castle walls are packed with them, and you've been buried to death with gems. Isn't that a wonderful romantic punishment game? If you multiply the length of the walls by 5 and make it 1/10 its current height, I wouldn't mind if you shut me in it right now. Really? That would make it 3.6 billion cubic meters, right? The time period for the punishment game would be more than double. I get to keep you as my prisoner for such a long time. I really like you, Bern. I love ya. Lambda Delta playfully approached Bern Castell, who yawned, looking bored, as she touched the bottom of Lambda Delta's chin as though cuddling a cat. You're betting on Battler's victory. I'm betting on an eternal tie for the two of them. Doesn't that mean no one's betting on Beto's victory? I wouldn't. Her chances of winning are 0. How truly pitiful being told by the Witch of Miracles that there's no chance of a miracle. Although I wouldn't bet on her either, right? I can say that with certainty. It's also pretty sad when the Witch of Certainty says that that you're certainly screwed. Unusually, for them, they giggled together. I wonder how this game will resolve itself. Yeah. That is the one thing we can't predict. That's why it's fun. I won't permit escaping our suspensions any longer. I'll certainly make them continue their game, and I won't let them run away. Even though I can't even imagine what will happen next, I know it certainly won't end that way. At the very least, it won't end with Beto's victory. I mean, think about it. Neither of us is betting on Beto's victory. In other words, if it looks like Beto is gonna win, she'll have us two great witches as enemies. Exactly. Our powers are most on equilibrium when balancing between a tie and Battler's advantage. If it tips too much in Beto's favor, both of us will line up along the same vector and drag Beto back. In other words, the instant Beto's in a superior position, she'll have to deal with both of us as enemies. A common front with Bern. Sounds fun. Thanks. But I'm not going into a Conpeto candy bath with you. I was gonna cover you with melted marshmallows. Well, taking a Conpeto shower. How pitiful. That child is a living toy. A doll you caught so that you could play with me, Lambda. I'm good at playing with dolls. I really can do it well, okay? I'm proud of being able to play with a single toy for hundreds of years without getting tired of it. You're her ally at some times and oppose her at others, toying with her for all eternity. How pitiful. That kid is now our doll. Poor Beto. That's right, that kid is our doll. No end has been prepared for that kid except the ones the two of us desire. In other words, I can say for sure that this only ends by repeating a tie for eternity because of me. Or else with Beto losing and being destroyed because of you, Bern. As far as this game ending with Beto's victory goes, I will proclaim it as the Witch of Miracles. And I will proclaim it as the Witch of Certainty. Beto certainly cannot win. And a miracle certainly will not occur. That's so messed up. Okay, we have time for a tier list. Oh, 4 episodes down, 4 episodes to go, y'all. That was peak. Oh, that was so good, dude. That ending. So I think there's a lot to unpack there. I'll probably talk about it before the next one. I gotta think about it a little bit too. But ultimately, there's a couple things to think about here. One, What is the sin that was committed by the battler that is not what's her name? Amaru? That's not Rudolph's first wife's child. What was the sin committed by that battler? Or the other battler? Are there multiple battlers? Asumu, that's it. So there's a battler that's... there's allegedly a battler that's Asumu's son, and then there's the battler we're looking at that is not Asumu's son, which might be a battler that was plucked from another timeline, or there might just canonically be two battlers. Again, names and identity aren't always the same thing. Secondly, what is Beatrice? Is Beatrice a person? Because Beatrice declared in red that she is about to kill Battler, and Battler's all alone on the island. So I think Beatrice is possible that she is some kind of natural phenomenon, either of the weather, or, as I said, maybe is some radioactive gold. What if Kinzo's gold is just radioactive, and it drives everyone mad that encounters it? Maybe Beatrice is Kinzo's gold. And then, thirdly, Lambda Delta tore apart all of Battler's Blue Truths, which were obviously bullshit. Obviously, Battler's Blue Truths were bullshit. So, she tore them all apart, and I guess... Wait, what is this? New features on the title screen? Is it the tips? Complete the 4th hidden tea party. Is it just tips? Episode 4 tips. Missing. Went to hell embraced by the witch, but not the witch that hell was... But to the witch that hell was the golden land. Can't execute her. A little glitchy here. Yeah, I gotta think about this a little bit, but... Very interesting. Tier list time. Episode 4 tier list. There's a lot to consider. There really is a lot to consider. And I think some of it will probably have to be answered down line, right? Like, some of it is just not answerable, right? Maybe. I don't know. We're doing the tier list right now. There's going to be a lot of tiers in this one. This is where I sat down and started hard committing to theories. There's a lot to think about here, yeah. The 17 people on the island is, like, absurd, right? All right, so in this episode, probably not too surprising, but we had Maria in S tier. I think this was definitely Maria's episode. And I think this has to be U tier. That freaking killed me. What a reveal. What a reveal that U was her, like, coping mechanism for when her mom was, like, tweaking. And was like, yeah, dude, that, I reeled back for that. U tier. Is she the best character in the episode? Absolutely not. Who is better than her? Probably... So, Beto was incredible in this episode, right? Like, so was Angie. Dude, I don't even know where to begin. Beto is always top tier in like every episode. Angie was so good in this episode too. Oh, I mean, this is a pretty easy tier. It's, what else would you call this tier, right? Oh, we could put on a little music. Let me put on a little music. Thought I'm getting a subway. Beatrice tier, U tier. I think we could put Sakataro really high up. I like Sakataro a lot in this episode. Dude, there's so many units. Wait, there's a 4th Chester sister? When did she show up? Okay, oh, I said someone was the absolute worst this episode. Rosa? Rosa is like the absolute worst. PT, oh no. Absolutely horrible. Taking all of her vacation time and just ignoring her daughter. Just absolutely atrocious in this episode. Let's see. Oh my god, just absolutely horrible. Just absolutely the worst possible people for this tier. In fact, I think we need a buffer. I think we need a buffer for this. Oops. Like, almost certainly need a buffer for that. Let's see. We've got a couple really good... Dude, there's so much good stuff here. Give me loser tier. Where we're gonna put Kraus. But like loser, like parentheses, affectionate, right? Like loser affectionate is like Kraus and Virgilia. Because that scene was incredible, and also like Virgilia was kind of a goofball this episode in like a really good way. Like she was a lot of fun to watch. God, Angie was so good this episode. Like, nothing I don't think matches this. Also good this episode was Mamone. I really liked Mamone. Probably gonna go here. Honestly, Mamone did a lot of work, and so she is this one, if I'm not mistaken. Dude, just get in the fight. Renove was also incredibly good, as always, right? This is like employee of the month here, right? They're doing their damnedest in the job. Gap was close. Did I like Gap more than Virgilia? Did I like Gap more than Virgilia? No. So we can make like this tier list. Guilty Gear Strive. Right? And so that's going to be Gap because self-explanatory. And then probably Jessica. Jessica was really good this episode too. Not as good as Kraus and Virgilia. She can go in Guilty Gear Strive tier. Guilty Gear Strive tier because she just kept punching away. Did not care that her opponent was blocking and just kept punching. Building up that risk gauge. You already know what it is. George probably comes next. Not in the buffer tier, though. We need another tier. Need more tiers. Okay, so George probably... Battler needs to go somewhere. Probably a tier... here. Like... Battler was really good this episode. Right, so... Oh, you know who else? Like... I didn't like Amakusa that much, but he was like... Is there a Street Fighter 5 tier? Is this also Guilty Gear Strive? Actually, that's a decent point. Actually, hold on. We could go Under Night, In Birth. We had this in the last tier list too. Uni 2. And that's like where George goes. Because he like... he outplayed the shit out of his opponent and still lost. So, you know, that's Uni 2 in a nutshell, right? And then we got... Who else can we call Uni 2 tier? Maybe Kiri. Kiri was also really good this episode. Kiri can be in Uni 2 tier because she stayed on the other side of the screen and died to a projectile spam from effectively Kuon. So yeah, they can go in Uni 2 tier. Let's see. Up here, I don't know if anyone else is like that high up here. Shannon was pretty good this episode. Dude, the link between Shannon and Cannon, I actually... Oh, we can go... So Shannon and Cannon are probably... here? They're like right around Battler. They did really good this episode. 2XKO is what we can call them. Because they did that team-up attack. That was pretty sick. I'm gonna, of course, revisit this list at the end and maybe rename a couple tiers. Okay, so here's like where I put Battler. Battler might be by himself. On this one. Amakusa is close to going there. A lot of people didn't really get a chance to do anything. They kind of just died. How was 2XKO? It's fun. It's alright. Battler might be... Or Burn Castello or Lambda Delta could maybe go on a tier. Where's Lambda Delta? Is she on this list? There she is. Sorry, thinking. This is kind of hard. As they add more characters to this shit, this gets way harder. Battler is kind of by himself in this tier. Blue something? I blew myself? No. That bit of a too obscure reference to really go with. He kind of gave up and came back, like Phoenix, right? Little Phoenix action. Little Phoenix. Okay, let's go to the bottom. And let's put like the quiet quitting tier. The quiet quitting tier where these people are basically just around, not really doing a whole lot. I don't know who this is. You know, like a lot of these dudes, the like supporting cast. This guy is kind of based actually. Hold on. Natsuhi was kind of quiet quitting this episode. She didn't do a whole lot. Hideyoshi didn't get to do a whole... Like a lot of the people who died in the first Twilight didn't really get to do a whole lot. Ava showed up a little bit at the beginning of the episode, eh? Like, we got to see her do her thing. No, that was actually at the tea party at the end of the third episode. So, they're all kind of quiet quitting. Genji... This is a big tier, but, like... I still think this is kind of appropriate. And then we've got, like, showed up for work. Oh, I'm sorry, the buffer... The buffer needs to be completely established here. So they're quiet quitting. And then we've got the ones who actually like showed up for work. Right, because you've got employee of the month up here. So like these folks showed up for work. The goats actually showed up for work in this one. They were kind of cooking. As did the Chester sisters. I don't think they did anything exceptional. They had kind of a funny scene. Oh, you know what? They're in IT hell. And they're below some of these. So, like, in general, the Seven Sisters of Purgatory and the story that they told here, was, like, really, really good, actually. I really liked what the Seven Sisters that weren't Mamone, you know, the other Seven Sisters. In fact, I could probably even separate them a little bit. Am I missing one? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh no, 7. Okay. I can maybe split them up a little bit, but you know what? I think you know they all showed up for work. So did the goats. This guy's quiet quitting. And this guy showed up for work like hella. Is he employee of the month tier? Probably not. Is he better than freaking all these folks? Nope. But he was likable. He was quite likable. Amakasa is a little better. You know, honestly, he might go employee of the month tier. But I think what that's going to do for me is that's going to move Battler up a tier. Yeah, I think that's probably right. Honestly, he wasn't even that good. He showed up for work, dude. He didn't do a whole lot. He's just pretty. And I don't want to let that bias me. Okay, we got Nanjo. Hella quiet quitting, dude. Like, king of quiet quitting. Rudolph died in the first Twilight. Did he do much? Not really. He's kind of sus, though. Like, Rudolph is super sus. I don't know if I can put him above quiet quitting tier, though. He might just kind of end up in there. Again, none of these folks who died in the first Twilight or were kind of side characters got to really do a whole lot in this episode, so I think I just kind of got to hold on to that. We've got Garage, which is going to be these two. Again, they're not much better than quiet quitting, but you know, they at least did something. And then we got Goldsmith, Lambda Delta, and Bernd Castell. Goldsmith did alright. They're definitely better than showed up for work tier. They're definitely not better than most of the people who have their other tiers. So they're probably like right here. Honestly, they might be separated a little differently. Kinzo's so hard to place. He was actually kind of good this episode. Like, I don't know, he did a lot. I can't put him way up here, though. Goldsmith. Gold Lewis Dickinson. Goldsmith Dickinson. That's probably right. I think he's actually probably somewhere in there. And then, like, the witches were a lot better than they normally are this episode. Not better than George. George might actually be under-tiered here. Because I think these two's scenes, like the scene where these two fought and the scene where these two fought, were better than the loser tier. So, like, maybe they go, like, here. And then, like, are the witches better than these two? I don't think so. Are they on the same tier with each other? Probably. I was gonna put her on the Ric Flair team because they're trying to, like, rig the whole game. But, like, that's not entirely correct, right? They're just kind of boring, dude. I don't know. They're like affecting the game from the outside. They're like those annoying freaking players at TCG tournaments that like point out your misplay, but like after you've misplayed, you know, like. They're just trying to have things go on forever. Ah. Dragon Ball Fighters. I don't know why it weirded out like that. I'll just DBFZ it. DBFZ. Because they just want this shit to go on forever. Okay. Beatrice tier. Beatrice. Was Beatrice the best character in the episode? No. Angie was. Honestly, Angie was the best character in this episode. She was so sick. Every moment she had was so good. Beatrice was really, really good, though. Honestly, Sakataro could probably come down a little bit. No, dude, like, how can you separate best friends? Maria's story was so good this episode. Renove and Mamone. I really like the Mamone story, too. And then Renove is just the GOAT. He's like my favorite character. But you know this route was optimal if you had those 3 cards. Oh god, I just can't even read that. Battler probably next. Cannon and Shannon had a really cool scene. Not nearly as cool as these guys. Honestly, Jessica's fight with Renove was so sick. Gap was really cool with what she did, and you got to put Gap in the Guilty Gear Strive tier, of course. And then Kinzo, Goldsmith Dickinson goes in Guilty Gear Strive tier. Also worth saying, I do think Kinzo was a pretty good character this episode. Very good antagonist. Uni 2, both of these folks, you know, completely outplayed their opponent and then got owned. 2x KO because they did the sick team up attack, and I do think their moment was better than this moment. But again, of all these characters, they really only had one moment. Then probably the witches. Again, they're coming up from where I normally tier them. Then it's like everybody who showed up for work. The Chester sisters are so one note. The Chester sisters are so one note. I like their gimmick, but they're so one note that like all these characters did better than the Chester sisters, especially the seven stakes of Purgatory and their arc with Angie. I don't know if Angie carried that arc, but that was actually a really cool premise and a really cool story. They got caught in IT hell. I'll probably leave them there. They did nothing. And then this is effectively side character / did nothing tier, which is the most insulting for Nanjo because he was actually alive for most of the story, unlike about half of these. And then this is just irredeemable tier. Can you explain IT hell? They malfunctioned and were trying to reboot each other and couldn't, so they couldn't stop the prisoners from escaping. Yeah, it was great. Okay, I gotta post this on Twitter, and then we gotta raid out. Sakataro and Angie were my personal favorites this episode. Agreed. I got them in the top 5. I'll say top 6. I think these characters had the best performances this episode. Angie's my number 1 for this episode. She was so good, dude. And like the scene with her when she revisited Rokujima and confronted her aunt. This is a suitable amount of tears. Yeah. I was worried it was a little low, but I think we're good. Like these are big tiers, unfortunately, but I think everything else is about right. Okay, I'm going to blank this. So now we're done with the question arcs. We're done with the question arcs. We have the answer arcs to do now. Do I have a favorite, least favorite question arc? Least favorite is 2, I think. 2 was kind of but it introduced some cool mechanics. But like the whole George and Shannon like start of that episode, the whole George and Shannon start of that episode was so like goofy. Episode 1, I think it's easy to say is the least good because it's so slow to start and has to introduce so much. But the end of episode 1 is kind of sick. 4 would probably be my favorite. No, 3 is so good. Three is so good, dude. The scene where Beatrice's beating heart is still left standing as Eva Beatrice like kills her over and over again, and then she just fucking flips it and is like, "Yeah, I was just tricking you." 3 is so good. There's so much to it too. The chess battle between Virgilia and Beatrice. Toby Fox could never. And then 4 is just incredible. The Maria story, the payoff for the Maria story is like, it broke me. It was insanely good. And like it contextualizes so much stuff from previous episodes, specifically with regard to Maria. This tier list is freaking math. Let me tweet it. Let me tweet it at 2 a.m. so nobody sees it. Keck. Umineko episode 4 tier list. Spoilers. Let me actually try to spoiler tag this. It's got sensitive and violence. Okay, it should be flagged with a content warning. I'm shipping it. It probably didn't have a content warning. I shipped it. If you see it, you see it. The immediate aura, dude. Like, thank you, thank you. Okay, let's find somebody to raid into. Oh, hope y'all had fun. Thanks for streaming. Yeah, thanks for showing up. Hope y'all had fun. I had a blast. That was so good. And I look forward to doing more. Probably Monday. My voice is kind of shot. I gotta play in an online regional. Tomorrow. So I don't know when that's gonna finish. But my voice is also kind of shot. I probably should give it a day to rest. And then we will pick back up probably on Monday with episode 5. Just ship right into it. I probably have to mod episode 5, so I'm gonna try to remind myself to do that tomorrow so that I have the voices. Who to raid into? It's literally 2 a.m. for you? Yeah. Just the norm. Gotta find someone to raid. Pain Pekka? Nah, it's just the you. Huh? Oh, this, of course, I go to raid somebody, they're finishing. Why am I so bad at finding people? I'll raid Skyrocket. This is the artist that made my Neko art crier. Okay. Y'all be good to one another. Make good choices. I will see you soon. Have a good night. Bye-bye.